Master Sergeant Carey Marks shifted uncomfortably, the gritty Syrian earth pressing through his uniform. "Seriously, remind me why we're doing this," he muttered, adjusting his position for what felt like the 100th time. The two-man sniper hide he shared with his spotter was a marvel of modern camouflage, nearly invisible to both thermal and visual detection. In his 15 years with 5th Special Forces Group, it was the closest thing to a magic cloak he'd ever seen. Yet for all its technical brilliance, it did nothing to soften the ground. "Because we're Special Forces," Sergeant First Class Jad Mustafa replied, his eye pressed to the spotting scope as he fine-tuned the focus. "Which means we get the special assignments." Jad's dry understatement, as usual, didn't quite capture the experience. Special was a generous term for the last 12 hours. Following the precise procedures honed over countless deployments, they had slipped into position around 3 in the morning, timing their movement to exploit the natural restlessness that comes with dawn. By the time the first hint of light began to separate shadow from substance, they were already dug in, a shallow depression amid the scrub brush serving as their home. The location was tactically perfect and utterly miserable. Unbeknownst to them during setup, they had settled directly atop a thriving colony of sand fleas. Carey had been engaged in a fierce losing battle with the persistent insects for hours, a particularly bold one now venturing perilously close to a very sensitive area. "Damn it, Jad," he hissed, trying not to squirm. "Can't you call in a favor from some local relatives?" "Easy there," Jad chuckled, not looking away from his scope. "A few bugs crawling up your leg is no reason to get testy. And for the record, I'm Libyan, not Syrian. Try to keep up, you backwoods Yankee." The banter between the two operators was sharp, but the camaraderie beneath it was solid. They were a study in contrasts. Carey, with his fair hair and New England accent, still carried the straightforward demeanor of a farm boy. Jad, with his darker complexion and laid-back California inflection, was all smooth confidence, so polished his teammates often joked. He was a Navy SEAL who'd gotten lost. Yet years on, the same ODA team had forged them into physical and mental mirrors. Their shoulders were broad, their endurance deep, and any surface differences in background had long since melted away. In their world, there was only one color that mattered, the green of the uniform, and one universal truth: the blood spilled was always red. After multiple combat tours together, Carey and Jad shared a bond deeper than any blood relation. Their brotherhood was forged in the most grueling military training, born in the heat of battle, and solidified into an unshakable trust known only to those who have shielded each other from flying bullets. These two Green Berets might give each other a hard time, but heaven help anyone foolish enough to get between them. "That's interesting," Carey remarked, sweeping his Sig Sauer Tombow 6T scope across his assigned sector, "because back in Iraq, I distinctly remember you claiming to be Lebanese. You hear about as well as you shoot, which we both know isn't saying much. Without me calling your shots, you'd hold on." "Boss, I've got movement." The shift in Jad's voice was immediate and clear. Though Carey had spent countless gritty hours side by side with his broad-shouldered spotter across more war zones than he wanted to remember, he knew better than to blur the line between camaraderie and duty. The moment Jad used boss, the joking stopped. "What are you seeing?" Carey asked. "3 land cruisers and a convoy approaching the main gate. Swing 300 meters west of Point Alpha and you'll pick them up." Carey adjusted his rifle to the new bearing and activated the laser rangefinder on his scope. Instantly, the oppressive heat, blinding sun, aching muscles, and even the relentless fleas biting at his legs faded from his awareness. This was no longer a tedious game of hide-and-seek in the dirt. The convoy of spotless, factory-fresh vehicles with dark-tinted windows and gleaming tires stood out starkly against the bleak surroundings. They were an irregularity, and spotting irregularities was precisely what Carey was there to do. Of course, nothing about the fortress they were watching could be called Normaland in Syria. That meant something. Instead of the usual stucco walls of a local compound or the concrete block houses of newer construction, The structure 1,000 meters away was unlike anything Carey had encountered. Massive earthen berms, 15 feet high and 10 feet thick, created a barrier more akin to an ancient castle than a Middle Eastern home. The packed sand formed a wide, flat plateau on top, clearly designed to hold fortified fighting positions with heavy weapons. Earlier, Carey had watched, baffled, as trucks drove along the top of these walls, bringing to mind old tales of chariots racing atop the ramparts of Jericho. He hadn't seen any chariots yet, but after hours of monitoring the traffic in and out, little would surprise him. The motor pool within the fortress was unusually organized, a far cry from the mismatched vehicle collections typical of the region's various militia. Carey had catalogued several technical vehicles, but on closer inspection, the modified Hilux trucks lacked the slapped-together appearance he expected. Usually militia groups mounted oversized weapons like DSK machine guns or recoilless rifles onto any available truck, a haphazard pairing that often endangered the crew as much as the target. Here the integration between vehicle and weapon appeared custom and professional. The workmanship suggested a skilled armorer, not some back-alley mechanic. These rigs looked like something that could have rolled out of a Special Forces motor pool back in the States. That alone was concerning, and that was before he noticed the Humvee. Roughly 2 hours into his watch, Carey experienced a jolt of pure adrenaline as 2 up-armored Humvees rounded the southern perimeter of the compound. They still bore U.S. military markings, and for a heart-stopping moment, he thought he was looking at an American patrol. His finger hovered near his radio, ready to call it in when the doors swung open and armed Syrians began piling out. Forget the promised mystery visitor for a second. The presence of those American vehicles alone was a major red flag. He never got the chance to investigate further. He and Jad had planned this observation post after countless hours studying drone footage and satellite images, hunting for that perfect blend of concealment and a clear line of sight into the fortress. They'd nailed the first part. The seclusion was excellent, even if the local flea population seemed to think he was an all-you-can-eat buffet. But seeing inside the compound, that was a bust. The walls were just too high and steep. He could only glimpse the rooftops of a few distant buildings. After dropping off their passengers and picking up the old guard shift, the Humvees drove along the wall, took a ramp down into the fortress's interior, and vanished. Carey decided to stay put. Those mystery vehicles were intriguing, but this sniper's nest gave him a commanding view of all the approach roads, and the agency asset who kicked this whole operation off had been crystal clear. The important visitors would come from the west, rolling up in a convoy of 3 modified black SUVs. And right on cue, there they were. "Any guesses who these clowns are?" Carey murmured, his cheek never leaving the stock of his rifle. "Your guess is as good as mine, boss," the intel said. "It's a cult in there, right?" "That's the official story," Carey replied. The CIA case officer had done his best to explain the situation, but Carey was still fuzzy on the details. Some apocalyptic group. If he remembered right, their leader was convinced he was the reincarnation of some ancient Shia imam. Or maybe he just thought he was a prophet. Honestly, as a Green Beret, Carey was an expert in a lot of things, but divining the spiritual legitimacy of a self-proclaimed holy man, hiding behind ancient walls, wasn't one of them. His personal philosophy was simple. If you're not hurting anyone, you can believe you're the second coming of Elvis for all I care. The world already had enough people actively trying to bring fire and pain down on Americans. He saw no need to go looking for new enemies. But the problem was, groups content to peacefully wait for the end of the world usually don't stockpile heavy machine guns and American military vehicles. Most doomsday cults share a common trait. They're rarely content to be passive spectators to their own prophecy. They usually believe their leader has a starring role in triggering the apocalypse, a role that sadly tends to involve a lot of innocent bloodshed. The agency's job for them was to watch and learn. How did this group plan to bring about the end? And critically, did they have outside help? If Carey had to venture a wild guess, Their plan probably involved something absurdly sinister. But guessing wasn't knowing. The asset was specific. The people arming the cult would arrive in 3 black vehicles. And here they were. Praise be. "Is the satellite uplink ready?" Carey asked, keeping his crosshairs steady on the middle SUV. Carey had no idea who these men were, but based on his training, the middle vehicle in a convoy typically offered the best odds of surviving a roadside bomb. If there was a high-value target in this procession, that's where he'd be. "Uplink is down," Jad reported, his voice tense. "We're getting heavy interference from somewhere." Considering the sniper team had just confirmed their status with command via satellite less than half an hour prior, Carey doubted this comms failure was accidental. Over the 20-plus years since the global war on terror began, tactical tech had evolved dramatically. While the U.S. had pioneered many of the most significant leaps forward, opposing forces had become adept at countering that technological edge. Terrorist groups might not have advanced stealth fighters, but increasingly they deployed gear capable of scrambling the GPS signals that guided smart munition. Similarly, the men in Carey's crosshairs probably didn't have a fleet of satellites for flawless communication, but they might very well have the tools to jam key frequencies. Regardless, that wasn't Carey's problem to solve. In the language of the Green Berets, he was an 18KS Special Forces engineer whose expertise was explosive. Jad was an 18E, a communications specialist who could seemingly build a radio from spare parts and sheer will. If a satellite link could be restored, Jad would find a way. Otherwise, they'd fall back on the classic method. Document everything visually, then wait for darkness to slip away and carry their intel back to the combat outposts they operated from. "Copy that," Carey said, keeping his scope centered on the rear passenger window. "Keep the camera rolling." High-value individuals usually rode in the middle vehicle, and more specifically in the back seat behind the front passenger. This positioning allowed the security detail on that side to handle threats while the protected person stayed low behind armored doors and reinforced seats. Although this mission was briefed as reconnaissance only, Carey treated every operation as if it were one misstep away from turning violent. That mindset meant he was never caught off guard when things inevitably went sideways. A corner of his mind, trained in the meticulous art of precision shooting, was already running calculations, adjusting for bullet drop, wind drift, the Coriolis effect, and a dozen other factors that sounded like pure jargon to an outsider. In simpler terms, Carey's brain was a living fire control computer, processing every environmental variable that could influence a shot he might never take. His instructor on the first day of sniper school had drilled it into him. Pulling the trigger was the simplest part. Everything leading up to that moment, the patience, the math, the stillness, is what separated a true sniper from someone who just fires a rifle. A faint breeze brushed his cheek, maybe 2 or 3 miles per hour. It was worth having Jad run a formal wind check anyway, just in case the plan fell apart. And that was the second crucial lesson from his training. Nothing ever goes according to plan, a reality that held true for both sides of any conflict. As if to prove the point, a geyser of dirt and shredded rubber burst from beneath the lead SUV as its front tire blew out. A heartbeat later, the sharp crack of the explosion reached their position. "Looks like somebody missed the memo about road hazards," Jad muttered. "Bad day for them." "Absolutely," Carey replied, a focused calm settling over him. "But a great break for us. Get ready for the main event." "Come on, sweetheart," Jad whispered, leaning into his own scope. "Show us what you've got." For a moment the SUV's driver seemed determined to power through the checkpoint. Then the laws of physics intervened. The ruined tire had other ideas. The tire wasn't just flat, it had completely shredded, leaving the rim exposed. The engine roared, spinning the bare metal and flinging black rubbery fragments into the air, but the truck was hopelessly stuck. "No run flats on this one," Jad observed. "Nope," Carey agreed. "Seems he's planning to drive on the rim alone." "That won't work here," Jad replied. "The sand's too deep." Once again his spotter's prediction was right. The rim spun uselessly, digging a deeper hole as it tossed stones and dirt, settling the vehicle firmly into the ground. After a few futile attempts to rock it free, the engine noise dropped to an idle. "The protection team really dropped the ball," Carey muttered. "They should have extracted the principal already. In a real ambush, that middle vehicle would be a burning wreck by now." "Good help is hard to find," Jad said dryly.
"All right, showtime." Doors on both the lead and trail vehicles swung open simultaneously, and armed figures poured out, quickly forming a protective cordon around the stranded truck. Only when the perimeter was secured did the rear passenger door finally open. "Come on, let's get a look at you," Jed murmured.
Carey zoomed in with his scope, focusing on the opening door. A bearded face came into view, a face he recognized. "Well, I'll be damned," Carey said. "Look who's decided to mingle with the locals." "You know him?" Jad asked. "Sure do. And despite what some people think, not all you Syrians look the same. I'm Libyan, you ignorant jerk."
"Now tell me who that is before I come over there and teach you some manners." "That, my culturally challenged friend, is General Farhad Ahmadi, as in the head of Iran's Quds Force. The very same. What's a guy like him doing with a doomsday cult? Nothing that ends well. Shakam Elier Sral Jack Ryan Jr.
took another bite of his falafel, hunching his shoulders to shield his meal from the bustling crowd. At 6'2" and 220 pounds, he was a large man even back home, and here in Israel he loomed over most of the people around him. He felt like a lion fending off a pack of persistent wild dog-san amusing thought, though this crowd lacked any real menace. With a practiced move, he used his forearm to gently steer a group of chatting teenagers away from his dripping food. Over the years, Jack had learned to read the mood of a crowd, and this one radiated a cheerful, bustling energy. The Mediterranean sun shone from a pristine blue sky, bathing the market in a warm, gentle light. The air was pleasantly warm, carrying a mix of salty sea breeze and the rich, spicy aromas from countless food stalls. Snatches of different languages filled the air as vendors and customers haggled good-naturedly. Tel Aviv had a unique, electric vibe too. It's a city of dreamers and innovators that reminded him of the energy back in Silicon Valley. The weather was ideal, the people were friendly, and the food was incredible. A perfect vacation spot, but Jack wasn't here to relax. Right on schedule, a man in his late 40s or early 50s, with thick blonde hair just starting to gray at the temples, took a seat at a plastic table across the alley. He brushed away invisible grit with the fastidiousness of someone not used to market grind. After meticulously clearing his space, he raised a hand to signal a waiter. The cafe owner approached with a friendly smile, and the man ordered a coffee in English, tacking on a polite Tata thank you. The waiter nodded and moved off to prepare the drink. To any casual observer, he was just another visitor blending into the multinational flow of the market. But Jack's trained instincts told a different story. It wasn't the man's fair skin among the predominantly olive complexions, nor was it his clothish actually done a decent job dressing the part, wearing a loose button-down shirt open at the collar, jeans, and practical shoes. No, the issue was his demeanor. While the crowd around him moved with a relaxed, sometimes pushy, afternoon energy, this man was coiled tight. His head turned in quick, sharp motions as he scanned the alley from one end to the other, studying every face that passed as if he were checking off a list. And he just wasn't supposed to look like it. Jack finished his falafel, wiped his hands, and pulled out his phone. Opening his notes app, he began jotting down his first observations. Tel Aviv was a city he genuinely enjoyed. Part of him wished he could just go for a jog along the beach and take in the scenery. But that wasn't the mission. Officially, anyway. Spying remained a delicate art. For all the high-tech tools at their disposal, handling an asset still came down to personal judgment-girt feelings and subtle impressions. Right now, the man waiting for his coffee was radiating the jittery intensity of someone who'd already had 3 espressos. The drink arrived, served dark and steaming in a small glass. The man gave a brief nod, paid with a few shekels, and then, as if suddenly remembering, he tugged the leather satchel from his shoulder and placed it hurriedly at his feet. His eyes darted left and right, checking to see if anyone had noticed. Someone had. Jack added a couple more lines to his notes before slipping the phone away. Had he ever been that raw? He smiled to himself. Absolutely. Had been lucky, though. His own training had come from legends. Warriors like John Clark and Domingo Chavez, foundation members of the famed Rainbow Team, had drilled him in tactics and weapons. And he learned the nuances of spycraft from Master Operative Mary Pat Foley, now the Director of National Intelligence, who'd once run a source deep inside the Kremlin. Jack hadn't gone through the CIA's official Farmanstead. He attended a different, equally rigorous school run by an elite group of professionals. This nervous guy, gulping his coffee, though, had none of that grounding. He wasn't a spy. He was just a person with access to information the agency wanted. In another line of work, Jack might have felt some sympathy for the rookie. But espionage wasn't that kind of game. You played for keeps, and Jack carried the stars to prove it. In the shadowy world of intelligence, doing your job well meant Sir Vollascond place, often meant a trip home in a bag. That's why it was critical to vet an asset's nerve and skill before the stakes turned deadly. Jack checked his watch. According to the briefing, things were set to start in exactly 5 minutes. This being Jack's first official collaboration with the agency, he had no real benchmark for their operational punctuality. His gut, however, told him Langley's personnel ran on split-second precision. The case officer running the show, Peter Belts, had a shared history with Jack's mentor, Ding Chavez. Both had cut their teeth as young soldiers in the same tight-knit unit. That military background meant timelines were gospel. Across the narrow alley, the man with the satchel abruptly raised his coffee cup, only to slam it back onto the plastic table without taking a sip, his head swiveling sharply to stare past Jack's position. Hot liquid sloshed over the rim, creating an expanding brown stain. Jack suppressed a grimace. That jarring move had surely churned up the sediment at the bottom, turning the drink into bitter sludge. The real offense, however, wasn't the wasted coffee. It was the glaring attention the potential asset was now drawing. The sharp crack of glass on plastic caused several heads to turn. The cafe owner even abandoned his post behind the counter, likely wondering if his only customer needed a wipe-down. Astonishingly, the man seemed oblivious to the scene had created. As a waiter hurried over with a rag to contain the spill, the asset remained fixated on a point over Jack's right shoulder, the exact opposite direction from where he should have been looking. Jack sighed inwardly, adding another mental note to his growing list of critiques. He strained to find a silver lining. The official contact window was still 5 minutes out. Protocol dictated this pre-meet time was for surveillance detection, a chance for a competent asset to blend in, casually scan the environment, and ensure he wasn't trailed. Instead of a calm observer committing faces to memory, this guy was practically humming with nervous energy. A green FBI agent fresh from Quantico would have spotted his tells from across the street. To Jack's trained eye, the man was a flashing neon sign, and the main event hadn't even started. "Look at all these bright colors!" the comment delivered in a clear American accent, sliced through the market's din. Jack's focus shifted to the left, where a woman and a young boy stood before a stall overflowing with vibrant fabrics. The woman appeared to be in her late 30s, fit with a runner's build, dressed in practical shorts, a tank top, and sneakers, her chestnut hair piled into a casual bun-the universal uniform of a tourist model. "Which one do you like best?" she asked, her fingers tracing a bolt of emerald green cloth. The boy, around 7 or 8, was clad in similar casual wear, shorts, a superhero t-shirt, and sneakers, topped with a Cincinnati Reds cap perched askew on a mop of brown curls. But here the resemblance ended. While his mother seemed authentically engaged with the market's energy, the boy's attention was elsewhere. He wasn't glued to a phone or tablet either. His small hand held his mother's, but his eyes were locked on the ground. His gaze swept back and forth across the litter-strewn pavement, not with curiosity, but with a strange, intense concentration, as if he were studying something vital and elusive in the grime beneath their feet. "Are you hungry?" the woman asked, letting the shimmering fabric fall from her fingers, much to the vendor's visible disappointment. "How about some ice cream?" Jack fully expected the boy's distant expression to brighten at the offer. Though it had been years since he was that age, Jack understood the child's situation. His own parents had believed in exposing their kids to different cultures, and some of Jack's earliest memories were of trailing through London museums during his father's assignment with British intelligence, hardly a young child's idea of excitement. Yet the promise of ice cream could usually salvage even the dullest afternoon. Judging by the boy's reaction, however, his mother might as well have suggested spending the day examining Renaissance paintings at the Tel Aviv Museum of Art. The boy kept his head lowered, his gaze drifting listlessly across the ground without settling. Crouching to meet his eyes, the woman tried again. "Ice cream, Tommy. Mommy needs an answer." Tommy's head stilled, his attention locked on something near his mother's right shoe. He dug into his back pocket and pulled out a Captain America action figure. Without looking up from whatever speck on the pavement had captivated him, Tommy dipped the figure forward twice in a rough approximation of a nod. "All right, then," the woman said, gently cupping her son's face. "Ice cream it is." She smiled warmly at Tommy for a moment before standing, her fingertips brushing his round cheek. In that instant, Jack recognized the signs. Growing up, he'd had a friend on the autism spectrum. As mother and son melted into the crowd, the boy stuffed Captain America into his back pocket, but not securely enough. A bump from a passerby knocked the toy loose, sending it clattering onto the grimy concrete. Without a second thought, Jack was on his feet, weaving through the crowd toward the fallen figure. Jack had met Aaron in kindergarten. Aaron was high-functioning, so much so that most people wouldn't have noticed anything unusual. But he did have certain rituals, which his practical mother called his quirks. One was a tarnished penny he carried everywhere. In 4th grade, a bully snatched the penny, thinking it would make Aaron cry. The plan backfired. Jack had intervened like a force of nature, leaving the bully in tears instead. Both boys ended up in the principal's office, and, true to form, it was Jack's father who attended the mandatory parent meeting. Jack never learned what was said behind that closed door, but he'd always remembered the conversation on the drive home. "You broke the school's rules, so you're suspended. That's the consequence," his father had said. "But sometimes doing the right thing carries a price, and a good man is willing to pay it." As Jack lifted the action figure from the dirty ground, he didn't just see a little boy with curly hair and a ball cap. He saw Aaron and that penny, coated in greenish corrosion. "Excuse me," Jack said, lightly touching the woman's shoulder. "I believe your son dropped this." The woman turned, her eyes moving from Jack to the Captain America figure in his offered hand. "Oh, thank you so much," she said, accepting the toy with genuine care. "Here you go, sweetheart," she told Tommy, holding out the figure. "We wouldn't want to lose this, would we?" Tommy let go of his mother's hand to take Captain America in both of his. His fingers moved quickly over the toy, conducting a hurried inspection, while his eyes stayed fixed on his shoes. Only after confirming his friend was unharmed did he return the superhero to his back pocket. Still looking down, Tommy whispered 2 words. "Thank you," she breathed out, her voice trembling with emotion as she looked from her son to Jack, her face now glowing with a profound relief. The words began to spill from her, a quiet trickle that swiftly swelled into an overwhelming torrent of gratitude. Jack felt the genuine warmth of her joy, but his attention was already pulled away, laser-focused on a new and immediate danger. A man was closing in from behind her, moving with a predatory intent, a folded blade gleaming in his hand. At such close quarters, a knife in capable hands is far more terrifying than any firearm. This assailant was now barely 3 yards from Tommy's mother. Jack couldn't have explained the precise instinct that told him what the man planned to do with that 6-inch blade. He simply knew. It was a primal recognition, the same way a guard dog senses a wolf approaching the flock, a threat wired into his very being from years spent training with the most lethal individuals on the planet. In the space of a single heartbeat, Jack identified the predator. His duty was clear: protect the flock. He lunged forward, his shoulder brushing the woman aside as he intercepted the knife's thrust just inches from her back. Gripping the attacker's wrist with both hands, Jack used his own formidable frame as a shield between the mother and the blade. He was distantly aware of her stumbling to the pavement and a sharp, burning line opening across his forearm. These sensations felt muted, distant, as if filtered through a thick haze. His entire world had narrowed to a single brutal objective: survive. The silvery steel flickered and reversed direction, a blur aimed for his stomach as the knife man twisted free from the wrist lock. Acting on pure training, Jack offered his other forearm, sacrificing the left this time to deflect the blade from his vitals. Another searing pain, followed by the warm, sticky trickle of blood down his arm. He drove forward, crashing into the attacker, trying to pin the knife arm against the man's torso. Now they were chest to chest in the grim intimacy of close combatta reality far removed from movie scenes. Jack could smell the sour tang of the man's sweat, hear the rasp of his breath, feel the corded muscle beneath his grip. He pressed the pinned arm hard against the attacker's unyielding body, coming face to face with cold, dark eyes set in Asian features. The thought to go for the wrist again flashed and was dismissed. Instead, he kept the knife immobilized and drove his knee upward, targeting the sciatic nerve in the man's leg. In the handful of seconds they'd been entangled, Jack had been subconsciously evaluating his opponent. This man was skilled, potentially even superior. A simple lock wouldn't hold unless he was distracted by pain. Jack hammered 2 rapid strikes into the leg, visualizing the shin bone snapping. But the attacker, with a frustrating resilience, rotated into the blow, taking it on the thick muscle of his thigh with only a sharp hiss. And then Jack understood the move's purpose. While Jack had focused on breaking the leg, the assassin had suddenly transferred the knife from his pinned left hand to his free right. That hand was now a silver streak arcing toward Jack's ribs. Jack threw himself backward, planting his feet and seizing the attacker's left arm with both hands. With a powerful twist of his shoulders, he wrenched the arm across his body in a tight, violent arc, sweeping his back leg through to complete an unorthodox but brutally effective throw. Jack put everything he had into the throw, twisting his shoulders and hips in a powerful sweeping motion. Combined with the attacker's own forward rush, the physics should have been brutal enough to wrench the man's shoulder from its socket and snap his wrist like a twig. The key word there was should. Once again the man moved with impossible agility. Instead of crashing into the block, he nimbly hopped over Jack's leg, pivoting his hips to slit past Jack's own. Rather than resisting the tremendous force Jack was generating, the attacker used it, launching himself like a projectile into the panicked crowd and tearing his arm free from Jack's grip. In the blink of an eye, the man was back on his feet, completely unharmed except for the knife now missing from his hand. Jack saw the original blade glinting on the cobblestones and snatched it up, his fingers closing around the textured polymer grip as he dropped into a defensive stance. He braced for the next assault, but the Asian man was gone. Jack's eyes darted through the fleeing crowd, his mind racing to understand why his opponent would give up the initiative. Then he felt the cold, unmistakable circle of a pistol barrel press into the base of his spine, and all his questions vanished. "Who are you?" "I already told you," Jack replied, trying to adjust his position in the unforgiving chair. It was a pointless effort. For one, the furniture clearly wasn't built for someone of his size. For another, interrogation rooms are famously not designed for comfort. "Tell us again." This time the voice was softer, almost conversational, and Jack felt a strange pull to comply. He'd been repeating his story for over an hour and was desperate to end this chapter of his Israeli misadventure. More importantly, This second questionnaire woman seemed genuinely skeptical that he was behind the attack.
It certainly didn't hurt that she was strikingly attractive. Who needed the classic good cop, bad cop act when one of your interrogators could give a Hollywood starlet serious competition? "My name is John Patrick Ryan, Jr.," Jack said, locking eyes with the woman seated across the scarred metal table.
He aimed his answer solely at her, partly to feed the illusion that her rapport building was working, and partly to irritate her glowering partner. Her feature-souled skin, dark, intelligent eyes, and sun-lightened brown hair were a welcome distraction from the room's depressing off-white cinder blocks and scuffed linoleum floor. Her partner, by contrast, seemed to blend right into the dismal decor. He was built like a fire-plug, with a shaved head showing hints of brown stubble. His mouth was fixed in a perpetual grimace, and he kept flexing his hands as if imagining them wrapped around a throat possibly Jack's. Despite the woman's disarming presence, the man pacing behind her was a walking stereotype of the organization detaining him. Shin Bet, Israel's formidable internal security service. "Why are you in Israel, Jack?" the woman asked again, a friendly smile playing on her lips, as if they were two acquaintances skirting an awkward subject. "How's the family?" "Oh, just wonderful. Sightseeing," Jack said, shifting for what felt like the 100th time. The steel frame was doing its best to numb his entire lower body. "We've covered this." "Indulge me, Jack," the woman said, her smile widening to reveal a pair of dimples. "We're nearly finished." Jack didn't return the smile, but holding back took considerable effort. Jack found himself pondering how many hardened terrorists had been broken by this Shin Bet officer's bright eyes, sunny disposition, and disarming smile. She was attractive in an approachable way, the sort of person you'd want to talk to just to bask in her focused warmth. Despite her brooding, muscular partner looming nearby, Jack's gut told him she was the more dangerous of the two. "I'm finished talking," Jack stated, leaning forward with a defiant posture. "Someone tried to kill an American citizen, and I intervened. A simple thank you would have sufficed. Instead, your partner jammed a gun into my back and let the attacker escape. We've covered this 3 times already. I won't do it a 4th. Either let me go or put me in touch with my embassy. You think being American makes you tough?" the man growled, leaning over her shoulder. "No," Jack replied, his Irish temper simmering. "I'm tough because I am tough. Care to test that theory?" The agent lunged across the table, seizing Jack's collar. "You're in my country now, Jack Ryan," he snarled, tightening his grip into a chokehold. "Your precious Constitution doesn't apply here." "Put up or shut up," Jack shot back, holding the man's gaze. "Your call." The agent's expression darkened, and for a second Jack thought he might actually follow through. Then the woman's voice cut through the tension with a sharp phrase in Hebrew. Her partner barked a reply, but didn't tighten his hold. "Listen to her," Jack said coolly. "She's trying to save you from a mistake." The man's face flushed with anger. He shoved Jack back into the chair, but rather than applying the choke he clearly wanted to, released his grip and stepped away. "You Americans," he spat, brushing off his hands. "Always so arrogant." "Maybe," Jack conceded. "But that woman is alive because of what I did." "Can you say the same?" The male officer took an aggressive step forward, but once again the woman intervened. Though Jack couldn't understand her words, her meaning was clear. Her partner rolled his shoulders, cracked his neck, and headed for the door. "Great chat," Jack called after him. The man paused in the doorway, his dark eyes locking onto Jack's. "Go to the airport," he said flatly. "Get on the first flight out, anywhere else." "Thanks for the travel tip, Sparky," Jack replied. "Now here is one for you get lost." After a final glare, the man stormed out, slamming the door behind him. "You and Dudu certainly made a connection," the woman remarked, her smile returning. "Don't take this personally," Jack said, "but your partner is a complete asshat." She threw her head back and laughed, a genuine, bubbly sound that unexpectedly made Jack smile too. "Sot," she repeated, wiping a tear from her eye. "He'll have to remember that one." "Happy to expand your vocabulary," Jack said. Now, as entertaining as this has been, I'd really like to get back to my vacation." "Of course," she said, waving a dismissive hand. "My country is full of incredible places. Is there anything specific you'd like to see?" "I have a history degree," Jack replied. "There's not much in Israel that doesn't interest me." "In that case," she said, rising to her feet, "perhaps you'd allow a local to give you a proper tour?" She smiled again as she asked, but this time there was a different quality behind her eyes, something sharper, more intriguing. "Do you offer that to everyone you bring in for questioning?" Jack asked. "Oh, Jack," she said, her lips still curved. "This was just a friendly conversation. If you were being interrogated, you'd know it." Her smile didn't reach her eyes. "All right," Jack said, pushing himself up from the chair. "As tempting as that sounds, I'm going to pass. I've had about all the local excitement I can handle for one day." Jack raised his arms, displaying the twin bandages wrapped around his forearms. The knife slashes had been shallow, but Jack knew from hard experience that an assassin's blade was rarely clean. The Shin Bet medics had done a decent patch-up job, yet he intended to stop by a pharmacy on his way back to the rental and give the wounds a proper look himself. "Pity," she said, pushing open the interrogation room door. "If you reconsider, give me a call." She handed Jack a plain card. The name Tal Levy was printed in crisp, dark ink, a 972 number written below. Nothing more. "Appreciate it, Tal," Jack replied. "I'll keep the offer in mind." "Do better than that," Tal said, her tone shifting. "My partner let his temper get the best of him, but his point wasn't wrong. Our countries are friends, but it's still poor form to operate on an ally's turf without a heads-up. ED strongly advise calling that number if you plan to leave your place on Sheffer Street for anywhere besides the airport. ID really hate for more misunderstandings to spoil your visit." A final smile touched her lips, but the earlier flirtatiousness was gone, replaced by something colder. Resolve. Jack turned her words over in his mind as he waited for his server. Like intelligence outposts everywhere, the Shin Bet station had been brought to didn't exactly announce itself. It sat on a quiet, tree-lined avenue not far from the Mediterranean, a bland building nestled between a row of fashionable boutiques and cafes with sidewalk seating. As the afternoon light mellowed, people ambled along the pedestrian walkway, long shadows from the eucalyptus trees dancing across the pavement. Bicycles and motor scooters weaved through traffic as locals finished their workdays, utterly unaware they were passing a branch of their nation's formidable security service. But Jack was aware, and if Tal's implication held weight, the Shin Bet was now aware of him. That changed the game, whether he liked it or not. His gaze fell to the plain cardboard box on the table before him. Following standard procedure, the Shin Bet agents had taken his personal effects when he was detained. A stern-faced guard had returned them in this unmarked box as Jack was leaving. Had kept it sealed while putting some distance between himself and their headquarters. Now, with a moment to breathe, it was time to decide his next move. The waiter approached, and Jack ordered a cappuccino. The man's brow furrowed slightly, and he asked Jack to repeat the order, as if doubting his own comprehension of the English. Jack confirmed, "Yes, a cappuccino." In Italy, ordering such a drink this late would be a minor scandal, but the Israeli server was too polite to comment on the American's apparent lack of coffee culture. Jack had traveled enough to know that outside the U.S., espresso was the only socially acceptable caffeine after mid-morning. Still, the jet lag and the stress of an operation gone awry were settling into his bones, and he craved the comfort of the milky foam. Sometimes leaning into the American stereotype had its uses. Once the waiter left, Jack slid his thumbnail under the tape sealing the box and tipped the contents onto the table. His phone clattered out first. He picked it up, studied it for a moment, then dropped it back into the container. Had been separated from the device for roughly an hour while in custody. That was about 59 minutes too long. The phone was almost certainly compromised. That fact, combined with Tal's thinly veiled warning, narrowed his options considerably. The irony wasn't lost on him. While Jack often worked as a covert operative for the campus, the organization was a private entity, technically operating outside the official umbrella of the American intelligence community. This gray area usually provided flexibility, but right now it just felt like being exposed. Jack Ryan, Jr. was not a CIA officer, nor was he affiliated with any official intelligence agency. He didn't receive a government salary, which meant he wasn't obligated to follow the customary protocol of declaring his presence when operating on Allied territory. Typically, that was the case. This particular assignment, however, was an exception. It was originally meant for Ding Chavez, who had been asked by Peter Belts, the man running a CIA asset validation drill, to serve as an outside observer. Peter didn't know Ding was a campus operative, just like Jack, but he had a strong suspicion that his friend's mysterious departure from the Army meant he'd been quietly shifted into intelligence work. When the campus's operational tempo forced a last-minute change, Ding asked Jack to step in, and Jack was more than willing. For one, Jack held Ding in the highest regard. Having a legend like Ding Chavez endorse his capabilities to a former brother-in-arms carried significant weight. Earning the respect of the campus's senior members was important to Jack, and Ding's trust was a clear sign he was getting there. Secondly, the personal cost of his double life was becoming increasingly apparent. By his age, his father had already met his mother, married her, and welcomed his sister Sally into the family. Jack wasn't having a midlife crisis, but the approach of his 40s felt far more immediate than the memory of his 20s. His mother, Kathy Ryan, never missed a chance to remind him that he was not only single but lacked any serious romantic prospects. Just before this trip to Tel Aviv, he had managed to pleasantly surprise both his parents by bringing a friend to dinner, female friend. Lizanne Robertson, with her Lebanese mother's olive complexion and dark curls and her American father's wit, had also worked for the campus. A career-ending injury from a bullet had cut her operational time short. Now that they weren't co-workers, Jack wondered if there could be something more between them, though it was too soon to say. His parents' strong marriage had always been his benchmark. He'd always assumed he'd settle down and start a family once he found the right partner. Yet the very career he'd dedicated his 20s to building was now the biggest obstacle to that dream. Balancing a white job as a financial analyst at Hendley Associates with his covert work for the campus didn't leave much room for a normal dating life or for finding a future wife. So when Ding offered a fully funded trip to Israel to observe an exercise, Jack seized it. The work for Peter was supposed to take an afternoon at most. Jack planned to spend the rest of the week touring ancient sites and catching waves. There was a unique clarity that came from riding a surfboard, a focus he often sought. He had transitioned from a campus desk job to a full operative by applying the intense analytical focus he inherited from his parents to his goal. He made a plan, worked tirelessly, and nearly a decade later, he had succeeded. He had hoped to use some quiet time in Israel to scrutinize his personal life with the same determination he applied to his work, free from the distractions of the campus, his family, or even Lizanne. But the Asian man with the knife had thoroughly ruined that plan. The asset validation exercise was certainly over, and Jack had no intention of contacting Peter Belts. The Shin Bet likely had Peter's team in their sights already, but Jack wasn't about to make their job any easier. With his official reason for staying in Israel now gone, he was left with the prospect of playing tourist. Yet Tao's warning echoed in his mind, a clear suggestion that further misadventures would be unwelcome. Her meaning was obvious, even if the specifics weren't. Staying meant keeping the Shin Bet officer close, a forced companionship that wasn't entirely unpleasant, but carried its own danger. Jack was self-aware enough to admit that a charming smile could cloud a man's judgment, and Tao was far more than just a charming guide. She worked for one of the world's most formidable intelligence agencies. While Israel and the U.S. were allies, the notion of professional courtesy between spies was often more ideal than practiced. It served Jack's cover better for Tal to assume he was an undeclared intelligence officer rather than a private operative. The discovery of his true affiliation with the campus would erase any pretense of civility. From a purely logical standpoint, the safest move was to leave. There was no mission left here, and the risk of exposing Peter's team or compromising the campus wasn't worth a casual stroll through Tel Aviv. His personal plan to find clarity by the sea would have to wait. Home was the rational choice, or so he believed. As he gathered his passport from the scattered items on the floor, his fingers brushed against something else. The Captain America figure. It must have fallen from Tommy's pocket during the scuffle with the assassin. Jack turned the toy over in his hand. Aside from a few scuffs and a loose leg, it was an ordinary piece of plastic utterly unremarkable. No personalized markings, no hidden clues. It looked like any mass-produced action figure you could grab off a shelf. But Jack knew better. In that moment, he remembered Aaron and his treasured, corroded penny. His friend had known every contour of that coin by feel alone. Tommy would have that same deep personal connection to this toy. To anyone else, it was just a battered doll. To Tommy, every scratch told a story. This Captain America was unique, irreplaceable. Jack set the figure beside his passport. The two objects represented a clear crossroads. One was the path of cold reason, the other a leap of faith. He was a ghost, an operative who survived by staying invisible. Tal had made it abundantly clear he was now anything but invisible. He was compromised. The smart move, the only sensible move, was to call a car, head to the airport, and disappear. He'd done his job for Ding and Peter. Sometimes walking away was the bravest thing you could do. Yet as he looked at the toy resting on the table, it transformed in his mind's eye. It was no longer just plastic. He saw a young boy with curly hair, tears on his cheeks, desperately trying to reclaim what was his from a bully's grip. True character isn't shown by avoiding risk, but by accepting the cost of doing what's right. A slow smile spread across Jack's face. He tossed a few shekels onto the table, then scooped up both his passport and the little plastic hero. His next direct flight back to the States wasn't for another 4 hours. That left plenty of time for a quick detour on the way to the airport. If taking that little side trip annoyed Tal and her partner, well, that was just too bad. In the worst case, Jack figured he'd get another opportunity to chat with an intriguing woman. What was the harm in that? At the Al-Tamf outpost in Syria, the air was thick with more than just desert dust. "Run that by me one more time?" the intelligence officer asked, his voice dripping with skepticism. Carey let out a long, weary sigh, his eyes shifting from the man posing the question to his own commander, Captain Alex Brown, who was seated just behind and to the left. Carey raised his eyebrows, shooting Captain Brown a look that plainly said, "Do I really have to put up with this?" As team leaders went, Brown was one of the sharpest. Unlike some officers who saw Special Forces A-Team command as merely a rung on the ladder, Alex viewed it as the peak of his Kara calling, not a checkpoint. In an unusual twist, Alex had been an Apache helicopter pilot before enduring the brutal selection process to earn the Army's Green Beret. That unconventional path earned him endless jokes from his peers, but also a solid dose of respect from his men. After all, anyone who'd spent more than a day in the infantry knew aviators had it pretty soft at meals, guaranteed crew rest, substantial flight pay, and trading those comforts for a 100-pound ruck, and nights sleeping in the mud wasn't the move of a man angling for a general's star. Men like Alex Brown were exactly why Carey had joined the Green Beret. So, when the captain met Carey's exasperated glance with an understanding nod and a subtle hand gesture to proceed, Carey blew out a frustrated breath and started over. For the 3rd time. "Like I've already said," Carey began, keeping his tone measured, but not bothering to mask his irritation, "Sergeant Mustafa and I observed General Amadi enter the compound at 1300 local. When we pulled off station 3 hours ago, he was still inside. And you're absolutely certain it was him?" pressed the CIA case officer. Carey studied the man standing before him. Instinctively he compared him to Captain Brown and found the agency man lacking. Where Alex carried himself with the grounded confidence of a special operations officer, this guy had a lean frame and compensated with an oversized, condescending attitude. His narrow features seemed permanently fixed in a sneer, and his diction was oddly academic, as if he were lecturing a seminar rather than hunting the nation's enemies. Everything about his posture and questioning felt patronizing. Simply put, Carey didn't like him, and he was pretty sure the feeling was mutual. "What was your name again?" Carey asked, dropping any pretense of politeness. "Bill Jones. Of course it is," Carey replied, a dry edge to his voice. "I guess all the John does were already taken. Look, Bill, here's the thing. I'm a special operations sniper. Most folks think that just means I'm a good shot, and yeah, that's true. But saying that's like saying a NASCAR driver is really good at parallel parking. Shooting is part of the job, but it's not the main event. A sniper's real function is observation, seeing details, remembering details that might seem trivial at the time, but become critical when a pair of MH-60s full of assaulters is 30 seconds out from a target. I'm not trying to be difficult here, Bill, but if I tell you General Farhad Ahmadi walked through those gates, then he damn well did." Carey felt the heat of genuine anger rising from his neck, a familiar warning sign that was promptly underscored by a sharp kick to his shin from Jadge, seated beside him. "All right, perhaps that last remark had been a bit excessive, but he'd be damned if this CIA operator, or whatever clandestine acronym they were hiding behind these days, wasn't expertly needling him." In Carey's book, agency personnel generally sorted into two types: the gritty field operatives and the polished desk jockeys. Judging by this tedious debriefing, the individual currently answering to Bill Jones was firmly planted in the latter camp. "I believe what Sergeant Marks is conveying," Captain Brown interjected smoothly, stepping into the fray just as a good officer should, "is that both he and Sergeant Mustafa had a clear, extended view of the individual and independently verified his identity. Would that sum it up, gentlemen?" The captain's timely intervention earned him another notch of respect in Carey's book. Carey turned back to the agency man, ready to build on his commander's lead, but Jad was already speaking. "Spot on, sir," Jad affirmed, crossing his arms over his broad chest. "And the fact that both our satellite feed and recording gear decided to take a dive right when Ahmadi's convoy showed up only makes our account more credible." "What are you implying?" Bill asked, his features tightening. "Let me lay it out," Jad said, his laid-back Californian drawl a strange contrast to the gravity of the discussion. "For the last 20 years, you agency folks have been using drones to remotely eliminate targets, with what seemed like total freedom. We all know the naive insurgents are long gone. The ones remaining are clever, and I suspect they've finally started to level a playing field that's been tilted in one direction for too long. I checked our radio and the digital recorder the moment we got back to base. They're both functioning perfectly. Yet they both failed at the precise instant a high-value target entered our line of sight. You don't need to be a rocket scientist to connect those dots." "Go on," Bill said, his tone flat. "You sent our team in instead of tasking a drone for a reason," Jad continued. "I'm guessing that reason is linked to the drone's reliability. Either the video feed glitched as it arrived on station over the compound, or the bird lost its satellite navigation fix and had to RTB. Am I warm?" Bill remained silent, but his expression was confirmation enough. "Right," Jad pressed on, taking the silence as agreement. "Now, I'm no drone pilot, but I know my way around the radio frequency spectrum. My theory is someone has developed a way to overload military frequency bands, using a targeted high-energy burst instead of constant jamming. Otherwise, our own signals intelligence gear would have picked up the interference. That would explain our comms going dark, and if the pulse was powerful enough, it could fry the circuitry in our video equipment too. Our recorders are commercial, top-shelf models. They outperform the usual government-issue gear by a mile, but they aren't built to military hardening standard. A concentrated energy pulse of that magnitude could easily bleed from the satellite radio right into any connected peripheral. So the General's vehicle is outfitted with a specialized, high-powered jammer, Carey summarized. Jag was without question the finest spotter he'd ever worked with, and a naturally gifted signals expert. The downside was that when Jag got deep into radio theory, he sometimes forgot not everyone had a doctorate in RF engineering. "Isn't that what I just explained?" Chad asked, a look of sincere puzzlement crossing his face. "Let's stay on track, gentlemen," Alex cut in, her voice firm. "Jad, are you suggesting our local cult leader might also have his hands on this pulse jammer?" "Not exactly," Jad replied with a smile, glad the discussion had circled back to one of his preferred subjects. "I'm just laying out the facts, sir. I leave the wild speculation to folks like Bill." This time it was Carey who gave his teammate's shin a nudge under the table, though his heart wasn't truly in the reprimand. Despite his imposing build and rugged exterior, Jad was one of the most easy-going guys Carey had ever served with. If this agency suit had managed to ruffle the feathers of the nicest man in the entire 5th Special Forces Group, then the man was truly a lost cause. Still, Carey was a master sergeant. He'd been passed over for sergeant major twice now, and the Army, in its own bureaucratic fashion, had made it clear he'd likely reached the peak of his career climb. That reality brought a certain freedom. He wouldn't be retiring with an E9's pension whenever he finally traded in door-kicking for the family maple syrup business back in New Hampshire. But he also didn't have to sweat every offhand comment affecting his promotion prospects anymore. His spotter, however, was a different story. Jad was still a sergeant first class, an E7. He needed that next promotion before retirement, and petty squabbles with interagency partners had a nasty habit of finding their way into a soldier's personnel file. Carey drew a breath, ready to deflect attention with another sharp remark, but once again their team leader stepped in. "Mr. Jones," Alex said, smoothly inserting himself between his men and the CIA officer. "Is there anything else? If not, let's call it. My team has put in a long day, and I'm sure tomorrow will be more of the same." Captain Brown was definitely on his game. Carey, though reluctant to admit it, found the young officer's bluntness refreshing. Maybe Special Operations Command needed to recruit more former Apache pilots into the ranks. Bill glanced from Alex to the two snipers and seemed to suddenly remember his surroundings. Due to the sensitive and urgent nature of their report, Bill had come to the 5th Group compound instead of making the team trek over to the CIA's cluster of buildings. Consequently, this debrief was happening in the team room, a space considered nearly sacred within an ODA's world. This was where gear was maintained and stored, where missions were planned and dissected, and where the team simply gathered to talk and keep each other sane. The mismatched collection of worn tables, rickety chairs, chain-link gear cages, and the photos of fallen teammates watching over a small bar in the corner, it was all hallowed ground. An outsider didn't just waltz into this sanctuary and question the team's integrity or skill. Not without pushback. Bill cleared his throat, and when he spoke again, the condescension was gone from his tone. It wasn't an apology, but it was a shift. "My assets reporting. Conflicts with what your men observed," Bill stated. Carey noted the deliberate use of observed without any qualifying language that might have diluted the statement. Again, not quite an apology, but the temperature in the room was dropping. "Interesting," Alex said. "What exactly did your asset report?" Now it was the agency man's turn to sigh before answering. He reported that the visitor was a local Syrian militia commander paying a courtesy call. Given the cult leader's sway over the community, several tribal figures have been trying to establish a relationship with him. "And how reliable is this asset of yours?" Alex asked. Bill shot the former pilot a look of clear irritation before responding. Despite the new atmosphere of cooperation, Alex had essentially thrown down a gauntlet, questioning the very foundation of the case officer's work. In the intelligence world, an operative's value hinges entirely on the reliability and significance of the information their sources provide. A source caught in a lie becomes a liability, casting a long shadow of doubt over their handler, who failed to catch the deception before passing the intelligence up the chain. This was far more than a simple error. It was a catastrophic breach. Every single piece of information that source had ever supplied would now be scrutinized, each report potentially tainted and likely tossed out. This wasn't the path to promotion within the agency's hallowed halls at Langley. The look on Bill's face said a significant amount of past intelligence was now hanging in the balance. "We've corroborated some of his earlier reports," Bill offered, his tone cautious, "but this inconsistency is too big to overlook. Regardless, if Ahmadi was there, it wasn't for tea. We have to find out his purpose. We need someone on the inside. Maybe we can solve both problems at once," Jad suggested. Carey stared at his spotter, momentarily confused, before the penny dropped. "Absolutely not," Carey stated flatly, his head shaking in firm refusal. "That is not happening." "Think about it," Jad pressed. "You said it yourself. My family connections might be useful here." "You also said I should propose to Jocelyn," Carey retorted, "but you ignore that advice completely." "Why, listen now, gentlemen," Alex interjected. "Could we, for just a second, operate under the assumption that I'm leading this team? What's the idea?" "My spotter's had too much sun today, sir," Carey said dryly. "Must be heat stroke, because his suggestion is insane." "Forgive my colleague, sir," Jad said, speaking over Carey. "He sometimes forgets he's my team sergeant and not my babysitter. I'm a native Arabic speaker who grew up right here. Bill needs to know if his source is lying, and we all want to know why a Quds Force commander is visiting a doomsday cult. I'm just proposing I use my charming personality and language skills to take a little look inside." "I'm on board," Bill said quickly. "Over my dead body," Carey shot back. Alex raised a hand, cutting through the noise. "Let me remind everyone that I'm in charge here. Bill, your name is Bill, right? Jad is my responsibility. I don't risk my men's lives on a poorly conceived notion. Don't misunderstand. We specialize in high-risk operations. That's why we're here. But we do them with precision, not recklessness. So if you want to use one of my men, I hear the plan. But we control the operation from this room. Otherwise, this conversation is over." "Understood?" Bill's face soured as if he'd tasted something foul, but he gave a reluctant nod. "And you," Alex said, turning to Carey. "Enough with the protective routine. Trust my judgment. If we proceed, we do it flawlessly. And yes, you'll be providing overwatch for Jad. Clear?" Carey was silent for a beat, then gave a slow, acknowledging nod. "Yes, sir, clear." "Good," Alex said, refocusing on Bill. "Now, hypothetically, if Sergeant Mustafa were to participate, how would this work?" "My source indicates the important visitor returns tomorrow," Bill replied. "It would be ideal if the sergeant could identify his purpose." That was precisely what Carey had feared. He hated it when his instincts were proven correct. Tel Aviv Israel Jonathan Mills maintained a cordial, smiling demeanor, a stark contrast to the turmoil twisting in his gut. This was it, the critical moment he had been dreading. This was the moment of truth, the culmination of 6 months of meticulous effort. In the world of business, they'd call this the closet thief final handshake or rejection that defines success. For a salesman, it would mean hitting a quota. But Jonathan was no salesman. He was a spy. In his line of work, a failed pitch carried consequences far graver than a missed bonus. It could mean a life often the asset's and sometimes his own, if his judgment proved fatally flawed. While modern espionage among superpowers often operates with a certain cold decorum, the nation Jonathan was currently engaging had never been known for playing by those genteel rules. Their dealings with adversarial intelligence services were notoriously unforgiving. "Your assistance means a great deal," Jonathan said. His smile so forced it made his jaw ache. "It's individuals like us who can help our nations look beyond today's conflicts toward a more stable future. We are patriots, you and I.
The irony, of course, was that the bespectacled, middle-aged man across the table was nobody's idea of a patriot. He was a mid-level manager with a bland suburban life, 3 unexceptional kids, a wife who'd long settled into comfortable frumpiness, and a career that had decisively plateaued. That alone would never have drawn Jonathan's eye. But this man had a secret life, a second act that Jonathan found far more compelling. Behind the mundane exterior was a taste for luxury, and for much younger women, whose expensive desires, like a certain IWC Portofino watch, far exceeded what his salary could sustain, especially after being passed over for a major promotion at his tech startup in favor of some arrogant kid just out of college. Jonathan understood the real fuel here wasn't just lust or greed. It was a deep, simmering rage. Nearing 50, the man had hit that bitter realization that his professional ascent was over. The choicest projects went to others now, and the final insult was losing a promotion to an entitled millennial who expected a massive salary just for deigning to show up. This particular spoiled creature had actually won, leaving Jonathan's target to seethe in silent digital isolation. His social media rants largely ignored by a non-existent following. Welcome to Tel Aviv, the so-called Silicon Valley of the Middle East, where for every startup fairy tale there's a dozen stories of resentment and envy. But even this cocktail of professional jealousy and financial strain wasn't unique enough for Jonathan's purposes. No. What made this mild-mannered manager truly interesting was his one-day-a-week side gig. Like many Israeli professionals, he was an IDF reservist. But he wasn't spending his reserve duty on some dusty base with a standard-issue rifle. His assignment was far, far more specialized. Yoshi Cohen peered over his glasses, taking a slow sip of coffee as his pale eyes assessed the man across the table. Jonathan understood precisely the image he presented, the very picture of a sincere, unthreatening American. With his bright blue eyes, a tousled mop of blonde curls falling across his forehead, and full cheeks that seemed perpetually ready to break into a grin, Jonathan carried an air of earnest simplicity more commonly associated with youth or, as many believed, with his nationality. He was aware this perceived innocence worked to his advantage, putting Yossi at ease and fostering the illusion that the Israeli was the one steering their delicate negotiation. This suited Jonathan perfectly, for the man known by that name was anything but naive. That, however, was a detail Yossi didn't need to trouble himself with. "Explain once more what you intend to do with the material," Yossi requested, his tone flat and his expression unreadable. He might have been commenting on the pleasant Tel Aviv afternoon, given his bored demeanor. Yet his right hand betrayed a different story. Those long, elegant fingers were never still, first rotating his coffee cup on its saucer, then drumming a silent, restless rhythm against the table's edge. Those fingers hinted at stakes far higher than casual conversation. "Absolutely," Jonathan replied, his smile widening warmly. "Our governments are tangled in political gridlock. You and I are going to cut through all that red tape. You provide the software access points, and I'll integrate your system into our existing framework. Then I'll arrange a discreet demonstration for my contact at the Program Executive Office for Weapons. He's assured me that if the system performs as promised, he'll fast-track the import documentation. Within a month or two, the U.S. Army will finalize the purchase they initiated. You'll move more units, Israel gains a committed international partner, and American troops get the defensive technology they require. It's a victory for everyone." Yossi remained silent, his gaze steady. He appeared to be weighing Jonathan's proposal carefully, as if he weren't already mentally converting the potential dollar figures into shekels. As if he hadn't, just the previous evening, browsed an exclusive boutique on Rothschild Boulevard, shopping for his blonde companion from the Florentine neighborhood, a detail not to be confused with the preferences of his brunette acquaintance, who favored the chic streets of Nevetzadeh. For a man juggling several romantic entanglements, mixing up a mistress's taste could lead to significant personal complication.
"This arrangement makes me somewhat uneasy," Yossi finally admitted, "but I am also not one to let procedural delays endanger the safety of our American allies." "A sentiment I deeply respect," Jonathan said, his tone congenial, "and trust me, causing you discomfort is the last thing I want. So let's formalize our understanding. I'll bring you on as a paid consultant. My firm already has an active technology assistance agreement with your agency. We can add your name to the documents this evening. Naturally, we'd provide a fair retainer to keep everything transparent and above board. What would you say to 10,000 per week? Given you've been advising me for the past couple of months, let's start with a lump sum of $100,000 to cover the backlog. Does that work for you?" For the first time, the stony facade cracked. $100,000 was twice the figure they had indirectly referenced during their previous, more cautious discussions. But Jonathan was, after all, supposedly an American businessman, and Americans were famously, perhaps notoriously, generous. "Yes," Yossi said, swallowing slightly to mask his surprise. "Having this properly documented would put my mind at ease." Of course," Jonathan responded, making a dismissive yet friendly gesture. "I'll email the office as soon as I'm at the airport and have my assistant forward a standard agreement to get the ball rolling. That said, I don't want progress halted by paperwork. Let's handle the payment now, and we can finalize the contract this afternoon," Jonathan suggested. "Where should I wire the funds?" Yossi recited an account number, which Jonathan carefully entered into his phone. With a tap, the transaction was sent, and a soft chime from Yossi's device confirmed its arrival. "That settles that," Jonathan remarked. "Now, about those files." Without a word, Yossi produced a thumb drive from his coat and pushed it across the table. "Perfect," Jonathan said, pocketing the device. "My thanks, and the gratitude of the American people. You've helped make our countries more secure." In reality, Yossi had done nothing of the kind, but that detail didn't trouble Jonathan in the slightest. Primarily because the man calling himself Jonathan was no businessman, and he was certainly not a merit. The individual once known as Jonathan Mills slipped into the shadows of a narrow alley, moving deeper into the predominantly Arab neighborhood of Ajami in South Tel Aviv. Men who resembled Jonathan were a rare sight among the residents here, their homes stacked unevenly like a precarious tower. Then again, few men were like Jonathan. To begin with, he was not American, Canadian, or even European in any meaningful sense. Though he spoke with a flawless Midwestern accent, he had never stepped foot in the United States. He inherited his mother's appearance and language, but beneath the fair skin and blonde curls, he was unequivocally his father's son, and his father harbored a deep-seated hatred for Americans, rivaled only by his disdain for Israel. With a quiet sense of purpose, Jonathan approached a door at the alley's end, delivered 2 short knocks followed by 2 longer ones, and slipped inside. In the dimly lit room 2 men waited, pistols aimed directly at him. Jonathan understood the precaution. He had spent a lifetime being mistaken for someone else. From his first day of school, he stood out from his peers, enduring years of taunts, a calculated part of his father's design. A career officer with Iran's Ministry of Intelligence, his father saw in his son a unique opportunity. Now, nearly 3 decades later, that opportunity was within reach, provided these 2 armed fools didn't ruin it first. "Peace be upon you, brothers," Jonathan said, raising his hands to chest level, palms open. "I believe you have something for me." "Who are you?" demanded the nearer man, his narrow face pinched like a rodent's in the gloom. Jonathan took an instant dislike to him. The man looked as though he should be scavenging for crumbs, and his finger rested carelessly on the trigger. Right then, Jonathan resolved that regardless of what happened next, this man's time was running out. "I was instructed to knock 4 times before entering," Jonathan replied, maintaining a calm smile. "I hope I'm the only one with those directions." Though Jonathan's Arabic was perfect, the rat-faced man wrinkled his nose in confusion. Perhaps genuine, as Hamas foot soldiers weren't known for their intellect. "You look American," he accused, stepping closer. "That's rather the idea, you fool," Jonathan said, letting his smile tighten. "What did you call me?" Ratface hissed, now near enough to jab the pistol barrel into Jonathan's chest with each word. The sensation of cold steel pressing against his sternum was far from pleasant, but Jonathan allowed it to happen twice. On the third attempt his hands shot out, clamping the pistol's barrel between them as he twisted sharply up and to the left. A sharp crack echoed the sound of a wrist breaking, followed immediately by the gun's discharge. Unbeknownst to the second man, Jonathan had just done him a courtesy. Being right-handed, Jonathan's instinct was to disarm toward his dominant side, which would have sent the bullet into the man's skull instead of the wall. But Jonathan wasn't a savage. He also needed at least one of these hired hands functional for the next phase. Ratface, however, was another story. Dazed by the muzzle flash and the searing pain in his shattered wrist, Ratface clutched his injury to his chest, leaving himself wide open. Jonathan didn't hesitate, driving his foot hard into the man's groin. As Ratface folded into a groaning heap, Jonathan moved in, pressing the pistol to his temple. His finger began its steady pull on the trigger. "Wait!" The word was a desperate shout, more a beg than a command. That plea is what stopped Jonathan. An order would have been met with a trained, fluid squeeze, leaving both men dead on the floor. But the raw fear in that voice gave him pause. Jonathan trusted his instincts above all else, and right now they told him to hold off. "Why?" Jonathan asked, his finger maintaining lethal pressure, the barrel creating a dent in Ratface's forehead. "He's my brother," the second man blurted. "The man who hired us didn't describe you. He just said to be wary. My brother was being too careful. Please, don't kill him." Jonathan considered this, grinding the pistol harder into Ratface's skin. The explanation made sense. His ordinary American appearance was his best disguise, letting him blend in where others couldn't. These were low-level assets, kept in the dark for security. Yet his gut still warned that Ratface was a problem, and in Jonathan's world, problems were usually terminated. "Please," the brother repeated, as if sensing the debate. Jonathan shifted his gaze. The man was younger, slimmer, with a straightforward look. His hands were raised, his own weapon pointed harmlessly at the ceiling. There was no malice there, only desperate calculation. This was the planner, the one who'd likely spent a lifetime cleaning up his reckless brother's messes. He was risking everything for family. A flicker of something like envy passed through Jonathan. He'd never had someone fight for him like that. With a resigned exhale, Jonathan lowered the gun and stepped back from the whimpering Ratface. "Get me the device," he said, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Now the younger sibling gave a quick nod and practically sprinted to the back room. He returned moments later, clutching a plain, unremarkable box. Reaching into his jacket, the man called Jonathan produced the thumb drive from Yossi and lobbed it to the brother. "Slide that into the port," Jonathan instructed. "Then press the button." The young man complied. For a few seconds nothing occurred. Then a solitary green LED on the box's side illuminated. Almost immediately, the sharp odor of an electrical burn permeated the room as a faint stream of gray smoke began to rise from the device. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry," the brother stammered, holding up the smoldering box like a failed sacrifice. "I did exactly what you told me. And because you did, your brother gets to keep breathing," Jonathan stated, easing backward toward the door, his weapon trained steadily on each man in turn. "For the moment. But if you want that to continue, there's one final task. What is it? Pretend I was never here." With that, Jonathan vanished from the apartment as quietly as the tendrils of smoke curling from the ruined device. The individual using the name Jonathan was, in truth, Darian Morade. While his accent and appearance favored his mother, the blood in his veins was Persian. Right now that ancient lineage was screaming at him to master his temper before he committed an error far more fatal than the one left with the two Palestinian fools in the flat. Even in its calmest moments, the world of spies offered no forgiveness for blunders, and an Iranian intelligence operative working deep inside Israel was about as far from calm as one could get. Ducking into the grimy alley outside the building, Darien realized with a jolt that the Arab's pistol was still tucked into his waistband. Muttering a curse under his breath, he scanned the refuse strewn along the damp, crumbling walls, searching for a solution to his carelessness. Israel, though encircled by adversaries, maintained an almost absurdly strict policy on civilian firearms. Ordinary citizens were flat out forbidden from possessing them. Anyone caught with an illegal weapon became instant fodder for a Shin Bet interrogation room, no matter how charming their demeanor. Darien had to lose this gun. Immediately he stepped over a stagnant puddle, heading for a promising mound of trash bags. Judging by the ripe, unpleasant smells wafting from the pile, it hadn't been collected in ages. Idea. After a last glance to confirm he was alone, Darien pulled the pistol from his pants, removed the magazine, and worked the slide, snatching the gleaming cartridge from the air. He wasn't making the weapon safe out of some soft concern for the local kids who might play here after all. Arabs and Persians were hardly allies, united only by a shared disdain for their Israeli hosts. He suspected that without the common Jewish enemy, groups like Hezbollah and Hamas would be tearing each other apart. No, his reasoning was brutally practical. An accidental gunshot would bring the police running, and the last thing he needed was for one of the many hidden observers behind the alley's curtained windows to report a blonde, blue-eyed American to the authority. This same cold logic was why he'd let the weasel-faced man in the apartment live, instead of delivering the well-deserved punishment the worm had earned. At least, that's the story he clung to. Tucking the bullet into his pocket, he sifted through the garbage until he found a partially open bag. He then field-stripped the pistol, wiped every part clean, and buried the components deep within the mushy, semi-decayed waste. Once the pieces were completely concealed, Darien cleaned the remaining round and dropped it into the bag. He brushed off his hands, trying hard not to dwell on what he'd just been handling. Breathing through his mouth, he secured the ends of the bag and moved toward the pool of light at the alley's entrance. With the confrontation in the apartment now behind him, it was time to refocus. By now the data from the thumb drive would be decrypted and in the hands of his ally. Phase 2 of the operation was imminent, and Darien had a destination. Frankly, what came next felt like a leisurely stroll compared to the tension of the last few hours. For the first time since arriving in Israel, a sense of ease finally settled over him. That feeling evaporated as an Israeli police cruiser rolled past the alley's opening. Unlike many places, police vehicles here kept their light bars constantly active during patrols, a cultural detail his handlers had stressed before his infiltration. So when red and blue strobes began painting writhing shadows across the alley walls, Darien's initial alarm was muted. That calm was short-lived. The sedan halted at the alley's mouth, reversed, and then turned directly toward him. Darien harbored the same deep-seated animosity toward Jews as his compatriots, yet he could still grudgingly admire certain aspects of their culture. A fitting Yiddish saying came to mind now. Man plans and God laughs. Any laughter from him, however, would be the nervous, brittle kind. First he'd dealt with those two Arab brothers who, combined, had the intellect of a dull spoon. Now he had the distinct pleasure of meeting the Israel police. Just fantastic. The car glided to a stop a couple of yards away, the driver flicking on the headlights and pinning Darien against the damp concrete. Suppressing a sigh, Darien plastered on his most convincingly clueless American smile and offered a friendly little wave. Running was pointless, the alley was likely a dead end, and you can't outrun a radio. His best bet was to lean into their assumptions. A lost American tourist, utterly relieved to see the authorities. At least that was the script he hoped would play out. Both doors of the cruiser opened, and two officers emerged, a man and a woman. The woman was petite, maybe 5'2" and slight. The man was larger, but still no physical match for Darien's American build.
had never met his mother's family, but someday he'd like to, if only to thank them for these genetics. The great Satan America might be, but when facing down Israelis, American size and strength had their undeniable advantages. "Howdy," Darien said as they approached, his smile so wide it made his cheeks ache. "Sure am glad to see you folks." The act seemed to land. Israelis were inherently suspicious, and those in law enforcement and intelligence doubly so, for good reason. Yet in this setting, a befuddled American tourist hardly registered as a threat.
He was like a stray puppy that had wandered into the wrong yard. The logical response was just to gently shoo him back on his way with a few stern words. Why bother with serious discipline for a creature that couldn't even comprehend its mistake? "Are you lost?" the male officer asked. His English was capable but accented, and Darien felt a wave of immediate relief wash over him. Israel ran one of the most effective propaganda campaigns ever devised, packaged as the Taglit Birthright Israel program, commonly called the Birthright Trip. It was founded in late 1999 and funded by wealthy Jewish donors and businessmen to bring Jewish American teens to visit the country. The program delivered a double win. For starters, nearly every participant walked away from Israel with a profoundly positive view of the Jewish homeland. Beyond that, a significant number of American teens, after finishing high school, chose to come back, join the IDF, and secure their Israeli citizenship. Running into one of these Americans who had made that permanent move was Darien's greatest concern. With non-Americans, he could lean into the broad American stereotype perfectly. But if he bumped into someone actually raised in the U.S., Darien knew his cover story had its weak spots. Luckily, the Israeli officer's heavy accent initially put Darien at ease. That comfort vanished the moment the woman spoke. "You're American?" she asked. "So am I. What part of the States are you from?" And there it waist-loaded question. Even folks who'd never visited America could usually rattle off 3 states: New York, California, and Texas. To the average outsider, New Yorkers came off as polished and a bit arrogant. Californians were seen as easygoing and cool, while Texans were consistently polite, fiercely patriotic, and generally unthreatening. With that in mind, Darien had carefully crafted a Texas identity. "Texas," Darien replied. "Fort Worth area." "You're kidding," the woman said, her tone shifting. "I'm from Arlington. Which high school did you attend?" Darien had never so much as visited America, let alone Fort Worth. Still, he was a top-tier operative, and good operatives always flesh out their backstories. "James Martin High," Darien said smoothly. "Graduated about 15 years back." "You, Arlington High?" she answered, taking a subtle step forward. "I graduated around the same time. I'm pretty sure our football teams faced off at the state championship that year. Ring any bells?" "Afraid not," Darien said, offering a casual shrug. "Believe it or not, I was never much into football. I know that's basically heresy in Texas, but it's the truth." The woman gave a thin smile, but Darien felt no relief. As they talked, her male partner had quietly moved to a spot just off Darien's right shoulder, while the woman held her position at a sharp angle to his left. Together they formed the base of a triangle with Darien trapped at the apex. This positioning gave the 2 officers multiple tactical advantages, not least of which was providing them with overlapping fields of fire. "What brings you to this alley?" the woman pressed. She was petite, with a slender build and striking features. But she was also Jewish, which meant her sharp mind was already racing, looking for any inconsistency in his story. "Time to switch to offense." "Must have taken a wrong turn," Darien said, feigning confusion. "Is the main park back that way?" He gestured past the male officer's shoulder, and the man instinctively glanced in that direction. It was a reflexive error, one the policeman seemed to recognize even as he turned his head. His instincts clearly screamed that something was wrong. But by then it was too late. Darien's elbow was already in motion, driven by a sharp pivot of his hip, connecting squarely with the officer's temple. While Darien's knowledge of Texas high schools was purely academic, His Marwais training had ensured he mastered a far more practical skill, unarmed combat. In his mind's eye, he visualized the strike driving through the man's skull in a brutal, graphic spread. The actual blow, while not that catastrophic, carried more than enough force to scramble the policeman's senses. As the officer slumped, Darien caught his falling weight and pivoted behind him, using the dazed cop's body as a shield against his partner. The female officer drew her sidearm and racked the slide with impressive speed, but she froze for a critical second, confronted with her partner's lifeless form. Contraire to action movies, firing in a hostage situation is a nerve-wracking decision. One slight miscalculation and the 9mm meant for Darien could end up in her collie. Darien, however, faced no such hesitation. With a single fluid motion, Darien wrenched the pistol from the officer's holster, racking the slide against the man's belt before firing. At this range, it was an impossible shot to miss. The bullet struck the former American woman directly in the torso, sending her crumpling to the ground. Releasing his grip on her partner, Darien let the man slump forward, placing one final round into the back of his skull as he fell. The gunshot echoed like a thunderclap in the tight alleyway, but there was no helping the noise. He still had one last piece of business to attend to anyway. Stepping carefully around the gruesome scene where two people had just been alive, Darien looked down at the female officer. Just as Head guessed, she'd been wearing body armor and it seemed to have worked. She was gasping, clearly in agony, but she was breathing. A real pity. "Please," she managed, her hand trembling upward. Darien fired twice more, and it was done. He might later question his choice to let those Palestinian brothers live, but of this he was certain: the planet was improved, with 2 fewer of their kind walking on it. Pulling out his phone, he dialed. He hoped the more intelligent one would pick up. It rang once, twice, 3 times. On the 4th ring, a voice answered. "Yes. You've got a problem outside your door," Darien said, already melting into the shadows. "Take care of it." He ended the call without a goodbye, confident they would comply. They understood precisely what he could do, and the 2 dead officers would only make that lesson clearer. When the alternative was joining the bodies on the ground, clean-up duty suddenly seemed like a fantastic career move. "Hey there, Handsome Wet's on the agenda." Jack couldn't help but grin, partly because while his life was more eventful than most, he'd never heard a Johnny Cash tune delivered with a Hebrew inflection. But that was only a small part of it. The main reason was the beacon of sunshine with deep dimples grinning at him from behind the wheel of a Corolla. "You use that opener a lot?" Jack asked, walking over from the curb. "First and only time," Tal said, her smile widening. "It would be completely lost on an Israeli man. I had to save it for the right visiting American." Jack leaned against the car door, hit by a wave of scent, coconut and vanilla, a dizzying mix. He didn't know if it was her perfume, her shampoo, or some magical potion, and he didn't care. The interior of the car smelled like paradise. "Are you planning to enter the vehicle?" Tal asked. "Or should I go hunt for a different tourist?" "Getting in," Jack confirmed. "Absolutely getting in," Tal answered with another brilliant smile. Jack seriously considered the notion that he was going insane, but he found himself hurrying toward the passenger side anyway. A sudden, aggressive rev of the engines snapped him from his thoughts just as he passed the front bumper. He flinched, hearing her laughter ring out over the mechanical growl. Yep, definitely losing it. After deciding to search for the woman and Tommy before flying home, Jack had swallowed his pride and called Tal. He was undoubtedly already on Shin Bet's radar, both passively and actively. Given that Israel was encircled by militants who viewed Jewish deaths as a currency, its domestic security operated in a perpetual state of war. Jack harbored no fantasies about slipping their watch. Instead, he'd adopted the old saying, "If you can't escape them, you might as well make them useful." Finding 2 missing Americans would be far simpler with the Agency's vast resources, and if he was being honest, there was the other reason. Intelligence agent or not, Tal was a welcome distraction from what had so far been a spectacularly failed trip. A pretty smile was a dangerous thing to fixate on,
especially when it belonged to a sharp intelligence officer. History, particularly the KGB's notorious track record, showed that many a smart man had been undone by a charming distraction. And let's be honest, most of those men were exactly that men. "This one's a classic," Tal announced, turning up the radio as Jack settled into the passenger seat. The deep, resonant voice of Johnny Cash filled the car, singing about a burning ring. "You're a Cash fan?" Jack asked. "Absolutely," Tal replied, shifting the car into gear and merging into the chaotic flow of traffic with the fearless abandon of a native Israeli driver. "But I save this playlist for company. My usual taste runs more toward red dirt country. You're not from Texas, are you?" "Baltimore, actually," Jack said with an apologetic shrug. "Afraid not." "Ah," Tal sighed, feigning deep disappointment. "My first real American, and he doesn't own a pair of boots. What a letdown." "Does this mean I'm uninvited to dinner?" Jack asked. Tal tore her gaze from the vehicular puzzle to give him a long, measuring look, and Jack felt his heart rate spike. Part of that was due to a sedan cutting them off with a maneuver better suited to a NASCAR oval than a city street. But only a part. The main reason his thoughts were scattering was the focused intensity of her brown eyes, which seemed to be assessing his very soul. He probably should have been insulted. He wasn't. "No," Tal said, turning back to the wheel just in time to swerve lanes, igniting a symphony of angry horns. "I think you'll pass." "So, what prompted the call? I didn't expect to hear from you this quickly." The unspoken part, hanging in the air between them, was that she had been certain he would call eventually. She was likely correct. "Here's the situation," Jack began, pulling the Captain America figure from his pocket. "I need to locate the woman from the market." "Why?" Tal asked, navigating the stop-and-go traffic as if her car had a force field protecting its bumpers. "Her boy dropped this," Jack explained, placing the toy on the dashboard. "He'll be missing it." Tal's eyes flicked from the action figure back to Jack, her expression shifting to a new kind of appraisal. "I thought you said you didn't know her." "I don't," Jack admitted, "but her son reminded me of a friend I had growing up. I get the feeling this toy matters to him in a way a new one just wouldn't. I want to give it back, but I have no idea where they're staying or even her name. Then I remembered I know someone in Shin Bet." "Are you positive you're not a cowboy, Jack Ryan?" Tal teased. "The older I get, the fewer things I'm sure of. But I'm about as metropolitan as it gets." "I suppose you're right," Tal said with another theatrical sigh. "A real cowboy would have tried to flirt with me by now." "Don't get me wrong," Jack laughed. "But what would you know about cowboys?" "More than you'd think," Tal said, her eyes lighting up. "My father was a visiting professor at a university in Montana when I was a girl. He came back obsessed with country music and Western film. That's actually how I learned English." "Who's your favorite, then?" Jack inquired. "A real one?" "Probably George Strait, a movie cowboy." "That's simple John Wayne. A man's got to do what a man's got to do." She dropped her voice into a low, gravelly impression of the Duke's famous cadence, and Jack couldn't help but laugh. "Not bad at all," he said. "Is that a standard skill for Shin Bet officers?" "Jack Ryan, I am one of a kind," Tal stated, her tone turning serious so abruptly it was almost jarring. "Is returning a lost toy truly the only reason you contacted me?" "Not entirely," Jack confessed. "I was also hoping you could recommend a decent restaurant." "Ah, now you're speaking my language. If I adore anything more than cowboys, it's a good meal. First, I'll make a call about your mystery woman. Then, I will take you to a dinner you will remember for a very long time." "Sounds perfect," Jack said. "Just to be clear, cowboys don't eat hummus." "Good thing you're not one, then." Half an hour and several heart-stopping lane changes later, they were settled at a secluded table with a view of the Mediterranean. A gentle sea breeze carried the mingled scents of salt and charcoal grilled food, playfully lifting the sun-streaked strands of Tal's thick curls. Jack assumed she'd immediately pull her hair back with one of those ever-present hair ties, but the Shin Bet officer surprised him. Instead, she turned her face into the wind, closed her eyes,
and took a long, deep breath. "I adore the sea," she murmured. Jack couldn't resist. "I thought you were into cowboys." A smile touched her lips. "I appreciate many things, Jack Ryan. Speaking of which, the food." A waiter had approached as they sat, but Tal dispatched him with a rapid stream of Hebrew before he could utter a word. Jack tried to interject with a request, but she firmly overruled him. As his host, she declared, she would be choosing the meal. His protest was mostly for show, a bit of expected banter. Truthfully, he was easy to please and enjoyed needling her. The waiter returned, presenting the first course with theatrical flair. 6 bowls of hummus, each adorned with fresh olives, arrived alongside a basket of steaming pita bread, followed by wine, beer, and sparkling water. Not a bad beginning. Jack considered feigning annoyance at the hummus starter, but the warm bread smelled irresistible. Tearing a piece, he dipped it generously into the nearest bowl. It was fantastic. "You approve?" Tal asked, her eyes gleaming. "It's great," Jack admitted, already reaching for more. "But let's agree hummus alone doesn't constitute dinner." Tal began to reply, when her phone's sharp ring cut her off. She retrieved it from her purse. "Hello," she answered. Jack could hear a muffled male voice on the line, but understood none of the Hebrew. Tal nodded, twice asked a brief question, then ended the call. "That was headquarters," she said, dropping the phone back. "We have an address for your associate." "That was quick," Jack said, tearing another piece of bread. "We're Shin Bet. Quick is the standard." Jack started to respond, but the words died in his throat. A white streak pierced the blue sky just behind Tal's shoulder. Jack said, standing up. Tal swiveled in her chair, spotted the trail, and let out a low curse. "It's from Gaza." "What's the protocol?" Jack asked. "Now you get a live demonstration of our homegrown tech." "The Iron Dome?" Jack said. Tal gave a single nod. "The system has its limits, mainly cost. Each interceptor runs over $40,000, so the computer only launches if the rocket's path threatens a populated area. Otherwise, we let it fall harmlessly." An air raid siren began to wail, its eerie sound feeling like a relic from an old war film, not modern Tel Aviv. Yet the other diners seemed largely unconcerned. "Not to be dramatic," Jack said, watching the contrail climb, "but shouldn't we be seeking shelter?" "What, and miss the show?" Tal said. Her smile was bright, but to Jack it looked a little forced. A few years ago, everyone would be running. Honestly, the dome's success has made us a bit overconfident. Interceptions are so effective that attacks feel more like inconvenient noise than genuine danger now. When the militants launch their attack, they send the rockets in successive volleys, hoping to overwhelm the defenses. A single rocket isn't usually a cause for alarm. It will be if it lands anywhere close to us, Jack countered. "Just watch and learn, Jack Ryan." The smoke trail climbed to its peak before curving back toward the ground. Jack was no rocket scientist, but even he could see the white streak was aimed directly at their position. "It has to be an optical illusion," Tal said, voicing the very doubt in his mind. "If we were truly in danger, an interceptor would have been launched already." Jack was preparing to argue that caution was the wiser choice, when a fiery streak shot upward from the skyline behind them. "Better late than never," Jack remarked, watching the Tamir interceptor accelerate skyward at well over Mach 2.5. "Relax," Tal said, a hint of unease finally touching her voice. "You're about to witness something incredible." She was correct, though not in the manner she intended. The incoming rocket's contrail did something both astonishing and terrible. It altered its course. "That thing is guided," Jack stated, reaching across the table to seize Tal's hand. "We need to find cover. Now." "There's no need," Tal insisted, shaking her head. "I told you." Jack was finished debating. While Tal gazed upward, he wrapped an arm around her waist and hauled her from her chair. "Hey," Tal protested, struggling. "I said whatever she meant to say was lost." Partly because Jack had hoisted the Shin Bet officer over his shoulder in a rough fireman's carry. But that wasn't the only reason. Even if Tal could have spoken with Jack's shoulder pressing into her diaphragm, he likely wouldn't have heard her over a strange buzzing noise that resembled both tearing paper and an angry cat, the unmistakable sound of a missile in its final descent. Jack chanced to look upward as he hurried toward the scant shelter of a parked car. The sight wasn't reassuring. The white smoke trail was now angled straight at them. The Iron Dome interceptor, meanwhile, seemed to be on a trajectory toward the moon. As the buzzing swelled into a roar, Jack shoved Tal against the vehicle and covered her smaller frame with his own. An instant later, the missile struck. One moment, Jack's face was inches from Tal's fierce brown eyes. The next, they were a tangled heap of limbs. Jack had a fleeting thought about how surprisingly solid her athletic frame felt against him. Then she drove a fist into his solar plexus and skillfully wriggled out from under him as he gasped for air. Jack knew his spirited mother had made his father work to win her over, but even the formidable Kathy Ryan hadn't ever punched her future husband in the gut. Maybe he should take his mom's advice and find a nice, calm girl from his own neighborhood after this. Provided, of course, he managed to leave Israel in one piece. "You're welcome," Jack grunted, pushing himself to his knees. Tal was already on her feet, scanning the scene over the car's hood. "We should be dead," Tal said quietly. "Like I said," Jack replied, standing up. "You're welcome." "Yes, yes," Tal said, brushing off his words with a wave of her slender hand. "You were right about the rocket." But the blast radius was far too small. To reach Tel Aviv from Gaza, they would have used a locally made MiG-75 or an Iranian Far rocket. Those munitions carry warheads with 10 kilograms of high explosives. We should have felt the shockwave from here. Jack stood and turned to assess the damage. He realized Tala had a point. The rocket had hit beside a kiosk selling newspapers and tourist souvenirs about 20 yards away. While the air was filled with a snowstorm of shredded paper and the kiosk's metal frame was bent at a sharp angle, the structure was mostly still standing. More curiously, the two cars parked kitty-corner to the newsstand were completely untouched, their windows not even cracked. Jack observed as a man stumbled from the damaged kiosk and dropped to his knees. Tal rushed forward with Jack close behind, but their assistance proved unnecessary. The man was dazed, possibly concussed, yet showed no visible wounds. It became clear he was kneeling in prayer, not from injury. Under the circumstances, Jack considered, the man's reaction might be the wisest course of action. "Do you spot the rocket?" Jack called out. "Maybe it's a dud." Tal moved cautiously around the small structure, then halted on the opposite side. "Hold on," she said. "I've got it. A fin is visible piercing the roof. Clear the area now." As she spoke, she pulled out her phone and dialed. Jack helped the praying man to his feet, then barked orders at the gathering crowd to move back. To his relief, most complied, retreating across the street to cluster at what he hoped was a safe distance of only 100 feet. He wasn't an expert on rocket warheads, but it seemed prudent. The arrival of 2 police cars brought a wave of relief as officers began establishing a perimeter. Glad to be done with impromptu crowd control, Jack turned to locate Tal, finally spotting her across the street in conversation with another officer. Weaving through the bystanders, Jack started toward her, only to be blocked by a determined policeman. Though Jack had significant size on him, the officer stood his ground, planting a hand on Jack's chest and shoving him backward while speaking rapidly in Hebrew. With an unexploded rocket still embedded nearby, Jack decided arguing was pointless. "Tal!" he shouted over the commotion. "Tal!" She turned at the second call, ending her discussion and stepping toward him. She managed only 2 steps before the world erupted. Once again Jack was entangled with an Israeli, though this companion was decidedly less agreeable, a male officer smelling strongly of old coffee and tobacco. Jack pushed himself out from under the man and scrambled upright. The scene had deteriorated instantly. Given the typical Israeli temperament, Jack expected a torrent of angry Hebrew or a sharp reprimand. Instead, the officer lay unnervingly still. He was dead. A jagged piece of metal about 6 inches long jutted from the center of his back. Jack's training kicked in, automatically checking airway, breathing, pulse, but it was a futile gesture. The man's vacant eyes said everything. The shrapnel had struck with brutal precision between the shoulder blades, severing the spine and tearing through the chest. No medical intervention could remedy that. Turning to assess the devastation, Jack cursed under his breath. Had witnessed violence before, but this was a scene of grotesque efficiency. The street was glazed with blood and littered with debris. The kiosk was now a heap of smoking wreckage. It struck him then that whoever fired this rocket had achieved a grim perfection. Short of hitting a packed theater, they couldn't have found a more devastating target. The fragile aluminum frame shattered into countless jagged, feather-light fragments, propelled outward by the blast like confetti in a hurricane. Jack's gaze darted over the twisted wreckage until it landed on a spill of sun-bleached brown hair against the pavement. He dashed across the road, skidding to his knees beside the downed Shin Bet agent, a fresh curse on his lips. The dark crimson matting her hair indicated Tal had been squarely within the explosion's lethal radius. Bracing himself, Jack carefully rolled her onto her back, where unseen force had driven shrapnel deep into the policeman's torso. That same violent energy appeared to have swept the deadly fragments away from Tal. Her face was streaked with blood, though most of it, he quickly realized, wasn't hers. His searching hands found only a few shallow lacerations from glass and debris. "Tal, can you hear me?" he urged. The agent's eyelids trembled, and a low groan escaped her, followed by a faint murmur in Hebrew. "Tal," Jack repeated, gently stroking her cheek. Her eyes blinked open, then she jerked violently. Jack was prepared this time, deflecting her instinctive strike before her trained fingers could find a target. Waking up next to this woman would be a uniquely hazardous experience. "Tal," he said firmly, holding her face. "It's Jack." Her dazed eyes focused on his, and Jack suddenly reconsidered his prior assessment. Maybe this wasn't the worst way a morning could begin. "Shock," Tal drawled, elongating his name. She wasn't slurring, but the concussive blast had clearly scrambled her senses. Explosive shock waves were deceptive. Their damaging force multiplied dramatically near the epicenter, often causing internal trauma invisible without advanced scan. "I'm right here," Jack said, shifting to cradle her head in his lap. "Stay with me." "Everything aches," Tal mumbled, her eyes drifting shut. No, Jack said, giving her cheek a light tap. "You need to stay awake. You've probably got a concussion." Sirens wailed from all directions as emergency crews descended, personnel leaping from vehicles before they fully halted. Through grim necessity, Israel had honed its response to mass casualty events to a precise science. The flood of medics in white uniforms eased a fraction of the guilt Jack felt for focusing on Tal while other injured lay nearby. Beyond the feel of her in his arms and the faint scent of coconut on her skin, the real risk was her slipping into unconsciousness. He had to keep her talking until the professionals took over. "Jack," Tal said again, her voice clearer. "Right here," he answered, checking her pupil reaction under his hand. "They contracted properly." "A good sign, don't get me wrong," Tal murmured, a flicker of her usual spirit returning. "But you are a truly terrible dinner date." From his sheltered position across the street, Darien observed the chaotic scene. There was a certain irony in being close enough to get nicked by flying glass, but he'd managed the risk as well as possible, selecting a cafe with sturdy concrete barriers and a heavy limestone awning. Yet no fortification could compensate for a rocket's flawed guidance system. It didn't matter. The operational window was infinitesimally small, the tightest timeline he'd ever navigated in his considerable career. A sudden sharp memory flashed of a similar close call years prior in a crowded Barcelona market, a reminder that survival often hinged on inches and instinct. Before Darien's higher-ups greenlit the next stage, they demanded absolute certainty that the payoff would justify the steep cost. Verification of the software's performance fell to Darien himself. His observation post, however, ended up being far more exciting than planned. True to form, the rocket veered wildly off course. The technical team back in Tehran had guaranteed the impact would be no closer than 275 yards from his position. This was amusing, considering the projectile slammed into a market stall a mere 27 yards away. Thankfully, while Darien had agreed to General Ahmadi's request to film the Iron Dome interceptor's path from directly below the projected intercept zone, he had insisted on a delayed detonator. This bit of foresight gave him just enough time to dive behind a concrete barrier before the explosion. The same could not be said for the civilians who had rushed to aid the dazed vendor. Yet the rocket's damage was a secondary concern. The true prize, the reason for his risky proximity, was the 4-second clip captured on his phone. Locating the file, he uploaded it to a specific YouTube channel, where it joined several other videos. This channel, however, had one critical subscriber the others lacked. Rising, Darien blended into the crowd, fleeing the bloody scene and the screams. As he moved with the flow, his phone buzzed. He opened a secure messaging app, entered his code, and found a single word waiting. "Proceed." A smile touched his lips as he put the phone away. The main event was now underway. Al Tan Fatbat Zwaria, Surfer. This is Reaper 7. Carey said, his voice low. "If you're receiving, scratch your ear." Through his scope he watched as Jad, 1,000 meters away, obliged by scratching his right ear. Then, fingers concealed by his thick curls, Jad subtly transformed the gesture into a very specific one-fingered signal. "I believe he's got us," came a voice. It was Doug Crumb, the team medic, and hearing him so close instead of Jad put a knot in Carey's stomach. It wasn't anything Cremdog had said. The quick-talking medic from Ohio was the best in the business. The unease came from the simple, wrong fact of his presence. Jad was the one who should have been there, not deep inside a compound full of apocalyptic fanatics alongside a CIA informant of highly questionable reliability. Other than that, everything was just peachy. "He'll be all right, you'll see," Carey only grunted in response. The fact that Doug was offering reassurance instead of giving him grief about last season's football game spoke volumes. If the unshakable Crumdog was concerned, this entire plan was probably a spectacular mistake. But the window for doubts had slammed shut hours ago. Jad was in the thick of it now. "All elements, Reaper 7, Carey transmitted. Surfer is cruise, I say again, cruise." Operational radio traffic was a delicate balance. Lengthy exchanges could distract operators from the immediate threat. To minimize chatter, they used brevity codecimal, themed words to convey status. For this mission, the theme was a nod to Carey's favorite movie stars, a small personal touch in a very impersonal landscape. The code word cruise signaled Jad's arrival inside the compound. The team's next awaited brevity was Reeves, confirming he'd cleared the security checkpoint. Conversely, Kidman was the single word everyone dreaded. It meant the mission had catastrophically failed. Hearing Captain Alex Brown's voice echo cruise over the net did wonders to ease the tension coiling in Carey's gut. By the book, the team leader should have been right beside him on this overlook, watching Jad ride shotgun in that beat-up Toyota. But Alex, demonstrating exactly why he commanded this Special Forces A-team, understood the delicate human equation at play. He recognized that Jad's solo infiltration, while tactically sound, strained the tight-knit trust binding the 12 men together. So instead of issuing orders, Alex had approached his team sergeant with a simple question. "How can I best support this op?" After a moment's consideration, Carey had been honest. The rear security post was ideal. From there, Alex could manage communications with their external support and act as a buffer between the men in the field and the commanders lounging in a climate-controlled operations center miles away. Alex had agreed without hesitation. Now his steady voice was a tangible reminder that Jad wasn't truly alone. Less than a kilometer back, Alex was overseeing the entire team, leveraging every unique capability a special operations element brought to the fight.
As Al-Qaeda and the Taliban had discovered after 9/11, an A-team packed a serious punch. Reaper 7, Reaper 14. Surfer's vehicle is stopping on the roadside. 14, this is 7.
Copy that. We anticipated this. Stay sharp. Carey issued his instructions with the composed, businesslike radio demeanor he'd honed over a career. Soldiers take their cue from their leaders, and nothing rattles a unit faster than a commander losing his cool on the net. Internally, however, Carey was far from calm. Bill, that utterly clueless CIA officer who'd saddled them with this mission, had sworn to Alex that compound security would be a non-issue for Jad. His source claimed the cultists were running a major construction project on the southeast side. To keep supplies flowing, they'd been hiring locals to truck in materials bags of Fast City cement, cinder blocks, lumber, the usual gear. The source had been making a daily run for a week, each time with a different laborer. Jad would pose as today's hired hand, covertly photographing the site and scoping out the cult's activity. With any luck, General Amadi might even make an appearance. But even if the Quds Force commanders stayed hidden, Jad should be able to uncover what these fanatics were plotting. Simple or so it had seemed during the briefing 8 hours ago, the stale coffee and focused planning now a distant memory. Now watching 2 armed men with AK-47s gesture for Jad to exit the truck. Nothing about this felt straightforward. Reaper 7, 14, Surfer is out of the vehicle. Both military-aged males are focused entirely on him. Reaper 7 copies all, Carey responded, his voice steady. I designate the ma'am in the blue shirt as Sierra 1. His partner is Sierra 2. Confirm. Reaper 14 has Sierra 1. Reaper 11 has Sierra 2. Reaper 7, Roger. Remember, Surfer's duress signal is hands interlaced on top of his head. You see that you engage your designated target. Otherwise, I control all fires. Surfer knows what he's doing. He's got this. A series of calm lodgers answered his transmission. Cool and collected, that was the entire game, even as Carey's own fingers twitched with the phantom feel of his Barrett sniper rifle stock. The waiting was always the hardest part. He never questioned the skills of the other 2 snipers on the team, not for a second. But Jad was his spotter, and it grated on him that he wasn't the one with crosshairs centered on the skull of either man threatening his friend. This, however, was the weight of being team sergeant, not just another shooter in the staff. Everything's going to be fine. Everything's going to be fine. Doug murmured the words, a quiet, rhythmic chant like a whispered prayer. For God's sake, Crumdog, Carey said, tweaking the focus on his variable power scope. You're tying my gut in knots. Cut it out. Sorry, boss, Doug replied. It's Jad down there. It's damn Jad. Carey opened his mouth to fire back, but the sharp retort dissolved before it left his tongue. Through the crisp clarity of his Horus reticle, he watched Sierra 1 seize Jad by the collar, barking at him in rapid Arabic. Simultaneously, Sierra 2 leveled his AK-47 at the asset and gestured sharply for him to step out of the truck. Like every Green Beret, Carey had endured 26 weeks of language training after the qualification course, a skill vital for his new life. Assigned to 5th Special Forces Group, he'd studied Arabic. He wasn't fluent, but listening through John's concealed. Mike, he caught enough to understand the guards were furious about something. That was bad. Worse was how close Sierra 1's fingers were to the listening device hidden in Jod's shirt. Surfer's hands remain free, Carey stated, his voice steady. He has not given the duress signal. I say again, no duress signal. All shooters, weapons hold. Acknowledge. Reaper. 14, Roger. Reaper 11, Roger. Their swift replies were reassuring, but Carey wasn't naive. The psychological screening for Green Berets prized independent thought and action, essential for operators who worked far from any command post. But that self-reliance had a downside. Carey knew without a doubt that if either shooter believed the situation was unraveling, he would take the shot. He'd do the exact same thing in their position. Reaper 7. This is Reaper 6, over. Go for 7, Carey answered. Roger, 7. Our interpreter is providing a live translation. Those 2 idiots are livid about the lumber quality delivered yesterday. A whole batch of boards were warped. The interpreter thinks this is just a haggling tactic over. Copy that, 6, Carey said, a hard edge in his voice. It better be. If the asset blew this because he tried to pocket extra cash by selling these fanatics rotten wood, I will personally hold Bill, or Bob, or whatever his name is, accountable. Understood, 7. Alex came back, and since Bill is standing right beside me, I believe he's getting the message loud and clear. A faint smile touched Carey's lips at his team leader's words, and some of the coiled tension in his shoulders eased. On the screen, the aggressive postures and heated shouts had softened into something resembling ordinary marketplace bargaining, rather than a prelude to violence. After a final volley of heated words, both Jad and the asset were permitted back into the truck and waved toward the construction site. Gary let out a long, ragged breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. Next to him, Dow's whispered mantra finally fell silent. The radio remained alive as the rest of the team, spread across various observation posts, tracked Judd's slow progress through the compound. While the rocky outcrop he and Doug occupied offered a decent vantage of the interior, the sightlines weren't perfect. At several points, structures blocked the truck, forcing Carey to piece together Judd's location from the terse updates called in by his teammates. Then the call he'd been waiting for cut through the static. Suffer as Garner. Jennifer Garner, I repeat. Carey confirmed the transmission with 2 quick clicks of his radio, his hands busy splitting the monitor display to pull up a second video feed. This one was streaming from a discrete button camera pinned to Judd's collar. For the past 48 hours, the cult had kept the work site hidden under a cluster of heavy-duty tents. Bill, their CIA liaison, was convinced this wasn't about sun protection for the laborers, and for once Carey was inclined to agree. Fanatics they might be, but fools they were not. Those canvas walls were almost certainly shielding something from aerial surveillance, be it satellites overhead or drones circling nearby. Jad was now moving in to confirm that suspicion. Carey watched as the grainy, static-laced feed stabilized, the signal being cleaned and amplified by the Reaper 11 drone's onboard system. The image clarified, revealing a pattern of neat, rectangular depressions stamped into the earth, each one framed by wooden boards. The camera jittered, panning across a methodical grid that covered an area the size of a football field, every pit spaced at a uniform distance from the next. They were too shallow for structural foundations, but Carey, having poured more than his share of concrete on the family farm, recognized a preliminary formwork setup. "What in the world are those things?" Doug asked, jabbing a finger at the screen. "Your guess is as good as mine," Carey replied, a knot of tension forming in his stomach. "But something tells me we won't have to wonder for long." Tel Aviv, Isaiah Eldarian, examined his reflection, assessing the final product of his metamorphosis. His genial smile was the only trace of Jonathan Mills left in the room. The mop of blonde curls was gone, along with the bright blue eyes and even a couple of inches in stature. Jonathan had joined the long list of discarded personas from Darian's extensive career. The wig, the colored contacts, and the custom elevator shoes were already knotted up in a plastic bag at his feet. More crucially, the laid-back artistic demeanor that sold the character was now locked away in a remote corner of his operational mind. The man in the mirror was someone else entirely. Where Jonathan's flamboyant hair demanded attention, this new head of hair, a practical, muddy brown, parted with clinical exactness, seemed to deflect it. Paired with dark eyes and a tailored outfit of premium linen trousers and an open-collared shirt, the impression was one of understated, expensive efficiency. It was the uniform of a serious professional, but not a lawyer or a doctor. A venture capitalist. Darian studied the figure, not as himself, but as a carefully crafted illusion for the world to see. The confident, successful man looking back certainly fit the bill almost. Something intangible was still lacking. A weight, a presence. A man wealthy and driven enough to cross oceans scouting for the next big investment needed to look like he'd earned every cent. His gaze fell on an open case on the bathroom counter. Selecting a small bottle, he unscrewed the cap, dabbed the liquid onto a fine brush, and with a painter's care worked it through the hair at his temples and sideburns. A few strokes later, he checked the mirror again and gave a slight, satisfied nod. The subtle streaks of gray delivered the perfect message. The man before him was still vigorous, but his apparent success was built on late nights and hard-won battles. The salt and pepper hints whispered of resilience, of having outlasted and outperformed jealous rivals. In essence, he was now a man strikingly similar to the formidable woman he was about to meet. He flexed his hands open and closed, trying to disperse the restless energy still humming in his veins, a leftover thrill from the morning's hectic transit through the bustling Carmel Marketat, sudden, crowded detour that had tested his new composure. Contrary to the thrilling tales of spy fiction, the daily reality of an intelligence operative was overwhelmingly mundane. While dramatic encounters with high-strung informants did occur, they were rare interruptions in a life defined by patient observation and careful routine. The truly violent acts, the so-called wet work, were even more uncommon. A skilled agent moved through the crowds of the world unseen, an utterly forgettable face in a sea of strangers. A corpse, however, was impossible to ignore. Darien was no stranger to sanctioned eliminations, but those were events of absolute last resort, followed by the team's immediate and silent extraction long before the target was discovered. That was the standard procedure. This mission, however, was breaking every rule, and in Darien's world, deviation from the plan was a precursor to disaster. An old saying among pilots claimed there were bold aviators and old aviators, but no old bold aviators. For spies, that wisdom was etched in blood. Yet here he stood, preparing to dive back into the lion's den ferry nation, where he'd recently been forced to disable an informant, eliminate 2 security officers, and survive a missile strike that shook the ground beneath his feet. Every one of those adrenaline-fueled moments had happened in Israel, his country's most formidable and relentless foe, a state whose entire defense doctrine was built on preemptive action, striking hard first and dealing with the consequences afterward. Was the final objective truly worth gambling everything? Darien inhaled slowly, exhaled, and met his own eyes in the mirror. He already knew. This was the chance he had trained for his entire life. Even if success meant he could never set foot outside Iran again, the price would be paid gladly. With a single decisive blow, he would cripple Israel's sense of security and simultaneously shatter America's aura of untouchable technological superiority. This was the very reason he had pledged himself to the ministry. Succeed, and he would return not just an agent, but a national icon, if he had the stomach to see it through. And that was the real test. Was his resolve absolute? His father had drilled the answer into him since childhood. This was his destiny. He was a unique instrument, forged with his mother's American appearance and language, and his father's Iranian spirit and fortitude. This blend was a weapon, allowing him to operate in shadows where others dared not go. Now he held the key to achieving what decades of political speeches and religious decrees had only promised. All those fiery vows to erase Israel from the map had been just noise until now. Where vast armies and failed regimes had stumbled, Darien could correct the historical injustice imposed on the region. Success would transform Quds Day from a day of hollow ritual into one of genuine, jubilant celebration. He would turn a nation's longing into triumph and forge a new axis of power to permanently counter the United States and its obedient allies. The moment had arrived. Giving a final, determined nod to his reflection, Darien sealed the cosmetic case. He was prepared. Jack entered the spacious lobby of the Hilton Tel Aviv and stopped, momentarily captivated by the vista despite his usual preferences. With a passport more stamped than most people's grocery lists, Jack had experienced countless foreign cities and opulent accommodation. He had long since adopted a policy of avoiding tourist traps, choosing instead to immerse himself in local neighborhoods. Hotels were a rarity for him, and when necessary, he deliberately selected establishments far from the well-trodden paths of Western visitors. This glittering Hilton, with its soaring ceilings and panoramic windows, represented everything he typically avoided. Since its grand opening in 1965, the hotel had been built with the international visitor as its primary focus, offering convenient proximity to Hilton Beach, regular shuttle service to Ben Gurion Airport, a staff fluent in polished English, daily excursions to Israel's remarkable sites, and dining options blending Western and Mediterranean flavors. It had earned a reputation as a comprehensive haven for travelers who valued a guided experience. It was, in short, an ideal choice for an American mother traveling with a child who had special needs. Despite the hotel's excellent standing and its premier location overlooking the Mediterranean from a coveted spot on Hilton Beach, Jack had arrived in Tel Aviv with about as much desire to step inside as he had to visit the McDonald's a couple miles down the road. This wasn't a matter of culinary snobbery. Jack firmly believed in adapting to local customs when traveling. Holding that principle, he was fully prepared to dislike the place the instant he walked through the doors. He was mistaken. The lobby was stunning. The entire area was crafted to frame the panoramic vista visible through the towering windows that formed the distant wall. The brilliant blue of the Mediterranean glittered temptingly beyond the glass, and Jack felt a familiar, sharp longing for the sensation of a surfboard beneath him as he floated on the warm swells. To his left stood the traditional reception counters, with a concierge station positioned to his right. Yet, unlike the often ostentatious and disconnected ambiance of many luxury hotels, the Hilton's entrance hall made no attempt to compete with the call of the sea just beyond. Jack was no architecture critic, but even he could perceive the magic in this space. It was as if the designers were conveying a clear message. Tel Aviv's true treasure lay outside those steel doors, so any time spent indoors should be comfortable but brief. Jack found himself agreeing wholeheartedly. Shaking off his momentary absorption, Jack surveyed the front desk and concierge, considering his next move. After his attempt to follow Tal to the hospital was firmly rebuffed by her partner, who made it abundantly clear Jack was not welcome, he had chosen to avoid a direct confrontation with the Shin Bet operative. Instead, he resolved to locate Tommy and his mother independently, arriving at the hotel on little more than a gut feeling. Getting inside the mind of a subject was a skill every competent intelligence officer cultivated. He didn't know their specific lodging, which normally wouldn't pose an issue. A quick call to Gavin Beery, the campus's resident tech wizard, would unveil every detail about the mysterious woman in a matter of minutes, making it simple to pinpoint her hotel. But Jack was reluctant to utilize the campus's usual resources. Tal had been brutally frank about the scrutiny Jack's presence in Israel was attracting. His phone was compromised, and while he hadn't identified a physical tail, he had to assume he was under some form of surveillance, electronic or otherwise. Let's be real. The local agencies weren't known for their delicate touch. Unlike their more restrained Western equivalents, Israel's top intelligence bodies, Shin Bet and Mossad, operated in a perpetual state of alert, countering daily plots aimed at harming Israeli citizens. As Israeli officials tirelessly reminded the global community, theirs was a nation encircled by adversaries. Here threats weren't distant concepts or projects launched from across an ocean. Terrorist cells organized, schemed, and attempted to carry out attacks from territories like the West Bank or Gaza Strip, often frighteningly close to their intended targets. Given this relentless reality, the agencies tasked with safeguarding Israel and its people didn't waste time on procedural pleasantries. They played an unforgiving game, and they played to win. Jack was convinced his cover was blown, which meant every call and message was likely being intercepted.
He had no desire to give Tal's team at Shin Bet more ammunition by contacting Gavin directly. For now the campus had to vanish from his operational playbook. But Jack was far from defenseless. His training under elite operatives and his time working alongside living legends had prepared him for exactly this kind of isolation.
It was time to rely on that foundation. After a brief pause to collect his thoughts, he made his way to the concierge desk. The attendant was a lean, athletic man, whose tailored suit suggested the hotel's high standards. He offered a polite smile as Jack approached. "How may I assist you?" he asked in impeccable English. "I hope you can," Jack replied, reaching into his pocket. "Your English is remarkable, by the way. Did you spend time in the States?" "No, sir," the concierge answered, his smile widening slightly. "My mother taught English. My sister and I were her captive audience at home, for better or worse." Jack chuckled. "I know the feeling. My dad was a history professor. While other kids debated baseball stats at dinner, we were arguing about Napoleon's tactics. Listen, I could use a hand." He placed the Captain America action figure on the polished desk. "I bumped into an American woman and her son at the market earlier. Brown hair, about 5'5", slim build, maybe in her 30s. The boy is around 7 or 8, wore a baseball cap and shorts. He dropped this. I'd really like to get it back to him." As Jack spoke, the concierge's friendly demeanor cooled, his mouth setting into a firm line. "I'm sorry, sir," he stated, "but hotel policy prohibits discussing our guests. I'm sure you understand." "Absolutely, and I apologize for not being clearer," Jack said, his tone shifting to one of earnest concern. "The boy has special needs, likely on the autism spectrum. I grew up with a friend who saw the world similar. This toy might look insignificant, but for him it could be a crucial comfort object. I'm not asking for details. I don't even need to know if they're here. I just want you to pass it along if the opportunity arises. I'd be glad to compensate you for the effort." Jack laid a $20 bill beside the figure. The concierge studied both for a long moment, then clasped his hands behind his back, stepping away from the desk. "As I mentioned," he repeated, "we cannot discuss guests. However, I did see a woman and a young boy heading toward the beach just a moment ago. If you hurry, you might still find them." "Toda," Jack said, scooping up the money and the toy. "I owe you one." "Not at all, sir." With a nod, Jack moved toward the lobby's far doors. Once again, Ding's advice proved right. A genuine human connection often outmaneuvered the most advanced surveillance. Stepping from the air-conditioned lobby onto the beach, Jack immediately questioned his choice to follow Tal's strict instructions. A warm, salty wind, carrying scents of charcoal and the distant sea, greeted him. The surf crashed against pale sand just a short walk away. He crossed a paved trail shared by cyclists and runners, sidestepping a pair of joggers and a woman on roller skates, wearing a very brief outfit. Fighting off the heavy pull of jet lag, Jack had discovered this same path on his first morning, following it from the ancient port of Jaffa all the way north to the modern Tel Aviv marina. The contrast between the historic and the new, much like his current situation, was not lost on him. The coastal path was a marvel of thoughtful design, weaving its way past sun-drenched beaches dotted with lively night spots, eateries, sand volleyball games, coffee shops, and upscale retail store. At regular intervals, sturdy exercise stations rose from the shore, their steel frames heavily painted against the relentless salt spray. Yet today Jack's focus wasn't captured by the sun, bathers, the leisurely strollers, or even the rhythmic sigh of the waves. His gaze locked onto a woman and a small child standing in the shallow surf off to his right. He had located them. The impulse to call out faded quickly. With the mix of overlapping conversations in numerous languages and the constant sea breeze, his voice would likely get lost. More importantly, he wasn't sure how she would receive him. Their last encounter had concluded with Jack locked in a brutal struggle with a foreign operative. Even if he had been acting as her protector then, his sudden reappearance now would probably be at the very least a jarring surprise. Better to simply walk over, return the forgotten toy, say a quiet goodbye, and then make his way back to Ben Gurion Airport for a flight to well anywhere. For a moment he let his thoughts wander to that very question. After the relentless operational tempo of recent years, he had a staggering amount of accrued leave. The notion of actually using it, of spending days on a surfboard instead of in surveillance vans, had become a persistent daydream. Why fly back west? He was already on this side of the globe. Perhaps he should point himself south or southeast. South Africa had always intrigued him, or maybe the coasts of Australia or New Zealand. Jack stopped walking, tilting his face up to feel the sun's warmth on his closed eyelids, drawing in a deep breath of the briny air. It was funny, really. His father now lived a life encased in security, working from the world's most fortified office. But there was an earlier time, long before the glare of political life, when Jack Ryan Sr. could blend into a crowd, his work as a CIA analyst known only to a handful. During that era, Junior recalled a week-long hike on the Appalachian Trail with his dad. They had chosen a segment that twisted through the mountains near Dahlonega, Georgia, not far from where the Army's Rangers learned their mountaineering skills. On their third day, the forest canopy opened up to reveal a stunning, unbroken view of the valley below. Jack, then about 15 and walking ahead, had reached the overlook first, had pointed out the vista to his father before trudging onward, his pack straps digging into his broadening shoulders as he leaned into the steep climb. It was only after another 50 yards that he realized he was hiking alone. Doubling back, he found his father standing perfectly still, utterly absorbed by the landscape. Sensing the gravity of the moment, Jack moved quietly to stand beside him. After a long pause, Senior's strong arms settled around his son's shoulders. "The older I get, the more I appreciate the sheer majesty of what God has made," his father said, his eyes never leaving the horizon. "Don't misunderstand, ye've always loved the outdoor. But places like this, they speak to something deep inside a person. We were built to feel wonder, Jack. But you have to be willing to stop and really look for it." At 15, the full weight of those words had escaped him. By 30, their meaning had begun to crystallize. Whether it was building a family or simply floating in the ocean swell, life had to offer more than just kicking indoors and pursuing threats. His dad had been trying to tell him, all those years ago on that mountainside, that any job, no matter how vital, is ultimately just a tool for living. Jack was starting to believe he had become far too fixated on the tool, and in the process had neglected the life it was meant to build. That, he decided with a newfound clarity, was going to change. He needed an anchor, something beyond the mission, perhaps even someone waiting for him at the end of a long flight home. Jack opened his eyes, a brief smile touching his lips before it vanished. He had begun to bridge the gap between his work and his personal world, but the equilibrium was still a distant hope. About 50 yards down the beach, a mother and her son played in the gentle wave. Yet the memory being forged for that little boy was about to be shattered. Nothing like the peaceful recollection Jack had just revisited. Moving with a predator's focus, the Asian man closed in on them, and now he was armed. Detecting a hidden firearm was a subtle craft, much like concealing one. To the casual observers enjoying the Tel Aviv shoreline, the man's purpose wasn't obvious. But Jack was far from casual. True, the man approaching the woman and child lacked the grin of the sunbathers, but a stern expression wasn't illegal. His clothing also stood out. While others wore swimsuits or workout gear, he was dressed in a short-sleeved button-up, cargo pants, and sturdy boots attire more suited for the boardwalk than the sand. Still, that alone wasn't conclusive. The ocean breeze whipped along the coast, swirling past lifeguard towers and beachside stalls, snatching at loose papers and napkins from distracted visitors. But the true giveaway was something else entirely, his walk. Specifically, the way he carried a rolled-up windbreaker in his left hand. Instead of swinging naturally with his stride, the jacket remained unnaturally still, held tight against his thigh. It was concealing a weapon. For the second time that day, Jack's hand instinctively missed the familiar weight of his Glock 43. Head entered Israel without it, as this trip was unofficial. Ironically, the Asian man seemed utterly unconcerned with local gun laws. Some people just have no respect for the rules, Jack thought wryly. Even as he promised himself to never be unarmed again, his mind raced through possibilities. A public assassination was more typical of a fanatic than a profession. Only a fool or someone backed into a corner would try to kill in front of dozens of witnesses. Jack didn't know the man's mindset, but their earlier encounter proved he was neither clumsy nor reckless. Their fight had been brutally one-sided. Jack's survival owed more to the element of surprise than to his own prowess. Had the Shin Bet agents not arrived, the outcome would have been grim, likely fatal. This assassin was meticulous, not some chaotic thug who sprayed bullets wildly. He was precise, surgical, and since had vanished after the authorities appeared, he clearly wasn't seeking martyrdom. Therefore, if he intended to kill the mother here in daylight, his method would be equally calculated. The pistol would be small, possibly disguised, and certainly silenced, requiring low-caliber, subsonic rounds. But such stealth came with a major drawback: severely limited effective range. The gunman would need to get dangerously close, almost point-blank, to ensure a kill. With roughly 30 yards still between the assassin and his targets, Jack had a window. But it was closing fast. Jack was a man who believed in direct action. A flying tackle followed by a bare-knuckle brawl was usually his style. But this time he forced himself to think. That Asian assassin had already shown he was deadly in a fight. Going at him empty-handed would be suicide. It was smarter to be clever, not just tough. The problem was a packed beach in Israel didn't offer many weapons. Jack's eyes swept the crowd. In a place where terror attacks were almost routine, surely someone else here had to be armed. Maybe he could find an ally. But a scan of the boardwalk revealed no visible security. Any undercover officers with hidden guns were useless to him now. By the time he spotted them, it would be far too late for Tommy. Stopping this was still on him. But how? Time was slipping away. The assassin had closed the distance to less than 20 yards. Desperate, Jack's gaze raked the sand once more, and then he saw it. Karma, maybe. Off to his right, a stack of vibrantly colored surfboards leaned against a weathered wooden shack like some bizarre garden display. Most were too long, but jutting from the bottom was a dark laminated skimboard. Perfect. He snatched it up and broke into a sprint toward the killer. A furious shout followed him. The rental owner had seen the theft, but Jack would worry about that later. If there was a later. He was coming up fast, just behind and to the left of the Asian man, who was still focused on his targets. Jack drove his knees high, leaning into the run, his mind flashing to his high school football days. He pictured the assassin as an oblivious receiver he was about to flatten. Then the world upended, and he was eating sand. A pair of muscular arms had tackled him hard. Rolling free, Jack found himself staring up at a furious, bare-chested young guy, the surf shop owner, apparently very serious about theft prevention. The kid was maybe 20, tanned, with messy brown hair falling into his eyes, and he was livid. Sympathy wasn't an option. Jack ducked a wild swing and struck the kid's throat with the webbing of his hand, pulling the punch to stun, not injure. The kid's angry Hebrew cut off as he clutched his neck, coughing. "Sorry," Jack said, already rolling to his feet. "I need this. It'll bring it back." He grabbed the sandy skimboard and whirled back toward the killer, his gut twisted. The Asian man was now barely 10 feet from the woman point-blank range. Tommy seemed to sense the danger, turning from the surf to stare, wide-eyed, at the looming stranger. The assassin ignored the boy completely, his left arm extending toward the kneeling mother's head. It was happening now, and Jack was too far away. So he improvised. He put 2 fingers to his lips and let loose an ear-splitting, shrill whistle, the kind that could wake the dead. For good measure, he roared, "Hey!" at the top of his lungs. Ding always said he'd rather be lucky than good, a saying Jack never fully understood until this moment. Like nearly everyone else on the beach, the Asian man's head snapped reflexively toward the sound. The result was a perfect strike, the skimboard connecting squarely with the assassin's face as if guided by fate. Jack almost wanted to stop and admire the flawless arc of the throw, a once-in-a-lifetime shot that rivaled the precision of a major league pitcher. From 20 feet away, the sickening crunch of breaking bone was unmistakable. It was a moment worthy of celebration, but Jack had no time for self-congratulation. He was already in motion, his body becoming a projectile aimed at the staggering man. He remembered his father's old saying, a piece of advice that felt painfully relevant. If you're going to do something foolish, you'd better be unbreakable. Jack led with his elbows, the human battering ram calling with his target. The impact sent a violent shudder up his forearms, tearing his stitches and making his fingers go numb. By all rights, the force of that bone-jarring hit should have ended the fight right there. Yet somehow, the assassin blood masking his features, eyes streaming, had sensed the attack coming. At the last possible instant, he twisted his torso, turning a direct hit into a painful scrape that sent him stumbling backward toward the churning water. Jack recovered his footing, ready to drive his heel into the man's chest, but the assassin was quicker. A hand emerged from the surf, clutching a pistol. Jack dove sideways as the gun fired, the bullet whipping past his ear. He landed hard beside the skimboard, snatched it up, and thrust it like a spear toward the man's shattered nose. The assassin swatted the board aside, and his pistol barked again. Wood splintered as a round tore through it, peppering Jack's cheek with sharp, stinging fragments. The gun had to go, now. Jack threw himself forward, pinning the assassin against the wet sand with the lacquered board. Bullets punched through the wood in bursts of splinters as Jack maneuvered on its slick surface. He spun, driving a knee into the man's ribs while seizing the gun hand with both of his own, slamming the wrist down against the beach. For the first time, Jack had the upper hand. The assassin writhed beneath him, but Jack's weight kept the other arm trapped. The ocean, an unpredictable ally, became a weapon. Waves crashed over them, the salt spray burning Jack's eyes. But the foaming water was far worse for the man beneath him. Each breaker submerged the assassin's head, robbing him of breath and breaking his concentration. It's hard to fight when you're drowning. Jack shifted, locking the armed forearm into a crude figure 4. It wasn't pretty Nobujitsu referee would have approved, but it worked. He was alive, and he was in control. Yet his opponent was no novice. Twice he bridged with explosive hip power, trying to roll Jack off while curling his arm inward to sap the lock's levering. Though smaller, the man possessed a gymnast's fierce core strength, bucking with the fury of a wild horse. On the solid surface, he might have succeeded. But here the sodden sand swallowed his efforts, dissipating his energy. Jack pressed down harder, his chest against the wet board, using the very environment to his advantage. The fight had shifted from brute force to a grim, sodden battle of attrition on the unstable shore. Jack's size and strength were finally becoming an advantage. The skimboard pressed the assassin's entire upper body into the sand, its edge digging painfully into the man's chest. Another gunshot roared, the muzzle flashed blindingly close and leaving Jack's ears ringing. Yet even the searing heat of the blast across his face couldn't break his focus. He clung to the gunman's arm like a bulldog, leveraging his weight to lock down the elbow and wrist. His opponent possessed a shocking, wiry strength, and Jack gritted his teeth, straining to peel the arm away from the man's body. Adjusting his stance on the board, Jack drove his knee upward toward the assassin's head. The man blocked with his free arm, but Jack's kneecap still slammed into his temple with a solid thud. The gunman's grip faltered for just an instant. It was all Jack needed. Heaving with his entire back and core, Jack torqued the arm violently upward. A sickening, muffled pop signaled the wrist breaking. "All mine now, you bastard," Jack growled as the pistol thudded into the wet sand. That victory lasted about 2 seconds. A mechanical roar like a chainsaw ripping through the air erupted from behind him. Jack turned his head and froze, his brain struggling to process the sight. A wall of black was hurtling toward the shore. It wasn't a wall, it was a boat. A rigid-hulled inflatable, a Zodiac, was skipping across the wave-tops directly at him. There was no time to move. The boat's hard rubber bows smashed into his ribs. The world became a violent blur of sky and churning water as he was thrown backward, landing with a breath-stealing crash on the wet sand. Gasping, he pushed himself up onto his knees just as a second wall of spray, driven by the screaming outboard motor, drenched him. He wiped the stinging salt water from his eyes in time to see the Zodiac racing back out to sea, bouncing over the swells. The stretch of beach where the assassin had been was now just empty, foaming surf. On the bright side, for the moment, nobody was shooting at him. It was a pathetic consolation prize, but he'd take it. "Who are you?" Jack turned to find Tommy's mother standing there, her arms wrapped protectively around her son. Her face was pale, etched with fear and confusion. "I was just about to ask you the same thing," Jack replied, his voice rough. Darien had never been so grateful for a vibrating phone. "My apologies," he said, offering his companion a practiced, regretful smile. "I really must take this." Of course, the man replied with a dismissive wave. "Perhaps we continue this later." "Absolutely," Darien said, already extracting the phone from his pocket. "Ciao." The insufferable French researcher had latched onto him at the cocktail line, clinging like a barnacle for what felt like an eternity. Posing as a venture capitalist, Darien was accustomed to enduring the pompous monologues of self-important academics, each convinced they held the key to the next revolution. A little arrogance was even useful as spy's bread and butter was the overconfidence of others. But this man was in a league of his own. After the third not-so-subtle hint about rival funds beating Darien to the punch, Darien had been fantasizing about shoving the man's canop plate into his face. The phone was a divine intervention. "Hello," he answered, his smile genuine now as he slipped away from the bustling ballroom in search of quiet. The Israeli hosts had certainly rolled out the red carpet for this conference, making the long trip to Tel Aviv worthwhile for the American attendees, sparing no expense on the venue or the champagne. The Hilton Tel Aviv knew how to host an unforgettable event. A voice on the phone cut through the celebratory noise, sending a familiar chill through Darien. "We have a problem." That tone instantly transported him back to a weekend in Vienna, a memory composed more of a hotel room's intimate confines than the city's sights. The warmth of that recollection was quickly smothered by the cold meaning of the words. "Explain," Darien commanded. Their conversation flowed in English, a deliberate choice. Both men were multilingual, but this wasn't for convenience. It was a calculated move to get lost in the noise. "The IDF's Unit 8200, Israel's formidable signals intelligence arm, constantly sifted through electronic chatter. Like its American counterpart, it possessed staggering capabilities, but its human analysts could only process so much. Threat languages, Arabic, Farsa naturally took priority. English chatter was lower on the list, a vast sea of data where a single conversation could hide. Darien wasn't trying to become invisible. He just aimed to be a less interesting blip on the radar, a dull fish in a school of brighter, more tempting targets. "We are not the only interested party," the voice stated. Darien forced another polite smile as he processed this. 2 scientists from India were vying for his attention across the room. They lacked the aggressive bluster of the French researcher, but shared the same relentless drive. With an apologetic gesture toward his phone, Darien turned his back on them, seeking refuge in a quiet nook near the restrooms. "Another recruitment pitch?" he asked, his worst fear bubbling up. He'd successfully lured his asset to Israel, but a prize this valuable was bound to attract other hunters. "No," the voice replied, its tone grim. "The new party seems intent on taking our player out of the game altogether." Darien's mouth went dry. This was a violent, unwelcome twist. He'd have preferred a venue in the EU where porous borders made clandestine work easier, but operating in Israel had one supreme advantage. Sheer audacity was required for kinetic action here. You had to be either brilliantly reckless or burning with a very personal vendetta. Our friend survived the encounter. She did, but she's no longer coming to the party. Darien weighed the implications, his gaze drifting across the bustling foyer. There, the pompous French scientist was already cornering another venture capitalist, undoubtedly overselling his research with theatrical flair. The man was insufferable, yet Darien knew he'd leave Tel Aviv with new funding. It was a recurring lesson. Success rarely favored the merely brilliant or polite. It was seized by those ruthless enough to do what others wouldn't. People like him. Then provide our guest with a personal invitation, Darien said, his voice low and firm as he watched the Frenchman pocket a business card. Make it clear, her attendance is now mandatory. Elsewhere, under a different sun, Jack tried again. That ice cream looks pretty good, buddy. The little boy, focused entirely on his treat, offered no reply. He offered a chubby thumbs up with his left hand while his right nudged the softening scoop of chocolate gelato around the plastic dish. You're really good with him. Jack shrugged, his gaze moving from the boy to his mother. I knew someone like him when I was a kid. Like him how? The woman asked, her tone cooling noticeably. Hey, no offense meant, Jack said, raising his hands in a placating gesture. I just saw how he held on to that Captain America figure, and it took me back. There was a boy in my class who was the same way about a single penny. To the rest of us, it was just a coin. But to him it meant the world, the woman finished, her voice softening. I'm sorry. It's been an insane day. Don't worry about it. I'm just happy Captain America made it back to his post. Hearing the hero's name, the boy tightened his grip on the toy as if confirming its safe return. At the moment, the miniature Avenger was standing guard over the melting ice cream. Tommy hadn't let the figure leave his hand since Jack had returned it. Who are you? The woman asked, twisting the cap off her water bottle. Normal life had resumed on the beach almost as soon as the Zodiac boat carrying the gunman had vanished. A few people had noticed the commotion, but no one was close enough to hear the muffled gunshot. The boat's sudden arrival had caused some alarm, but there were no explosions, no terrorists spraying bullets into the crowd. By local standards, it barely registered as an event. Someone had muttered about calling the authorities, but the woman had politely declined all assistance, except from Jack. Head suggested they move to one of the open-air cafes lining the shore, and Shed agreed. Jack suspected his American accent played a part, along with the simple fact that when the stranger who's saved your life twists nor offer you ice cream, you accept. Now they sat beneath a canopy, watching waves wash over the same stretch of sand that just half an hour before had been a stage for a desperate fight. The setting sun turned the Mediterranean into a sheet of hammered bronze, while the cafes and bars along the beach began to glow with gentle light. Surreal didn't begin to describe what Jack was feeling. Jack Ryan. Sounds like a superhero's name, the woman remarked. Jack grinned. With the Irish in me, it's practically a requirement. She smiled back, and once again Jack was struck by how that simple act changed her entire face. Her green eyes were arresting on their own, but the rest of her features were pleasant, if unremarkable, until she smiled. I'm Becca Schweigart, and this is my son, Tommy. Say hello to Jack, Tommy. The boy gave no sign of hearing, but Captain America dipped forward slightly in Tommy's pudgy grasp. Pleasure to meet you, Tommy, Jack said warmly. Then he turned back to Becca, his expression turning more serious. You're a popular lady. Any thoughts on why someone would try to kill you 2 times in one day? Becca's smile faded. Why does it matter to you? I'm not the type to just stand by and watch, Jack said, gesturing to his bandaged forearms. You don't owe me a thing. Tell me to go and I'm gone. But the people after you seem both committed and well-funded. That's a dangerous mix. Are you with the FBI? Becca asked. Nope, Jack replied. Just a guy trying to help. But I know some people who might be useful. Why don't you start by telling me who you are and why you're here? We can work out the rest from there. Becca studied him in silence for a long moment, her green eyes searching his. Then she gave a slow, deliberate nod. "I don't know why, but I feel like I can trust you," she said, leaning back in her chair. A soft breeze carried the scent of salt and grilling food from a nearby restaurant, a stark contrast to the tension of the afternoon. "The truth is, I have no idea why anyone wants me dead." "I really don't," Jack insisted. "But you've spoken with the FBI?" Jack pressed, circling back to the earlier point. "Yes, well, look who it is. My favorite American cowboy." Jack turned to find Tal, Dudu, and a group of rugged men who looked anything but pleased. The sharp, briny scent of the ocean washed into the car, a stark contrast to the tension in the air. Leaning back, Jack shut his eyes and took a slow breath, mentally retracing how everything had spiraled so far out of control. Seeing Tal on her feet had been a genuine relief, but the dynamic between them had shifted unmistakably. Her opening line carried that familiar teasing edge, but it faded almost instantly. Or rather, Tal, as the one speaking, didn't last. Before Jack could get a word out, Dudu had stepped squarely between them. His message was brutally clear. Jack's time in Israel was over. He was going to the airport one way or another. A single glance at Dudu's companions erased any doubt that this was a bluff. These men were built like compact, solid pillars. Jack had never worked directly with Israeli personnel before, but if he had to guess, these newcomers were borrowed from the legendary Saret Matkal, an elite commando unit whose reputation rivaled that of America's own Delta Force. Though no weapons were visible, Jack recognized seasoned fighters when he saw them. Their untucked shirts suggested ready access to Jericho pistols. Becca lacked Jack's tactical background, but her instincts were sharp. She recognized danger when it stood before her. Shifting her gaze from the Israeli team to Jack, she asked quietly, "What happens now?" "Whatever they tell us," Jack had replied. And their instructions were simple. Stand up slowly and proceed to the two vehicles waiting on Hyarkon Street. Jack tried to catch Tal's eye, but Dudu wasn't having it. He separated Jack from Becca and Tommy. Tal walked with the mother and son while the rest of the team guided Jack in the same direction. At the curb, Tal and two commandos ushered Becca into the lead car, while Jack, Dudu, and the others filled the second. Tal hesitated for a second before getting in, her eyes meeting Jack's over the car's roof. All she offered was a faint, regretful smile before disappearing inside. That was 5 minutes ago, and until now the drive had been utterly silent. Maybe it was time to break that silence. "Why are you doing this?" Jack finally asked. "You have only yourself to blame," Dudu stated flatly. "We gave you the opportunity to do the right thing. You declined." "Your definition of the right thing is pretty interesting," Jack said, leaning forward. "I saved that American woman's life, twice. Which is more than I can say for the famous Shin Bet or Sayeret." The driver began to turn in his seat, but Dudu stopped him with a sharp burst of Hebrew. The man looked ready to argue, but held his tongue. The glare he shot Jack, however, said everything. Jack had struck a nerve. "Fine," Dudu said, his tone turning blunt. "You want plain talk. Let's have it. You are a CIA operative working undeclared in my country." "Yes. You saved her life, but I find it very hard to believe it's a coincidence that you just happened to be nearby each time an assassin came for her. Either you and your team are using her as bait, or you're simply incompetent. Both possibilities are disgraceful." Jack didn't bother with a reply. Dudu was convinced he was CIA, and while that wasn't technically true, it was close enough for government work, as the saying goes. In fact, the smartest move Jack could make for both the campus and the actual CIA team he was supporting was to let Dudu cling to his mistaken assumption. The asset validation mission was over. With any luck, the CIA officers were already in the wind. As much as it grated on him to admit it, Dudu and his team were far better equipped to protect Becca and Tommy than Jack could ever be. This was their turf, and they faced terrorist threats daily. No, the best thing Jack could do now was keep quiet and board a plane heading west. And yet, A stubborn part of him rebelled against the neat, quiet exit. Jack kept his eyes locked on Dudu. "Do you have any idea why she's a target?" he pressed. "That's not your business," Dudu shot back, swiveling to face him directly. "2 attempts on her life have happened here on my watch. This is now a blue and white affair. Do you understand what that entails?" "Perfectly," Jack replied as the motorcade veered left, leaving the coastline behind for a corridor of apartment blocks and cafes. "But from my perspective, it's been your affair from the start. And frankly, the results so far haven't been impressive." The lead vehicle's brake lights flared red through the glass as both cars slowed. Tel Aviv traffic was its own special breed of chaos, a dense, honking tapestry of vehicles. Yet seeing the opposing lanes still flowing freely offered a sliver of hope that this was just a routine snarl. "You Americans," Dudu began, shaking his head with a weary sigh. Always so certain that Jack stopped listening, letting the officer's words dissolve into background noise. It wasn't that he dismissed the point. He was self-aware enough to recognize the American tendency to swagger into global issues, but that introspection would have to wait. His focus snapped to the opposite lanes, which had now also ground to a halt. That wasn't normal. A split second later, the shriek of tortured brakes and the groan of crumpling metal answered his unspoken alarm. The impact slammed him forward, wrenching his neck. While minor collisions were commonplace on Israel's packed roads, this carried a distinctly violent intent. Glancing back, Jack saw 3 masked figures spilling from a van, weapons in hand. "Contact! Rear!" Jack yelled. The men fanned out with practiced ease, assuming firing positions at sharp angles to the cart, 2 on Jack's side, 1 opposite the driver. Part of Jack's mind raced for an exit strategy from this rapidly closing trap, while another part coldly admired their tactical precision. Their overwatch positions were textbook, ensuring complete coverage while avoiding crossfire. These weren't amateurs. Dudu barked something in Hebrew that was undoubtedly profane, but in the moment it took him to reach for his sidearm, 2 gunmen had already closed on the front door. Once again Jack found himself staring into the dark eye of a rifle barrel. "Hands on the dashboard, now!" The order came in accented English. Jack's immediate concern wasn't the speaker's origin, but the 2 Israelis beside him. For now caution prevailed. Both men slowly extended their arms, palms flat on the dash. The gunman covering Jack gestured upward with his muzzle, and Jack complied, pressing his hands against the car's roof. This was telling. The ambush was flawlessly executed. If the goal was simply elimination, they'd all be dead already. They wanted a prisoner. Jack had a sinking feeling he knew who. A sudden flurry of movement at the lead car confirmed it. 2 more shooters secured the driver and passenger there, their weapons carefully oriented. But the team there numbered 4, and now Jack saw why. A masked figure wrenched open the rear passenger door, reached in and yanked Becca out by her hair. Another seized Tommy. "Son of a bitch," Jack growled, his fists striking the roof in frustration. The entire operation, this meticulous, violent ballet, had just one objective, a snatch, and they had succeeded. Jack could only watch, helpless, as the masked men forced the other 2 into their vehicle. A surge of raw frustration boiled over. "Damn it," he growled, slamming his fist against the car's roof. The sudden motion drew the attention of the gunmen stationed outside his window. The man moved with unnerving quiet, closing half the gap between them in an instant. A sharp, metallic click signaled his weapon was now live. The sound seemed to amplify Jack's fury. "Damn it, damn it, damn it," he shouted, each curse punctuated by another blow to the metal above him. In response, the attacker stepped right up to the window, thrusting the rifle's barrel inside until the cold muzzle pressed against Jack's temple. It's funny how the human mind works, isn't it? Logically, this guy knew his bullet would have found its mark from 20 feet back, but there's a primal, almost theatrical need to dominate, to get right in someone's face, to prove a point. So he leaned in, handing Jack an opening he hadn't expected to get. Time seemed to stretch. Jack quickly calculated the odds. If this were a trained partner in the front seat, the move would be obvious. But he was rolling the dice with a stranger. He shifted his gaze a fraction, locking eyes with Dudu. The shin bed officer's face was a calm mask, utterly unreadable. Then Dudu gave a single, deliberate wink. That was all the confirmation Jack needed. In one fluid motion, he slapped the rifle upward, pinning the barrel hard against the roof. The weapon fired, a deafening 3-round burst that tore through the metal and filled the car with a concussive roar that rattled his teeth. Ignoring the ringing in his ears, Jack seized the weapon's grip with both hands and wrenched it sideways, trying to rip it free. In a training scenario, that might have worked. But reality had other plans. The rifle discharged again, this burst spider wabbing the windshield just behind the driver's head. Things were decidedly not going according to plan. More gunfire erupted from the front seat. Dudu was no longer beside him. He was leaning over the driver, firing his pistol out the window at the second attacker. Jack couldn't spare a thought for whether Dudu's shots were hitting their target. His entire world had narrowed to the black rifle fighting against his grip. He tried shifting his hold for better leverage, but it was useless. The gunman had the advantage of height and stance, able to put his full weight into the struggle while Jack was trapped in his seat. Time for a new approach. Jack heaved the rifle to the left while twisting it violently, hoping to spin it from the man's grasp. The gunman countered, pulling back and down. Jack felt the textured grip slipping through his fingers, so he let go. Instead, he coiled his body and drove his shoulder into the car door, throwing it open with all his strength. The heavy door became a steel ram, crashing into the crouching man's knees and face. The impact broke his balance and knocked the rifle askew. Jack exploded from the car, colliding with the staggered shooter. He pinned the rifle between their bodies as they grappled. While the man fought to free the weapon, Jack threw 2 hard punches. The first skidded off the gunman's jaw, sending a jolt of numbness up Jack's arm. The second, a tight cross, landed perfectly on the bridge of the nose. He felt the distinct crunch of cartilage giving way, followed instantly by a crimson bloom that soaked through the fabric of the mask. Gotcha! Jack lunged for the rifle, but the sling tangled his attempt. Changing course, he wrenched the pistol from the stunned man's drop holster, jammed the barrel into the gunman's chest, and fired 3 rapid shots. The shooter collapsed onto the asphalt. 1 threat eliminated. 3 remained. As Jack rose, pistol held high and ready, he saw the Shin Bet officer and his commando driver had been busy. The shooter on Dudu's side was down, but the one who had been covering the Sayeret Matgal commando was wounded in the shoulder, still standing. The man was stumbling toward the second van across the street, while 2 of his allies laid down a hail of cover and fire. Jack ducked behind the car's rear wheel well as a storm of bullets hammered the vehicle. To his right he heard the sharper, measured reports of the Israelis returning fire with their handgun. Their shots were deliberate, mindful of the gridlocked traffic and the high risk of hitting bystanders. An automatic rifle, of course, held every advantage over a pistol at this range. Yet the Israelis weren't just hiding. They were holding their ground, though wisely not charging into the open kill zone. Jack understood. To leave cover now was a death sentence, but to do nothing meant Becca would be gone. That was not an option. Leaning past the bumper, Jack tuned out the whine of rounds snapping past his head. He braced his right arm against the car's frame, steadying his aim. His pistol skills, honed under former Secret Service instructor Chris Albanese, were about to be tested. Finding his front sight, Jack aligned the notch on the gunman's legs. Hitting a moving target was tough. Hitting one at 40 yards was a nightmare. Hitting a moving target at 40 yards in the legs bordered on fantasy. But Jack had to try. His world shrank to his sights and the slow, steady pressure on the trigger. He ignored the rifle fire, the impacts on the car, the ricochets skipping off the pavement. After the shot broke, he fought the instinct to look, keeping his focus on the sights as Chris had drilled into him. Only after the second shot did he check. The gunman was down on the concrete, 20 yards from the Vana distance that might as well have been miles. He wasn't going anywhere. Jack had a prisoner. The two providing cover fire seemed to agree. In a chilling, synchronized move, they turned their weapons on their wounded comrade and fired into his still form. The body jerked under the barrage and then was still. Without a backward glance, the remaining gunmen scrambled into their van and sped away. Jack was right back where he began empty-handed. Good shooting. Dudu said the words like they were pulled from him, but he said them. It was a start. The praise, however, did nothing to ease the bitter frustration coiling in Jack's gut. Maybe, Jack replied, crouched beside the lifeless gunman, but he's just as dead. Jack had torn off the mask, revealing a Caucasian face that told him nothing. It was expected, yet endlessly frustrating. A sudden vivid memory flashed of Chris Albanese on the range, shrugging after a difficult drill and saying, "Sometimes the only prize is not being the one in the dirt." The dark humor of that moment felt bitterly apt now. "We're alive," Dudu stated. "That's something." Jack gave a curt nod. "Yep, Beck and Tommy were in a bad spot, and everyone knew it." Dudu gave Jack's shoulder a firm squeeze. "Israel isn't a big place," he said, his voice low and steady. "There's a reason groups like this fear our security services. They won't make it far." Jack met his gaze, not backing down. "Look, I mean no disrespect, but from where I'm standing, this crew seems to be running circles around you and your entire team." A shadow crossed Dudu's face at the comment, but it was cut short by a sharp, panicked yell in Hebrew. The Shin Bet officer spun toward the lead vehicle, barking a question. The commando stationed there fired back a rapid, incomprehensible reply. Jack didn't need a translator this time. The grim set of Dudu's jaw told him everything. He followed as Dudu broke into a sprint, a cold dread settling in his stomach. Dudu reached the car first, roughly pushing the soldier aside. He dropped to a crouch, peering through the driver's side window. For a long second, he was perfectly still. Then he shot to his feet and slammed his fist against the roof with a force that left a dent in the metal. The sound was a hollow final punch. Jack moved past him, bracing himself before he looked inside. He immediately wished he hadn't. The driver was gone, a sight that was horrific enough on its own. But it was Tal who stole the air from his lungs. She was slumped across the front seat, a devastating wound obscuring her feature. Just hours before, he'd been caught by the warmth in her brown eyes, idly imagining a different meeting in some quiet cafe, instead of a sterile interrogation room. That possibility was now erased forever. Her Jericho pistol rested on the seat, just inches from her slack fingers. Acting on an impulse he didn't fully examine, Jack opened the door. He leaned past the driver, his movements careful, and retrieved the weapon. Then, with a deliberate gentleness, he pressed the polymer grip back into Tal's hand, closing her fingers around it. "What are you doing?" Dudu's voice was tight. "I've got Irish blood," Jack said, turning to face him. "There's an old tradition warriors should die with their weapon in hand. She earned that much." Dudu's eyes blazed, and for a heartbeat, Jack thought, the man might throw a punch. Instead, the Israeli gave a slow, solemn nod. "And what do the Irish do to the people who did this?" "They find them," Jack said, the words simple and cold. "It seems we have more in common than I thought," Dudu murmured. The wail of approaching sirens broke the moment, growing rapidly louder. "You need to go, now. If you stay, you'll be tied up in questions for days." "Go where?" Jack asked. Dudu gave a massive shrug. "Your choice. Head to the airport, and I'll make sure your path is clear. But if you're thinking of another path," he dug into his pocket, pulling out a simple, unmarked cell phone. He offered it to Jack. "The first number in there is mine. Stay hidden, stay off the grid. When I call, be ready." Jack stared at the phone. The smart move, the only sane move, was to walk away. This was far outside his official mandate. A simple asset check had spiraled into a bloodbath. He wanted to help Becca and Tommy. Of course he did, but he was operating in the dark. He didn't know who Becca really was or why she was a target. He'd already pulled her from danger twice, and it clearly hadn't been enough. The logical choice was obvious. Turn around, get on a plane, and report the mess. But logic wasn't winning. His mind kept replaying two images on a relentless loop: the empty stillness in Tal's eyes and the raw animal fear on Becca's face. In that fleeting moment he'd seen her. Sometimes doing the right thing carries a steep cost, and a good man has to be willing to pay it. With a resigned sigh that felt like it came from his bones, Jack took the phone. "There's a cafe 2 blocks east," Dudu said, as the first ambulance screeched around the corner, lights flashing. "Lay low. I'll collect you when I can." "Don't bother looking for me there," Jack said, pocketing the device. "I won't be waiting." "Then where are you going, Jack Ryan?" Dudu called after him as Jack turned and walked away, blending into the gathering chaos. "To find someone who's going to start giving me some real answers," Jack said, not looking back. He moved with purpose, executing a shortened surveillance detection route. Every instinct screamed at him to run, to chase, but he forced himself to be methodical, to trade speed for operational caution. The impatience was a live wire under his skin, but he smothered it. Sound tradecraft now was the only thing that would keep him alive long enough to help. Jack was acutely aware that the phone in his pocket, courtesy of an Israeli security officer, might as well have been a flashing tracking device. No amount of tradcraft could truly evade Israeli surveillance while he carried Duda's device, but it wasn't the Israelis he was concerned about at the moment. Strolling down a quiet lane shaded by sycamore trees, past stylish boutiques and bustling cafes, he used the reflections in shop windows to scan for any tale. The morning had already delivered 3 separate brushes with men intent on killing him a personal record, even by his standards. Had spent the last several hours purely reacting, bouncing from one lethal scenario to the next without a moment to deploy his most critical asset, his own mind. He paused at a small savage stand, stepped inside to glance at the menu, and offered a polite smile and shake of his head when the woman behind the counter addressed him in Hebrew. Exiting, he abruptly reversed direction, crossed the street, and entered a gelateria for a scoop of what he hoped was pistachio-flavored ice cream. From there he cut through a narrow pedestrian alleyway, emerging into another bustling plaza before slipping into a cramped pharmacy. Joining the line, he pretended to examine a display of soaps, which gave him a clear sightline to the street outside. The foot traffic appeared ordinary. A dad maneuvered a double stroller out of the way for a mother cycling past with a small child secured behind her. Across the way, a couple rose from a cafe table, walked to a parked scooter, and zipped off down the avenue. Jack saw no recognizable faces, or, importantly, no familiar footwear. As Mary Pat had taught him, hats could hide hair, glasses could obscure features, and jackets could change a silhouette, but shoes were often the overlooked detail. Most people, intelligence operatives included, didn't carry a spare pair around all day. Jack had made a habit of studying shoes, and now he mentally catalogued the passing feet on the cobblestones. Nothing stood out. This didn't guarantee he was clean, but he felt reasonably sure no assassins were lying in wait nearby. The immediate threat seemed to have receded, leaving room to think. He shifted away from the soap aisle toward a small rack of books, turning the puzzle over in his mind. None of it added up. Jack wasn't clairvoyant, but years in the field had honed his ability to read people. Given time with Becca, he was confident he could have uncovered why she'd been targeted. With only her name to go on, however, the picture remained frustratingly blurry. One thing was clear. Becca was no international spy. Tommy's involvement alone proved she was out of her depth. So why had the same Asian man tried to kill her twice? And why had the objective now shifted from murder to abduction? He picked up a book at random, a Brad Taylor thriller from the Pike Logan series, and flipped through the pages. The Israelis had decent taste in fiction, he noted wryly. But beyond the espionage novels, something deeper nagged at him. The sudden change in the attacker's tactics felt significant, and he couldn't shake the sense that he was missing a crucial piece of the puzzle. The realization struck him with the sudden, shocking clarity of a thunderclap on a cloudless day. Jack muttered under his breath, snapping the book shut with a sharp thud that drew a few annoyed glances from nearby readers. He slid the volume back onto the shelf, right beside the latest thriller from Mark Greaney, and made a swift exit. The pattern was now undeniable. The Asian hitman had made 2 clear attempts on Becca's life, attempts Jack had personally thwarted. Yet during the abduction, her captors had shown meticulous care to take her unharmed. The contradiction was glaring. The people who kidnapped Becca were not the same as those trying to murder her. As he navigated a maze of back streets heading toward the ocean front, where cab availability was usually better, Jack wrestled with the implications. 2 separate factions, both armed and dangerous, were fixated on one woman. Trying to untangle their motives without knowing who Becca truly was felt like grasping at smoke. He needed concrete intelligence, and he needed it now. The game was escalating. Reaching the bustling boulevard that ran along the beach, Jack blended into the crowd. For once, the panoramic view of the Pacific surf and the sunbathers on the sand failed to distract him. His focus was entirely on the stream of yellow cabs and his frustrating inability to hail one. Tel Aviv lived up to its reputation as a tech hub. While Uber was just gaining traction back in the States, a local startup's app called Get had already transformed the taxi scene here, making old-fashioned street hails nearly obsolete. The first 2 drivers he flagged simply shook their heads and drove on, undoubtedly waiting for a digital ping. By the 3rd rejection, a new strategy crystallized in his mind. If innovation ruled this city, he'd speak its language. Pulling a thick roll of U.S. currency from his pocket, he watched another cab begin to pull away from the curb. With a calculated risk, Jack stepped directly into its path. The taxi screeched to a halt, the driver's face contorting in anger. Before a torrent of Hebrew curses could fly, Jack fanned out a handful of $20 bills. $100 for a ride, Jack announced, laying on the brash, oblivious American tourist act with a thick brush. Use the app, the driver retorted in perfect, unaccented English. Phone's gone. Left it back on the beach, Jack said, jerking a thumb over his shoulder. I need to get to my place. 150, please. The driver studied him for a beat. Address? Jack recited the street number he'd committed to memory during the long flight from Dulles. 100 is sufficient, the driver said finally, the anger replaced by pragmatic calculation. Get in. Much obliged, Jack said, slipping into the back seat. The door had barely closed before the cab lurched back into traffic with an aggressiveness that would make a New York driver blush. The comparison that came to Jack's mind, however, was more ominous: a kamikaze pilot. If his hunch about his destination was incorrect, the outcome would be just as fatal. A short white-knuckle ride later, the taxi eased to the curb. We're here, $100. Keep it all, Jack said, handing over the 150 instead. The cardinal rule of clandestine work was to be forgettable, and his dramatic cab-hailing stunt had already blown that. He couldn't erase the memory, but he could certainly sweeten it. A taxi driver with an unexpectedly large tip was far less likely to complain to his buddies about the pushy American. He'd just remember the generous fool. And besides, Jack thought with a hint of irony as he stepped onto the sidewalk, it wasn't his money he was throwing around. It was the CIA's. Based on his understanding of the world's top intelligence service, the Central Intelligence Agency was never short on funding. After paying the driver, Jack stepped onto the sidewalk and headed south, waiting until the cab had rounded the corner and disappeared from view. Once it was gone, he immediately reversed course, crossing to the other side of the avenue. His gaze scanned the surroundings, but this time he wasn't looking for a tail. He wasn't entirely sure what he was searching for, only that he would recognize it when he found it. He was on the verge of breaking a major operational protocol, and limiting the fallout was his only priority now. As he neared the end of the block, a flicker of doubt crept in. Maybe what he needed wasn't here. Then he saw it, a concrete planter holding a tangle of shrubs that rose to about hip height. Their branches were dotted with clusters of vibrant pink blossoms, a splash of defiant color against the gray urban backdrop. Jack's interest, however, wasn't horticultural. He leaned in, pushing aside the thick, waxy leaves to confirm that the dense center was completely hidden from the street. Satisfied, he checked the sidewalk again. It remained quiet, save for two men arguing over espressos in a cafe across the street. With a practiced motion, Jack retrieved the burner phone from his pocket, using the cafe's expansive front window as a giant mirror for one last discreet survey of the area. He then knelt, pretending to fuss with a perfectly tied shoelace. In that moment, he slipped the phone deep into the heart of the bush, its plastic casing nestling against the damp stems. He stood, dusted, his palms on his trousers, and crossed the street for the last time. Passing a shuttered bistro with chairs upturned on its outdoor tables, he turned onto a narrow cobbled walkway that curved past a few stunted trees, fighting their way out of brick planters. The path twisted alongside the cafe before dead-ending in a small plaza. It held a corner market, a falafel stand already shuttered behind a steel security gate, and the entrance to a residential building. Out front, as was common in this city, stood a bike rack, about half occupied with an assortment of locked, well-used bicycles. Jack had learned that in Tel Aviv, the bikes that survived on the street shared two traits. They were cheap, and they were securely chained. Fancy models either lived indoors or were inevitably stolen, regardless of the lock's advertised strength. There were no exceptions. Crouching beside a rusted relic that looked like it hadn't been ridden since disco was king, he ran his hand under the cracked vinyl seat until his fingers brushed against a small taped metal object. A key. He peeled it free with a sharp tear of the aged tape and approached the building's communal door. Living a dual life had taught Jack one ironclad rule: operations never follow the script. That's why the most critical part of any plan was often the part you prayed you'd never need the backup. While this asset validation wasn't a full-blown mission, Peter had still drilled the contingency into them. It was straightforward. If everything goes to hell, regroup at the safe house. And if, in the unpredictable scuffle that could erupt even on a simple job, you lost your key, there was a spare waiting under a specific bicycle seat. For the 100th time, Jack felt a surge of gratitude that his mentors, Peter and Ding, had been forged in the same relentless school of hard knocks. It was their shared, gritty experience that meant a spare key was always waiting in the grime, a small anchor in a suddenly turbulent sea. Jack approached the door, sliding the key into its designated slot. A satisfying click echoed as the lock released. He leaned his weight against the solid wood, and it swung inward silently on perfectly maintained hinges. Grabbing the metal handle, he pulled it shut behind him, deliberately bypassing the elevator. A winding staircase beckoned instead. The safe house was only a couple of floors up, and Jack welcomed the physical effort. After all, once you've been stuck in an elevator with someone intent on ending your life, stairs start to feel like a luxury. Taking the steps two at a time, he reached the landing after 3 flights and paused, scanning the hallway. This wasn't the grim, shadowy safe house of dingy lore. The apartment complex felt almost normal. The air was clear, free of the stale scent of old cigarettes, and the tile floor was spotless and whole under the steady glow of overhead lights. No mysterious figures lurked in elongated shadow. The safe house was situated above a shuttered coffee shop, and the narrow corridor held only 2 doors, one immediately to his left, which he knew led to a storage closet, and another at the far end. While the atmosphere wasn't exactly warm, it lacked the oppressive murky dread that often clung to the places Ding preferred. Yet something made Jack hesitate before committing to the walk. An operational team was assembled behind that ordinary door 20 meters away, and even though this wasn't a Beirut slum or a Parisian suburb, a primal instinct whispered that he was stepping toward a cornered beast. He briefly considered texting Peter a warning of his arrival, but decided against it. This was a crash meeting in every sense. Somewhere out there, a team of killers held Becca and Tommy, and the phone head concealed in the bushes could ring at any second. Time was a resource he no longer possessed. Stepping into the hall, Jack moved to the distant door and delivered 2 firm knocks. A rustle sounded from within before the door opened, revealing 2 immediate sights: Peter and the unmistakable muzzle of a Glock 19. "Jack," Peter said, genuine surprise in his tone, "get in here." He tucked the pistol into the waistband at the small of his back and shuffled to the right to make space, a slight limp evident as he favored his left leg. Though easily 2 decades older than Jack, the CIA operative still carried the formidable build of a door-kicker, broad muscular shoulders tapered to a thick chest and powerful arms. His hair, receding on top, was cut short, though he stubbornly kept longer sideburns that defied a standard military cut. His eyes were a piercing, vivid blue, a stark contrast to his sun-weathered brown face. If not for the awkward gait caused by his leg, he'd still look perfectly at home in tactical gear. As Ding had mentioned, a Taliban sniper had permanently retired Peter from field work. "What brings you here?" Peter asked, securing the door behind them with a series of locks. "I know this breaks protocol," Jack began, "but am in a bind and need assistance." "Of course," Peter replied, gesturing him further inside. "Come on through." They passed through a compact kitchenette into a common area. To the right was a table littered with paper plates and stacked takeout containers. Directly ahead, a pair of worn couches and a chair were arranged around a sliding glass door. A narrow hallway led off to the left, presumably toward bedrooms and a bath. The entire space had the cramped, transient feel common to safe houses everywhere. Several packed go-bags were lined against the far wall, ready for a swift departure. The air held a musky odor, underlined by a faint trace of tobacco. But Peter appeared to be alone. This was probably for the best. Jack hardly knew the former paramilitary official a polite way of saying he didn't know him at all. Even so, you didn't need a psychology degree to guess that the seasoned operative would be less than thrilled about the monumental problem Jack was about to introduce into his carefully arranged plans. "Take a seat," Peter offered, nodding toward the chair by the sliding door. "Beer?" "No, thanks," Jack replied, keeping his tone even. He would have liked one, but mixing alcohol with work was a line he never crossed, especially when that work might involve pulling a trigger. Dudu's final instructions had been crystal clear. When that cell phone rang, Jack needed to be sharp. The thought of the phone hidden in the bushes reminded him this meeting couldn't drag on. If Dudu called while he was up here chatting, the whole plan would fall apart. Better to keep things brief. Instead of sitting, Jack stayed on his feet. "Sorry for dropping in like this. It's been a chaotic day." "No kidding," Peter said, crossing his arms. "1 minute I'm running a routine check. The next you're trading blows with some martial arts expert." "What happened?" Jack shook his head. "I'm still piecing it together. I was observing the meet when a kid in the next stall dropped a toy. I bent to hand it back to his mother, and this Asian guy came out of nowhere with a knife." "I saw the tail end of it," Peter said. "You held your own. He got a couple scratches in, but that's not bad against a skilled blade. Give me a gunfight over a knife fight any day. You're lucky he didn't sink that thing into you." Jack shrugged. "Sometimes luck matters more than skill, but if that was all, I'd be on a beach or halfway across the Atlantic by now." It didn't end there. "What do you mean?" Peter asked. "The Shin Bet picked me up. They cut me loose once, the woman, Becca. Explained what went down, but not before an agent chewed me out for operating undeclared on Israeli soil." "Seriously," Peter said. "How'd that play out?" "About how you'd imagine. We went back and forth before they strongly suggested my vacation here should end." "I'm guessing you didn't listen," Peter said. Jack gave a slow nod. "You could say that. Believe me, I planned to leave. The last thing I wanted was to drag you or your team into this." "But," Peter prompted. "But I figured returning the kid's toy on the way to the airport couldn't hurt." "Famous last words," Peter muttered. "Exactly," Jack said. "I found the boy and his mother. I also found the guy from the market." "You're kidding," Peter said, running a hand over his short hair. Another knife attack. A pistol this time. I stopped him from shooting the mother, but before I could grab him, a Zodiac boat pulled him out. "What kind of mess did you walk into?" "That's what I'm trying to figure out," Jack said. "And I still don't have answers." The mother and child were taken on the way to the airport. 2 Israelis were killed in the process. "You've had one hell of a day, kid," Peter said, his expression grim. "But why come to me?" "I'm not entirely sure," Jack admitted. "Honestly, I didn't expect you to still be here. Your exercise wrapped up hours I got plenty of time for you and your team to extract. Yet here you are." Jack let his words hang, studying the CIA officer. His answer was truthful. He didn't have a clear reason for being here. He'd tried to justify it as a chance to link up with a U.S. team or tap into agency resources, but neither explanation felt right. He was here because his gut told him this was the next step. Over the years, Jack had learned to trust those instincts, even if he once resisted the idea. Ding, in fact, had been the one to convince him that sometimes your gut knows more than your head. Just as countless hours on the firing range and in the training gym honed an operative's physical skills, the mental grind of surveillance routes, asset recruitment, and mission planning sharpened the mind. This conditioning went beyond conscious thought. Jack's subconscious was a full participant, whether he liked it or not. That ancient wiring, a relic from humanity's hunter-gatherer past where survival hinged on instinct, was still buried deep within the modern brain. While utterly useless to someone in a cubicle, it was vital for someone in Jack's line of work. Ding had always said the best operators cultivated a kind of sixth sense, and Jack's had unerringly guided him to this CIA safe-house. Now the tense body language from the mountain of a man before him, one of his mentor's oldest friends, confirmed that instinct was right on the money. There was definitely more to this situation. Peter unfolded his arms and brought his hands together, fingertips touching at chest level. It was a classic interview posture, favored by law enforcement to keep hands ready while maintaining a non-threatening appearance. The key word, of course, was appearance. Jack fought the impulse to mirror the stance, but did shift his weight to the balls of his feet, widening his base. The thickening tension in the room was a bad sign. Once again, he felt dangerously under-equipped, mentally preparing for a confrontation where he was outgunned. Had already dodged death twice today, and luck, like a cat's lives, eventually runs out. "All right," Peter began, his energy still crackling with nerves. "Time for some truth. We weren't just here to validate an asset." "No kidding," Jack replied, forcing a thin smile as his mind raced through scenarios. If Peter went for a gun, it was over. But if his preferred tool was a blade, Jack might have a microscopic chance. Using a knife meant closing the distance, potentially putting Peter's injured leg at risk. Jack visualized a brutal Muay Thai kick to that vulnerable knee. It was a desperate plan, but his only one. Getting into a wrestling match with an armed man who had 20 pounds on him was a death sentence. "Sorry for the deception," Peter continued. "The validation was real, but it also served as cover. Something to keep Mossad or Shin Bet looking the other way while my team pursued the actual objective." "Which was?" Jack asked, subtly edging to his right, trying to escape the corner Peter had subtly maneuvered him into. Distance was his ally here. Even if he landed a perfect kick, a man of Peter's size might just shrug it off and keep coming. Taking him down would mean nothing if those massive hands got a hold of him. "Did you get a good look at the man with the knife?" Peter inquired. "Close enough to tell he'd had garlic for lunch," Jack said. "Then you saw he was Asian?" Jack gave a slight shrug. "We weren't introduced, but yeah, I'd guess Chinese." "Exact. Ministry of State Security. The MSS." Jack's eyebrows shot up. "You're serious?" "Deadly serious." A frown creased Jack's forehead. That was a twist he hadn't anticipated. Why would Chinese intelligence care about a woman and her son? "Not the son. The woman. What do you actually know about her?" Jack shook his head. "Little more than her Nambekra Schweigart." At this, Peter seemed to relax a fraction, his hands drifting down from their steeple. The dangerous, coiled spring vibe was fading, replaced by something more calculative. Progress. She was being modest, Peter stated. Her name is Dr. Rebecca Schreibart. A doctor? Jack asked, struggling to connect the title with the anxious woman he'd escorted from the shoreline. His own mother, Kathy Ryan, was a composed and brilliant surgeon, setting a high bar. While not everyone could match that, the term doctor still carried a certain expectation of steadiness. Not a medical doctor, Peter clarified, noting Jack's puzzled look. Becca is a scientist. Her doctorate is in applied physics. Why does that matter? Jack pressed. Because she's the entire reason we're on this trip, Peter stated. What's your understanding of China's industrial reach? Enough to know they're a strategic rival, Jack replied. The U.S. pushed for China's entry into the World Trade Organization decades ago, thinking commerce would liberalize them. Instead, we've watched a pattern of aggressive acquisition, replication, and outright theft of intellectual property on a global scale. Rather than reforming the Chinese Communist Party, the trading world empowered an economic giant with the consumer force of over 1 billion people. The whole situation is a geopolitical mess. Peter's shoulders slumped slightly in agreement. Exactly. For 30 years, the CCP has been systematically draining trade secrets. Consider their J-20 stealth fighter. They lack the native engineering to build a genuine 5th-generation aircraft, yet our analysts assess it as a formidable 4.5-generation platform. So how does a nation jump from outdated 3rd-generation tech to a fighter that outperforms most of what our NATO partners fly? Spying, Jack said. That's part of it, Peter conceded. The other part is researchers like your Dr. Schreibart. China has saturated Western graduate programs with students who repatriate American technology by the truckload, and for what their students can't pilfer, the CCP uses research grants and talent resloan schemes at top-tier universities. Hell, a recent FBI probe revealed dozens of hard science labs at the University of Texas were bankrolled by Chinese funds, disguised as academic partnerships. That's not even counting the scientists who collaborate willingly. A cold weight settled in Jack's gut. Is Becca one of them? We're not certain, Peter said, flexing his large hand. That's a key piece we were trying to uncover. Here's what we do know. Like many star academics, Becca established a private lab connected to her university. I thought professors were mainly educators, Jack remarked, perhaps in the humanities, but for researchers in fields like material science, there's a drive to commercialize their work. It's a symbiotic arrangement. Professors leverage the university's facilities and student talent while profiting from their innovations. The schools gain prestige from the cutting-edge work done under their name. A premier lab is a massive draw for top students, and Becca's operation isn't just premier, it's revolution. The work coming out of her small Kansas institution has the top minds at MIT, and Stanford scrambling to keep pace. What kind of work? Jack asked. Peter gave a dismissive wave. My formal science education ended in 10th grade. But here's the gist. Professor Schweikert's specialty is material science, focusing on advanced coatings that can adhere to any surface. These coatings can be calibrated to either deflect or allow the passage of radio frequency energy. My background is in history and economics, Jack said. Can you translate that for someone who avoided the hard sciences? Think of it as stealth technology in a can, Peter explained. If our intelligence is correct, Becca has developed a spray-on substance that can render objects virtually invisible to radar. No way, Jack whispered, the immense strategic implication dawning on him. It was a game-changer, the kind of breakthrough that could tilt the global balance of power in a dangerous direction. And she's providing this to the Chinese. Unknown, Peter said. The line between willing accomplice and unwitting pawn is often blurry in these scenarios. Becca has been under observation since she landed in the country. The Chinese are not naive. Given our recent crackdowns on their cultural outreach programs, they are well aware that American awareness of their intelligence activities is growing. This has prompted a noticeable change in their operational tactics. Handler asset meetings are increasingly being relocated to nations less focused on countering Chinese influence. Places like Israel, Jack suggested. Peter gave a non-committal shrug. I have no issue with the Israelis, but they have little interest in getting caught in a superpower clash between America and China. I'm not accusing our allies of collaboration, but I doubt they'd lose sleep over an MSS officer meeting an American contact in Tel Aviv. Jack considered the logic. It tracked. Israel, like any country, prioritized its own security, while the U.S. and the Middle East's sole democracy shared many strategic goals. Their relationship had seen its share of friction. Remember the sanctions after those drone sales to Beijing. Yet something about the CIA officer's theory felt off. Start with Becca. She displayed none of the polished caution of a trained asset. She acted exactly like a stressed-out mother on a desperately needed holiday with her special needs son. Then there was Tommy. Sure, legends like Mary Pat Foley had conducted operations with her spouse behind the Iron Curtain, but they were both career CIA. Jack couldn't picture even Mary Pat using her own child as operational cover. Becca was a researcher, not a spy, armed with maternal instincts, not tradecraft. She would never willingly endanger Tommy. But that wasn't the only thing gnawing at him. I follow your reasoning, Jack said, studying Peter. But if Becca is working for China, why would they try to have her killed? He'd aimed for a casual tone, but the question shifted the atmosphere in the room. Tension began emanating from the operator like waves of heat. Something was clearly brewing beneath his calm exterior. Here's the reality, Peter stated flatly. We're in a bind. We, my unit. Where is your team right now, Peter? Jack asked. Peter held his gaze for an uncomfortably long moment. Jack kept his expression neutral, but his pulse quickened. Two groups were after Becca, one aiming to kill her, one claiming to protect her. The individual Jack had confronted was Asian, but that didn't confirm he was Chinese. Conversely, he hadn't seen the others face the first team moved too fast, and the kidnappers wore masks. The one man he did unmask wasn't Asian at all. He was Caucasian, just like Peter. How well do you actually know Ding? Peter suddenly asked, interrupting Jack's train of thought. Fairly well, Jack replied. Define fairly well. Jack hesitated, thrown by the pivot. Peter's evident anxiety, mixed with Jack's own developing suspicions about Becca, created a volatile cocktail. If Peter and his men were the assassins Jack feared, why bring up Ding? He mentally replayed his brief call with Ding before flying to Israel. He couldn't recall the exact phrasing, but one line stuck. I vouch for Peter. In their world, that statement carried immense weight. It was a bond of trust that equated to staking your own life and honor on another's integrity, a code as solemn as any old-world oath. Jack decided to treat Peter as if he were Ding. What would he do if it were his mentor asking? He'd tell the truth. Setting his doubts aside, Jack took a breath and placed his trust in the man. Domingo Chavez is the one who taught me, Jack explained. We're part of the same team, and I wouldn't be here without him. When he sent me on this job, he gave me his word about you. So as far as I'm concerned, you're as good as Ding. Peter let out a slow, relieved sigh, the stiffness leaving his shoulders. All right, kid, he said. He'll admit him in a bit over my head here. I don't believe Dr. Schweigert is working for the Chinese. Not anymore, at least? Not anymore, Jack repeated. Peter gave a firm nod. When she first arrived in Israel, we had our doubts. The FBI had been monitoring her back in the States for a while. They knew Chinese intelligence was sniffing around, but couldn't pin down whether they were just scouting her or had already turned her. Then she scheduled this trip to Tel Aviv, which took her out of the Bureau's jurisdiction, Jack finished. Peter nodded again. Exactly. So the FBI handed the intel over to the agency. Guess the suits and the spies can play nice sometimes, Jack remarked. Peter offered a thin smile. Hold that thought until you hear the rest. Anyway, the CIA wasn't eager to mount a full surveillance op inside Israel because it's Israel, Jack cut in. Right. When it comes to counterintelligence, the Israelis don't mess around. We knew they'd spot a foreign team operating on their turf in a heartbeat. So you gave them a different puzzle to solve, validating whether she was an asset, Jack said, putting it together. Makes sense, but why not just partner with Shin Bet directly? Smart question. This is where it gets messy. Peter pulled out his phone, tapped the screen a few times, and held it up. Recognize this face? Jack studied the photo. It showed an ordinary-looking man in his 40s with dull brown hair and dark eyes. Never seen him, that's because as a ghost, Peter stated. Come again? Jack asked. Dr. Schweigart isn't just here on holiday. Tel Aviv University is hosting a major academic conference in her field, drawing top minds from everywhere. This guy's name is on the confirmed attendee list. He supposedly runs a venture capital firm that funds labs like the one Becca is trying to launch. She's hunting for investors, Jack said. Absolutely. But I suspect her interest might be more than professional. The hotel offers evening childcare, and she booked a sitter for tonight. She and this charming captain of industry have plans to meet after the conference mixer. Peter delivered the news flatly, but Jack felt a flicker of defensiveness for Becca. She's an adult, Jack said. What she does is her own business. No argument here, Peter replied. But here is the catch. This man isn't real. The tech fund he claims to represent does exist. It's actually invested in several scientists with profiles similar to Dr. Schweigart's. Has the fabricated element. How so? Jack pressed. Has got a decent cover, but one of our analysts went to the same MBA program this guy lists on his profile. That alumni network is tight, so our guy asked around. Nobody from that graduating year remembers him. Jack turned the pieces over in his mind. So he's an intelligence officer running a honey trap. That's my read, Peter confirmed. He's clearly not Asian, and he speaks English like an American. Jack looked at the photo again. The man had one of those faces that could blend in almost anywhere, Europe, North America, even right here. You think he's Mossad? Peter shrugged. Like I said, the Israelis play hardball. But if a recruitment was going down on home soil, Shin Bet would usually handle it, not Mossad. Regardless, if our mystery man is Israeli, there's no real need for him to pose as an American. There are plenty of venture capital funds in Tel Aviv eager to invest in American startups. No, if I had to guess, this guy is a star player from another team entirely. We were aware the Chinese had an interest in the doctor. Rumor has it they're developing their own version of the technology. I believe the FBI was mistaken. Becca was likely approached by the Ministry of State Security right here in the States. She either didn't realize it or chose not to report it. In any case, she must have refused their offer. Now the Chinese want to remove her from the equation entirely. And you used her as bait, Jack said, his temper flaring, to lure out the Chinese or anyone else after her. Brilliant plan, right up until you geniuses lost her. Take it easy, kid, Peter replied. Was it a poor call? Absolutely, and I own that completely. But we haven't lost her, not entirely anyway. What are you talking about? Jack asked. We beaconed her. The device has long-life batteries and only transmits when activated. It's extremely difficult to detect. How can you be sure she still has it? Jack pressed. If her captors are intelligence operatives, they'll sweep for a tracker. Even if they miss it, they won't let her keep personal items. Not even her clothes. This isn't our first time at the dance, kid, Peter said. Dr. Schweigart isn't the one carrying the beacon. Jack stared at him, the pieces clicking into place. The Captain America action figure. You hid your beacon inside her autistic son's toy. Don't get sanctimonious on me, Peter shot back. A beacon is useless if the opposition finds it, right? We needed something she would take with her everywhere. Then what are we waiting for? Jack demanded. Activate the beacon. We'd love to. My team is scouring Tel Aviv as we speak, but they've had no success. Our best assessment is that the beacon is currently out of range of our transmitters." "Then she's gone," Jack stated flatly. "Not necessarily," Peter countered. "If we had access to friends with a more powerful transmitter—" "Oh, you have got to be kidding me," Jack interrupted, his voice thick with disbelief. "You ran this operation without informing the Israelis, and now you want me to go ask them for a favor?" "Like I said, kid, we're in a bind." Jack studied Peter, his mind racing. The Israelis were going to be furious when they confirmed their suspicions about him, even if he'd been kept in the dark. Friendly nations conducted undeclared intelligence ops on each other's soil. All the tiny trick was to not create a mess that stripped away plausible deniability. This whole situation was shaping up to be a catastrophic blunder, but beyond the politics, Becca and Tommy's lives were at stake. If swallowing his pride and going to the Israelis was what it took, then so be it. "All right," Jack said, his tone decisive. "Hear us how this will go. Give me everything you have on this possible spy, along with the beacon's specifications. He'll pay a visit to my contacts. But this mess is your team's creation. You're going to help clean it up. Ding recommended me for a reason, kid," Peter said, his voice dropping to a low, earnest growl. "I don't need a lecture on debts owed. Find the woman and her boy. If the Israelis get cold feet and you need backup, you call me. My team will be on standby." Jack was still seething, but he gave a curt nod. What was done was done. There would be time for reckoning later. Right now, his focus had to be on reaching Becca and Tommy before their captors vanished. It remained a daunting task, but finally he had a starting point, and a very difficult call to make. "Hello?" The voice that answered was worn thin with exhaustion and simmering anger. Jack understood completely. Though he'd known the cheerful Shin Bet agent for only a few hours, Tal had managed to leave a mark on him. He could scarcely imagine the grief now weighing on her colleagues, knowing that her singular, radiant smile would never again light up a room. "It's Jack," he said, phone pressed to his ear, as he scanned the empty street ahead. Jake Dudu's voice was rough, like he had a mouthful of sand. "I said I'd call. And I said I'd get answers myself," Jack replied. "I did." "What?" "Face to face," Jack said. "Come get me. I gave you that phone," Dudu cut in, the familiar edge back in his tone. "I know where you are. Walk 2 blocks west. Look for a silver cab. Show the driver the address I'm sending. They'll bring you to me." The phrase "bring you to me" turned out to be an understatement, for a location far more imposing than the bland, forgettable office where Jack had first met Tal and her muscular colleague. The taxi left him standing before a structure that practically shouted official government business. A high-perimeter fence crowned with coiled razor wire, patrolling security and cameras covering every angle. If the last place was Shin Bet's idea of keeping a low profile, this building's entire purpose was to announce that weighty decisions were made behind its many stories. To Jack's experienced gaze, it looked like Israel's version of the CIA headquarters. A clear warning to anyone with ill intentions. As he debated whether to approach the unfriendly guard behind the thick glass or just call Dudu again, a heavy security door swung open and Dudu emerged. "What have you got?" the Shin Bet officer demanded. Jack felt once more like he was being treated as a problematic informant, rather than a true ally. Which was fair. He hadn't given the Israeli much to work with, and the professional suspicion between them ran both ways. Jack was savvy enough to understand, however, that he was no longer calling the shots here. If he wanted in, he had to show he was worth the invitation. "I can locate her," Jack stated. "How?" Dudu asked. "She's carrying a beacon," Jack said. "Why?" This was the critical moment. Jack had been balancing on a knife's edge since his initial encounters with Tal and Dudu. The Shin Bet officers had seemed to sense from the start that he was more than a simple American visitor. Dudu had hinted at it again after Tal's death. Jack hadn't corrected their assumptions. But he hadn't confirmed them either, for good reason. He worked for an intelligence agency his own government didn't officially recognize. He certainly couldn't reveal that to a foreign officer. Then there was Peter's team to think about. Sure, Shin Bet seemed to have Peter's men in their sights, but suspicion wasn't proof. Still, Jack was no amateur in the world of spies and assets. As veterans in the field like to say, you had to pay to play. Simply wanting to help find Tal's killers and Becca and Tommy's abductors wouldn't give him past that intimidating door. You had to pay to play. Becca is a person of interest to the United States government, Jack began, starting the timeless dance practiced by intelligence professionals forever. Offer just enough to keep them intrigued, but hold your cards close. Yes, yes, Dudu said, gesturing impatiently. We know she's a scientist here for the conference. This is not new information. Not just any scientist, Jack countered. She's pioneered something new in materials science. I'm a liberal arts guy, so the specifics are over my head, but my people are calling it invisible paint. Jack would have bet money Dudu was a champion poker player. His expression didn't flicker. His eyes didn't widen. The perfect, unreadable mask, almost. The fingers of Dudu's right hand, which had been motioning for Jack to hurry, went perfectly still. Jack had his full attention. Does she know about the beacon? Dudu asked. Jack shook his head. No, she's unaware. Why would you do that to her? Here, Jack had to step carefully again. People often like to imagine alliances between nations as something more noble, but the reality is far simpler. There are only shared interests. Jack understood that he and Dudu both wanted Becca rescued and Tal's killers held accountable. However, if Becca's breakthrough truly threatened existing stealth capabilities, the priorities of the United States and Israel could rapidly split apart. Jack's job was to prevent that division. We suspected a foreign intelligence service was targeting her, but we lacked confirmation. The FBI monitored her research. Once she scheduled her trip to Israel, my team took over. We placed a tracking beacon on her rather than using physical surveillance to avoid tipping off any counter-surveillance operatives. You hoped she would lead you to whoever was after her? Dudu asked. That was the plan, Jack admitted. It didn't play out that way. If you had just come to us from the start, Dudu said, shaking his head in clear frustration. Maybe we should have, Jack replied. But we can't change the past. Here is where we stand. Our scientist is missing, and Tal is dead. The real question is what you and I intend to do about it. Now you want a joint operation? Dudu's neck flushed with anger. After everything has already fallen apart? I'm not speaking for my government. I'm speaking for myself. I want to help. How? He'll hand over the beacon data, but I'm going to be part of the rescue team. Why? Dudu shot back. The woman was taken on Israeli soil, and Israelis died protecting her. This is a matter for blue and white, not some American cowboy. At the word cowboy, Jack's mind flashed to a smiling brunette with deep dimple-zen image now shattered, half her face gone. Holding that picture in his head, he didn't need to fake the steel in his voice. This is personal for me too, Dudu. I want Becca and her son back safe. But I also plan to be there when the bastard who killed Tal catches a bullet between the eyes. Dudu studied Jack for a long moment, his face as unreadable as stone. Finally, he spoke. You might have some Israeli in you after all, Jack Ryan. Follow me, and for God's sake, don't touch a thing. Jack had thought the touch-nothing warning was just for dramatic emphasis. He was wrong. Dudu meant it literally, and the reason became obvious almost immediately. From the moment they entered the building's vestibule equipped with a magnetometer, a full-body scanner, and several other mysterious devices, Jack was approached 3 separate times by staff attempting to collect his DNA. The first try was direct. A security officer stepped forward with a swab and a polite smile. Dudu cut her off with a sharp burst of Hebrew, his tone leaving no room for debate. The woman stepped back, frowning, but the determined gleam in her brown eyes signaled she wasn't finished. Next, Someone held out a badge for Jack to take. Instinctively, Jack reached for it, but Dudu intercepted, clipping the plastic pass to Jack's shirt himself. After that, Jack understood. Visitors here were clearly unwelcome, and those who did show up likely used aliases. So the Israelis were pushing hard to lock down his biometrics, while Dudu fought just as hard to stop them. Once again, Jack reassessed the Shin Bet agent. His first impression of Dudu as an obstinate pain in the neck still held true, but Jack was now inside his circle of trust. That meant the former commando's aggression was aimed at protecting him, not targeting him. Jack stayed quiet through these early exchanges, letting Dudu handle the confrontation. As they moved through the marble entryway and stepped into the waiting elevator, Jack finally broke his quiet observation. "What was that about?" he asked, his gaze fixed on the Shin Bet officer. Dudu gave a casual lift of his broad shoulders. "Were Israelis' intelligence gathering is practically a national pastime. Just don't touch anything, and your identity should stay secure." "Should?" Jack echoed, his tone edged with skepticism. Another shrug. "Like I said, we're Israeli." Dudu's ensuing silence felt like a period at the end of a sentence, a clear signal that he considered the matter settled. Jack, however, was far from ready to drop it. Had never personally visited Langley, but he remembered Ding's stories about dropping in to see Mary Pat back when she worked there. While CIA security was famously tight, they generally didn't resort to covertly swabbing a visitor's coffee cup. Jack had no idea what story Dudu had spun for the security team, but it definitely wasn't the standard liaison protocol he would have followed. He was gearing up to press for a clearer answer when the elevator doors whispered open, revealing their stop. Despite his irritation, Jack felt a flicker of awe. Being the son of the president did come with certain unique privileges, including access to legendary government facilities most people only read about or saw in films. Had always found the executive's residence a bit cramped, but the expansive John F. Kennedy conference room the famed Situation Room more than matched its reputation. Thoroughly modernized in the years following 9/11, the space felt nothing like the often stifling offices in the West Wing. It truly resembled the command hub for the planet's most powerful leader, where those in the deep leather chairs could watch live drone footage over a target zone or monitor a special operations raid in real time. From that fortified basement, military leaders could direct forces with astonishing precision. It was, in every sense, the Starship Bridge of American power. Yet the Situation Room couldn't compare to where Jack stood now. He was on a mezzanine overlooking a vast operations floor. Rows of desks were filled with analysts wearing headsets, their fingers flying across keyboards. Others moved briskly between stations, a constant, purposeful hum of activity filling the air. But it was the front of the room that commanded his full attention. 3 enormous screens dominated the entire wall, each displaying streams of data and live aerial feeds. Hebrew script ran along the top. This was far more than simple drone video. Like a sophisticated multimedia display, the live UAV imagery was just one element within a larger tapestry of digital maps, operational graphics, network diagrams, and cascading data windows. Jack didn't understand all of it, but he recognized profound complexity like stumbling upon advanced technology from another world. "Welcome," Dudu said, a note of pride in his voice as he watched Jack take it in. "What is this place?" "Israel's central nervous system," Dudu replied. "We modeled it after your national counterterrorism center. Despite what the world might think, the critical decisions about our nation's safety aren't made in the Prime Minister's office or at Mossad headquarters. They're made right here." He paused, a faint, almost sarcastic smile touching his lips. "It's a bit ironic, isn't it? All that legendary Mossad mystique and the real work happens in a room that looks like the trading floor of a very paranoid, very well-armed stock exchange. The action unfolds right here," Jack observed as windows on the massive screens flickered open and shut, cycling through a relentless stream of data pulled from the work of countless analysts. "Who's in charge of all this?" Jack asked. Dudu gestured vaguely over his shoulder. "They are." Turning, Jack saw a final elevated tier in the amphitheater. This level wasn't filled with analysts in casual wear, but with men and women in formal dresses and sharp suitors, the people calling the shots. "What's the next step?" Jack inquired. "We speak with her," Dudu replied, nodding toward a petite blonde woman with her hair secured in a tight bun, seated at the platform's edge. "If she approves your idea, we mobilize." "And if she doesn't?" Jack pressed. Dudu offered another nonchalant shrug. "Then you leave, and don't lay a finger on anything on your way out." Jack trailed Dudu up the winding open staircase to the amphitheater's second level, his mind already wrestling with how he would explain this situation to Ding during the inevitable mission debrief. The trouble itself wasn't the issue. Getting in over his head was practically routine. No, the real complication was the specific location his adventures had deposited him. So my new Shin Bet buddy just waltzed me into Israel's answer to the NCTC. Yeah, that story was going to require some serious creative phrasing. Thankfully, he was spared further mental gymnastics as he reached the top step and found himself standing before the small-statured blonde. At close range, Jack could see she was older than his first impression. A delicate network of fine lines fanned out from her strikingly blue eyes, and strands of silver highlighted her blonde hair. Her mouth was framed by laugh lines, a touch of irony given that her current demeanor was anything but amuse. "Who are you?" the woman demanded. Her accent carried a Slavic lilt, hinting that Israel was a chosen home, not her birthplace. This wasn't unusual in a nation where a significant portion of the population were once immigrants. Yet the way she peered at Jack over the rim of her frameless glasses, perched perfectly on the edge of a backless stool, suggested she had adapted to her adopted country's directness with formidable skill. Jack felt like a specimen under the gaze of a raptor. Dudu started to answer in Hebrew, but the woman cut him off with a single upraised finger, never breaking eye contact with Jack. "I wasn't asking you," she stated coolly, "though we will certainly talk later. I was asking him." The pointed emphasis she placed on him made Jack feel like a particularly bothersome bug. "My name is Jack," he said. "I'm here to assist in locating the kidnapped American." Despite his significant height advantage, he had to suppress a nervous urge to shift his weight. In a flash, he understood why. He was staring down the Israeli incarnation of his own mother. "Naturally, you're here to help," the woman replied, a hint of dryness in her tone. "Americans always want to help. Enlighten me, Jack the American. Why exactly do I require your assistance?" "With respect," Jack said, injecting a layer of firmness into his voice, "your facility here is remarkable, arguably the finest I've encountered, and that's saying something. But a colleague of mine once remarked that the world's most advanced technology is utterly useless without reliable human intelligence. From my vantage point, you have an abundance of dazzling lights, but a serious shortage of actionable, on-the-ground intelligence." Dudu visibly tensed beside him, but Jack paid the Shin Bet agent no mind. There was a time for diplomacy, and this wasn't it. A woman who possessed a revolutionary secret and her young son were in the clutches of murderers. Playing nice with Israeli bureaucracy could wait. "This colleague," the woman said, enunciating each word with surgical precision. "What is her name?" "Her name is Mary Pat Foley," Jack answered. "Does that name mean anything to you?" "Perhaps it does," the woman conceded. Her expression remained an inscrutable mask, but her gaze seemed to shift from annoyance to a measured curiosity. "But even if I know that name, I still do not know you. Who are you, really?" "I'm the person who has the activation frequency for the missing woman's tracking beacon. Would you like it?" Jack asked, his voice steady despite the tension in the room. Dudu mumbled something under his breath, but Jack paid his friend no mind. He was committed now. There was no turning back. "Hand it over," the woman commanded, her tone icy. "Gladly," Jack replied. "Just as soon as you promise I can join the team you send to get her." A thin smile finally touched the woman's lips, though it wasn't the warm, agreeable one Jack had hoped for. It was sharp, calculated. "And why on earth would I agree to such a ridiculous demand?" "Because that's my price," Jack stated, his gaze unwavering. "And you're going to pay it." A flush crept across her porcelain cheeks, her blue eyes turning to ice. She opened her mouth to retort, but Jack cut her off. "No disrespect intended, but I'm not here for diplomacy. Time is critical, so let's be blunt. You have at least 2 separate paramilitary units operating inside your borders right now. That tells me your domestic security has a serious issue. Maybe it's incompetence, maybe there's a mole, or maybe it's something you haven't even figured out yet. Shin Bet doesn't have a reputation for sloppiness, so something else is going on. I don't know what it is, and I'd wager you don't either. But debriefing that captured American could give you the answers you need." "Just give me the beacon data," the woman insisted, her composure cracking slightly. "We are perfectly capable of rescuing the professor without your assistance. I go with the assault team, or you get nothing," Jack said, his voice dropping to a low, firm register. "She was taken on Israeli soil, but Becca possesses knowledge my government considers vital. I'd bet one of our special mission units is already en route. The moment their plane touches down at Ben Gurion, this becomes an American operation, and your role becomes a footnote. We can handle this together, right now, or you can watch from the sidelines." "Your call." The room fell into a heavy silence. Jack held his ground, refusing to flinch under the weight of her simmering anger. Facing a lioness unarmed required sheer nerve. Any sign of hesitation would mean defeat. She tapped a slender finger against her lips, the silence stretching until it felt palpable. "A man with no surname and powerful friends walks into my office and makes demands," she finally said, her voice dripping with disdain. "Even for an American, this is remarkably bold." Her eyes narrowed, studying him. "You look familiar, Jack, no name, but remember this is Israel, not your home turf." "I'm aware," Jack replied. She gave a curt nod. "Then who is this kidnapped American to you?" "Before today," Jack said. "A stranger? Then why risk so much for someone you don't know?" Jack paused, the question hanging in the air. His mind didn't race with thoughts of geopolitical upheaval or the professor's dangerous discovery. Instead, he pictured small, trusting hands clutching a worn-out toy soldier. "Because it's the right thing to do," he said, meeting her fierce gaze directly. "You Americans," she sighed, shaking her head with a mixture of exasperation and something almost like respect. "Always the Boy Scouts. Fine, Jack No Name. You may accompany the rescue team. Are you satisfied, or would you prefer my agreement in triplicate?" "No need for paperwork, ma'am," Jack said, ignoring her sarcastic jab. "Your word is sufficient." With a dismissive wave, she signaled a nearby technician. Jack relayed the necessary data to access the beacon. The technician verified the instructions and passed them along. For several agonizing seconds, the only sound was the hum of electronics. Dudu fidgeted nervously while Jack fought to keep his expression neutral, his stomach churning. Then the technician broke the silence. "We have the signal. Show me," the woman ordered. The central screen blurred as it adjusted, zooming out and recentering on a new set of coordinates, a digital map now highlighting their target. The screen stabilized, revealing a single unwavering point of cobalt light. It pulsed with a rhythmic, almost judgmental intensity. A low chuckle escaped the woman while Jack bit back a sharp retort. His assumption had been completely wrong. The signal wasn't emanating from Tel Aviv. It wasn't even within Israel's borders. "Well, Jack," the woman said, her tone dripping with a knowing amusement, "it seems your itinerary just expanded. Consider it a cultural immersion. No tour of this region is truly complete without experiencing Lebanon." The sound of her laughter seemed to hang in the air long after it faded. "What's the next move?" Jack finally asked, his voice tight. "Now," she replied, the ghost of her smile still present. Now your elite American team can navigate the delicate and often absurd theater that passes for diplomacy here. As far as my government is concerned, this entire mess is officially an American problem." Jack's gaze was drawn back to the large map dominating the room. That persistent blue dot flashed a tiny, relentless mockery. Or perhaps it was a warning beacon in a treacherous sea, trying to steer him away from a catastrophic shore. Her eagerness to hand off the operation spoke volumes. Sending forces into Beirut was the last thing she wanted. He understood the hesitation. In the complex tapestry of Israeli memory, few cities were as fraught as Beirut. Within its dense 7.6 square miles, home to over 2 million souls, were woven some of Israel's most daring triumphs alongside its most painful setbacks. It was the city where Israeli commandos, led by a man who would one day lead the nation, famously disguised themselves to deliver swift, terminal justice to those responsible for the Munich massacre. Yet Beirut was also the city Israel had besieged and occupied, a place where ambition clashed with grim reality. The 2006 war, aimed at dismantling Hezbollah, saw Israeli jets strike the city's international airport. While militarily effective in the moment, the campaign ultimately failed to achieve its strategic goal, leaving Hezbollah stronger and costing Israeli leaders their posts. Beirut sat a mere 147 miles from Jerusalem, a short flight, but a psychological chasm. To many Israelis, it felt like another world entirely, but Jack couldn't afford to wait for a cavalry of SEALs or Delta operators. Every second Becca remained captive increased the risk. The kidnappers could find the tracker, or worse, spirit her into a country like Iran or China, turning a rescue mission into an international crisis. He needed Israeli action, and he needed it immediately. A new tactic was required. "The people holding Becca executed a Shin Bet officer," Jack stated, his voice level. "Does her death simply go unavenged?" "You mistake caution for indifference," the woman said, her smile vanishing completely. "Those who spill our blood will answer for it, but on our terms, at our chosen hour. We are not the United States, Jack. We cannot afford the luxury of impulsive, half-hearted wars. We, too, once knew only pride, and we, too, learned the bitter taste of humility. Our lesson was the Second Lebanon War. I will not send people to die merely to soothe a desire for revenge. We must be wiser. What if the men with Dr. Schweigart pose a direct, immediate threat to Israel's security?" Jack pressed. The woman's expression hardened, her eyes sharpening into her predator's focus. "Jack," she said, the playful epithet now gone, "what crucial piece of information are you withholding from me?" "More than you know," Jack admitted quietly. "I'm sure there's plenty you're keeping from me as well. However, there's another piece of information regarding Becca's abduction that might catch your attention." Jack drew a breath, not for dramatic effect, but to steady his own nerves. What he was about to reveal required a certain steel. The game demanded its price. "We have a photograph of the intelligence officer we believe was targeting Dr. Schweigart," Jack stated, retrieving his phone and finding the image Peter had sent. "He was arranged to meet her in Israel, operating directly under the noses of your own security services." "Photographs of spies are always appreciated," the woman replied coolly, "and I would certainly like to have this one. My security apparatus is formidable, but not infallible. A lone spy slipping through is troubling, I grant you, but it hardly constitutes an imminent threat to my country's safety." "This man speaks flawless English with an American accent," Jack pressed on. "He has the look of a Midwestern farmhand. For a covert operative in this region, those attributes are incredibly potent. I'd call them invaluable." "Your meaning?" she asked, her gaze sharpening. "My meaning is that you don't expend an operative with such a distinctive high-value profile on a one-off mission," Jack explained. "The likelihood is he's been here before. Process this image through your systems. If you find no prior records, then you can relax. But if I'm correct, he's likely managing other assets within your borders. Important assets with secrets valuable enough to warrant sending their top field officer for personal debriefing. So, tell me, what Israeli secrets do you suppose this all-American farm boy traveled here to gather? A profound, heavy silence settled over the room. The woman's expression became utterly unreadable as she held Jack's stare. Finally, she gave a slow, deliberate nod. "Provide the picture," she said. "We will analyze it. If your theory holds, I will contact the Prime Minister and advise following your proposed path. If my people find nothing, you leave with nothing. Is that understood?" "Understood," Jack confirmed. With another wave of her hand, a technician appeared beside him. Jack carefully wiped the phone before surrendering it, and the man carried it away with the solemn care of handling something sacred. The ensuing wait was agonizing. Jack fought to keep his posture relaxed and confident, a stark contrast to the frantic drumming of his heart. When the technician returned, he went straight to the woman, leaning close to murmur his findings. She listened, her eyes fixed on the middle distance, face still a mask. After a moment she nodded once more and turned back to Jack. "It seems you will be seeing Beirut after all, Jack the American. I hope you do not come to regret the invitation," Jack answered with the kind of steady, assured smile his family was known for. It was just as well he relied on that smile, because coherent speech felt just out of reach. There were many cities on his wish list to visit one day. Beirut, with its complicated history and whispered dangers, had never been among them. The wind roaring through the Black Hawk's open doors should have been bracing. Instead, the thick, brine-laden night air felt suffocating, like a damp cloth pressed against his face. For days the Mediterranean had seemed to mock him with its inviting turquoise waves. Now he would have been perfectly content to admire it from the safety of the shore. This was likely because the sea was currently a mere 10 feet beneath the helicopter's skids. He'd always thought flying nap of the earth in a helicopter would be an exhilarating item to tick off some life list. But he was now swiftly adopting his father's perspective on aircraft. They were best observed from terra firma. As if sensing Jack's newfound skepticism, the pilot threw the helicopter into a sharp banking turn to the right. Jack stared out at the churning sea, the helicopter's rotor blades a blur just above the whitecaps. The heavy swell slapped against the landing gear, sending a cold spray across his face. The aircraft leveled out, but his stomach continued to roll. "How are you holding up?" Dudu shouted over the twin turbines' roar and the howling wind. "Just fantastic," Jack yelled back, the words tasting like a lie. He was grateful not to be on the shared comms. The 10 commanders strapped in beside him didn't need to hear the tremor in his voice. Throwing up was one thing, but sounding scared in front of men he was about to follow into a fight was worse than any wave. For a wild second, he considered unbuckling and taking his chances with the ocean. 5 minutes. Dudu squeezed his arm and bellowed. 5 minutes to the target. Jack gave a tight nod, his jaw clenched. He wasn't worried about his voice now. He was fighting to keep his pre-flight kneel down. What did it say that he'd rather be in a finer fight than endure this nauseating ride? Maybe that was the point. A rough insertion meant the assault team would hit the ground angry and ready for a fight. According to the rushed briefing, there would be plenty of target. That is, if their Black Hawk could dodge the rogue waves and actually reach the shore. The reality they faced was grim. Since the last war, Hezbollah in Beirut had morphed from a ragtag militia into a hardened, state-like force. Gone were the days of simple rifles and rocket-propelled grenades. Now they fielded advanced Iranian tech, next-generation thermal scopes, anti-tank missiles, and even portable surface-to-air systems. And those were just the weapons Israel knew about. Rumors of full Russian air defense networks scattered across the city were far more troubling. This wasn't a raid against an outgunned enemy. It was an invasion of a fortified mini-state, one that might spot them coming and swat them from the sky long before they could offload their team.
hence the pilot's flying nap of the earth, treating their helicopter like a speedboat. But stealth alone wouldn't save them. The Israeli doctrine was clear. A good offense is the best defense.
Jack and the Sayeret Matno team weren't the only ones coming in from the sea. "Look," Dudu said, tapping the tablet secured to his thigh. "The diversion is on the way." Jack leaned in, watching as blue symbols crept across the screen toward the outlined objective. The device, an upgraded version of American tech, fused drone footage with real-time tracking of friendly forces. It let you watch the battle unfold, a fitting metaphor for Jack's role here as an observer. "Are those F-35s?" he asked, the blue icons briefly distracting him from his churning gut. Dudu shook his head, a wry smile on his face. "Come on, Jack. F-15s. The whole point is to make some noise, right?" Jack remembered the briefing clearly. While he hadn't been part of the planning, he'd been permitted to observe from the back of the room as each team leader outlined their role. Dudu had translated, and Jack had to concede that for a mission cobbled together in under 2 hours, it was remarkably thorough. Then again, Israel existed in a perpetual state of siege, surrounded by adversaries dedicated to its annihilation. The various branches of the IDF had mastered the art of rapid, seamless integration. Constant threats demanded relentless vigilance and an almost supernatural capacity to adapt. This operation was a perfect example of that ethos. 1 minute out, Dudu announced. Jack gave a curt nod. The update was appreciated but unnecessary. The helicopter's cabin vibrated with controlled Chateliers racking slides, checking radios, adjusting kit, mentally preparing for the fight ahead. It was a familiar tableau to Jack, yet this time he was an observer, not a member of the close-knit fraternity heading into the fray. The defense minister had granted his request to accompany the rescue team, but her consent came with strings firmly attached. To Jack's profound irritation, the most grating condition was her decree that he remain unarmed. In retrospect, she was likely testing his resolve, challenging his promise to accept any restriction just to be on the bird. To her surprise, and perhaps his own, Jack had agreed without hesitation. He'd won the essential argument. Time was the enemy now. Bargaining with an Israeli official was an exercise in futility. However, the wisdom of approaching a hot landing zone without a weapon seemed to diminish with every router beat bringing them closer to Beirut. It wasn't a question of trust. Sayeret Matgal's operational record was among the best in the world. No, it was a simpler, more visceral truth. Showing up to a firefight empty-handed was just plain stupid. "Here, my friend," Dudu said, cutting into his thoughts. "Thought you might need this." Jack looked up from his hands to see Dudu offering him a pistol. Grip first. A Jericho wasn't his preferred sidearm, but under the circumstances, he wasn't in a position to be picky. It was a reliable weapon, and the .45 caliber round it fired commanded respect. If he was stuck with an unfamiliar firearm, he at least wanted one that made a significant statement. "Thanks," Jack said, taking the Jericho and performing a swift press check to confirm a round was chambered. "I owe you one." Dudu offered another of his characteristic shrugs. "Don't mention it. Politicians make the rules, but the soldiers who have to live with them should have the final say." "Yes," Jack nodded. Absolutely yes. He wondered what his father would make of Dudu's philosophy, and concluded the old man would wholeheartedly approve. Unlike many in Washington, Jack Ryan Sr. had been a Marine and a CIA analyst long before he entered politics. He believed in setting the strategic objective and then getting out of the way, leaving the tactical decisions to the professionals on the ground. For a fleeting second, Jack imagined his dad's reaction to knowing his son was currently crammed into a helicopter with Israeli commandos, bound for Lebanon. Then the aircraft flared sharply and all contemplation ceased. The Black Hawk met the ground with all the elegance of a falling anvil. Jack, however, couldn't blame the pilots for their urgent, jarring descent. Even through the deafening whine of the GE engines just overhead, he could hear the distinct, ominous rumble of explosions shaking the night air. The Israeli deception was in full swing. While the helicopter had touched down smoothly, the Black Hawk pilots had endured a nerve-wracking journey through Lebanese skies before finally reaching the safety of international water. Skimming the waves had been unsettling, but Jack found himself almost wishing for another helicopter ride compared to what awaited him and the assault team next. Almost he instinctively hunched as he cleared the rotor wash, the thought of a thumbs up to the pilots cut short by the engine's rising whine. A blast of gritty wind billed his clothes, and then both helicopters surged upward, disappearing into the night like specters returning to the ether. Suddenly Jack and 10 Israeli commandos were alone, in a stadium. His time with the campus had involved some unusual assignments. Anything with Ding in charge was guaranteed to be memorable, but this operation was shaping up to be in a league of its own. Jack stood at the center of a soccer pitch, encircled by the vast, silent bowl of over 47,000 empty seats at Camille Chamon Stadium. He desperately hoped they were empty. Using a stadium as a covert landing zone was a brilliant tactical move, provided the stands were clear. Otherwise, he and his team would be offering a whole new definition to the phrase sitting ducks. "Jack, we move," Dudu urged, his hand firm on Jack's shoulder. Jack was in complete agreement. Beyond using Black Hawks that bore an uncanny resemblance to the stealth models from the Bin Laden raid, the defense minister had devised other clever distractions to keep Lebanese and Hezbollah forces preoccupied. This included a pair of Hermes 900 drones currently expending their precision munitions on a known Hezbollah missile depot. As the minister had bluntly stated, Israel would not risk a full-scale war over rescuing one American and capturing a spy. There were clear limits. Provocative 15 flights near the border were permissible, as were drone strikes on militant positions. But deploying a large conventional force for a combat search and rescue mission inside Lebanon was a different matter entirely. 2 stealth helicopters in a deserted stadium was the chosen compromise. The stark reality of that compromise, however, was their total isolation. If things went wrong, no rescue was coming. This meant moving through high-risk zones, like an exposed stadium with extreme speed. "Right behind you," Jack replied, jogging to catch up with the fading silhouettes of the commandos. The Sayeret Matgul was undoubtedly among the world's elite special forces, though its origins were quite different from a unit like Delta Force. Ironically, Sayeret translates to reconnaissance, and its founders had built it with deep infiltration in mind. The original recruits were selected not just for courage and combat skill, but for a specific, almost theatrical aptitude, the ability to blend in. They sought soldiers who could pass as Arabs, men who spoke the language fluently and could navigate a marketplace or mosque without drawing a second glance. This heritage of subterfuge, Jack mused, was a far cry from kicking indoors, yet here they were, about to do precisely that in the heart of Beirut. The irony wasn't lost on him as they moved toward the stadium's shadowy exit, the ghostly echo of their footsteps, the only sound in the cavernous space. Now, more than 6 decades later, the unit's purpose had evolved significantly, yet a specialized detachment remained, its mission distinct from its counterparts. This was a team of operators who cursed in Arabic when hit and performed the Asa with the devotion of true believers men at ease in the very villages and homes of their adversaries. It was alongside these soldiers that Jack now operated, a fortunate circumstance given that the stadium where they'd touched down was less than a 15-minute drive from Hezbollah's command center. Jack moved up beside Dudu as the team entered the stadium's interior, leaving the exposed soccer field for the maze of tight corridors built to channel crowds. Oddly, the rough concrete walls offered a sense of security. While a firefight in these cramped passageways would be a nightmare, Jack felt a grim relief at no longer being a visible target in the open. A hushed Arabic word and a raised tight fist brought the column to an abrupt stop. From his position near the back, Jack could see a dull, grimy light seeping through a gated entrance ahead. "Why are we holding?" Jack whispered under his breath. Just moments ago he'd appreciated the labyrinth of tunnels. Now his mind fixated on how a single well-aimed explosive could decimate the entire team. "Funny how your outlook could shift in a heartbeat." "Our local asset," Dudu murmured in reply. "He's Mossad's man on the ground." As had occurred repeatedly since hearing the Sayeret leader detail this extraction, Jack's memory flashed to Opria era when operatives from this same organization had slipped into Beirut with lethal intent. Back then, Mossad handlers had been staged with stolen cars to transport the commandos to their objectives. This time, however, no Israeli was waiting beyond the fence. "So there's no Mossad officer to meet us," Jack said, thinking aloud. "No Mossad presence in the country at all," Dudu confirmed. This whole thing was put together on the fly. Point taken. Not for the first time, Jack wished for something more substantial than the .45 pistol on his hip. Then again, the commandos themselves weren't much better equipped. The operational constraints in Lebanon ruled out their preferred method, a dynamic Black Hawk insertion, a whirlwind assault with flashbangs and suppressed rifles, and a swift exfiltration under air cover from F-35s. Instead, success hinged on guile and silence. Consequently, the 10 assaulters wore civilian attire and carried compact weapons. In this case, AW is in 9mm. While effective in close quarters, the submachine gun was no rifle, lacking both its stopping power and its reach beyond a few hundred meters. Under normal circumstances, this shortfall would be offset by 2, maybe 3, sniper teams providing overwatch. But as Jack was rapidly discovering, nothing about this mission followed the standard playbook. "Path is clear," Dudu announced. "We go now." Jack gave a terse nod, fighting to keep his breathing measured as his mind sprinted. He'd been through tense operations with his campus colleagues, but he'd never felt so acutely out of his element. Thanks to Dudu, he was armed, yet he remained essentially a privileged spectator. All small unit tactics shared common principles, but their execution varied wildly between units. For instance, the TTP tactics, techniques, and procedures used by SEAL Team 6 to clear a building were similar, yet far from identical to those employed by their Army counterparts in Delta Force. The stark reality of working with an entirely different doctrine, in a city humming with hostile intent, sent a fresh wave of tension through him, a sudden sharp longing for the familiar rhythm and trusted banter of his own team. These two elite units belonged to the same military and spoke the same language. Jack, however, shared almost nothing in common with the Sayeret Matgal operators. Their methods of movement, how they employed their weapons, even their silent hand signals, all of it, was foreign to him. For the first time in his career, he felt a profound and total disconnect, and the real action hadn't even begun. "Stay tight on me," Dudu whispered. Jack responded with 2 quick squeezes to the Shin Bet officer's shoulder, a reflexive gesture from his own close-quarters combat training. They weren't stacked outside a door ready to breach, but the sensation of being dangerously exposed was just as intense. Maybe it was the glimpse he caught as they turned the corner. Israelis were often leaner in build compared to Americans, and Jack's height gave him a clear view over the heads and shoulders of the commandos ahead, even from his position at the rear. What he saw made his gut tighten. The point man was working on the lock of a heavy accordion gate blocking the stadium entrance, while the second and third men provided security, their Uzes held ready. Beyond that gate lay Beirut. The briefing had stated their exit was on the stadium's eastern side. To the west ran a major north-south highway, while open pedestrian plazas stretched to the north and south. The eastern side was trickier. A narrow service road hugged the stadium's curve, feeding into a web of smaller streets that led west to Highway 51, or, more alarmingly, south and east into areas firmly under Hezbollah's control. This access came with a severe drawback. To the east, the stadium was overlooked by dense rows of apartment buildings. A bustling mosque was tucked into the side streets beyond those apartments, and a Palestinian refugee camp was a mere 10-minute walk to the southeast. Israeli cyber teams had successfully blacked out the city, but the resulting darkness felt more threatening than protective. This lightly armed team of 10 was incredibly vulnerable. Just then an ambulance rolled to a stop by the curb. "Damn it!" Jack hissed, pressing himself flat against the cold concrete. "No, no, no," Dudu murmured, shaking his head. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips. "That's our ride, right on time." As if scripted, the ambulance headlights went dark. The driver got out, popped the hood, and bent over the engine. After a tense pause, he straightened up, moved around the front bumper, and stood on the sidewalk by the passenger door. He pulled out a phone, and though Jack was too far to hear the words, the man's animated gestures and the sharp cadence of his voice suggested a heated, frustrating conversation. With a final irritated headshake, he stuffed the phone away. A small flame flickered as he lit a cigarette. He took a deep drag, then simply squatted down next to the front tire, a picture of casual waiting. "All clear," Dudu confirmed. "Move." The lead commando pulled the heavy gate open, and the screech of metal was deafening. In these moments, every sound was amplified by adrenaline, and Jack winced. Distant secondary explosions rumbled from the southeast, their flashes painting the skyline and helpfully pulling attention away from the stadium. Still, Jack felt a deep unease. They needed to cross this open pedestrian plaza linear kill zone and get into the back of that ambulance fast. The Israelis advanced at a brisk walk in a loose, staggered file, balancing speed with the need not to run and attract notice. The first 2 men reached the midpoint. Jack allowed himself a shallow breath of relief. Then the night shattered into a storm of gunfire. Jack hit the deck, the sharp crack of rifle fire echoing through the stadium's concrete maze. Pinpointing the shooters by sound was impossible. The reports bounced off every surface. Then he spotted muzzle flashes to his left, a parking lot about 100 yards northeast of the entrance. He remembered the satellite photos from the briefing. Low concrete barriers meant to direct traffic. Now those same barriers were providing perfect cover for the ambush. A chorus of pained groans pulled his attention. 3 of his teammates were down, motionless. Dudu and the remaining commandos were firing back with their Uzis, but Jack knew it was a hopeless gesture. At this range, the 9mm rounds were practically useless, and the enemy clearly had the advantage of night optics. They were outnumbered, outgunned, and fighting blind. Another commando twisted and fell, his weapon clattering to the pavement. In one fluid motion, Jack was up, grabbing the fallen Uzi and spraying a burst toward the flashes as he sprinted for the idling ambulance. The driver was flattened against the ground, trying to vanish into the concrete. He wasn't in the direct line of fire, though, shielded by the vehicle's bulk, and that gave Jack a desperate idea. The Uzi clicked empty just as he reached the ambulance, and he let it drop. His wild run and gun hadn't been about accuracy. It was about creating a distraction, making the sniper's second gun. In a fight, sheer audacity can sometimes outweigh better gear. Or maybe you just catch a lucky break. Right now, Jack would take either. He yanked open the passenger door and scrambled across to the driver's seat. No keys in the ignition, of course. Cack shouted at the man outside, who only waved a frantic hand, face still pressed to the ground. Switching to French, Jack tried again, miming a turning motion. "Sous de voiture!" The man stared blankly. Time was bleeding away with every shot. Jack's mind raced to kickstart this thing, or find another way. The snipers weren't letting up, and the body count was rising. This standoff was starting to feel less like a battle and more like target practice, and Jack was tired of being the paper silhouette. In Lebanon, many locals spoke a distinctive dialect of Levantine Arabic, heavily laced with French. Jack's own Arabic was serviceable, but he was far more fluent in French, a fact that, luckily, the Mossad accent seemed to share. "Per soul," the man insisted, pointing frantically upward. Jack's mind, already taxed by the fight for survival, scrambled to translate. The window beside him exploded inward, showering the cabin with glass. What had started as a bold move was quickly falling apart under relentless sniper fire, forcing Jack to hunch low beneath the dashboard. Nothing was going according to plan. Then it clicked. Sun visor. Jack slapped the plastic panel above his head and felt the satisfying jingle of keys dropping into his palm. He fumbled one into the ignition, twisted it, and grinned as the engine sputtered to life. Shoving the gear shift into reverse, he stomped on the accelerator. Tires screeched as the ambulance lurched backward, just as another barrage of rounds tore through the vehicle. Hunched over the wheel, Jack tried to steer using the side mirror, only for a stray bullet to shatter it into 1,000 fragments. Precision driving was out of the question now. He jerked the wheel hard to the right, bouncing the rear tires onto the curb, then slammed the transmission into park. Scrambling across to the passenger side, he rolled out onto the pavement. The ambulance now served as a makeshift barricade between the Israeli commandos and the unseen shooters. Bullets continued to pelt the vehicle like hailstones, but it provided the Sayeret Matgal team a fleeting moment of respite, a window Jack planned to use. He grabbed the asset by the collar and hauled him upright. "Help me," Jack ordered, gesturing toward the wounded men scattered across the concrete. The lanky man looked ready to protest when a round skipped off the asphalt and struck him squarely in the backside. It didn't break the skin, but the shock delivered a sudden, powerful dose of motivation. Unbidden, a saying from his friend Ding popped into Jack's head. "When all else fails, kick 'em in the ass." Of the original 10-man team, 4 lay motionless on the ground. 2 more were injured but could still move. The remaining 4, including Dudu, were miraculously unscathed. "Dudu!" Jack yelled over the gunfire. "Help me get them into the ambulance." "No," Dudu shouted back between bursts from his Uzi. "Get them to the stadium." Jack understood instantly. In the open, with half their force down, they were easy targets. The stadium's narrow corridors would neutralize the sniper's range advantage. Plus, the distant thrum of approaching Black Hawks hinted at a hot extractioner, so Jack desperately hoped. Heroic last stands made for good cinema, but were a terrible reality. Just ask anyone who remembered the Alamo. Directing the asset toward a downed commando, Jack sprinted to another, hefting the man into a fireman's carry before charging toward the stadium entrance. Bullets whizzed past his ears as he crashed through the accordion gate, only to find himself alone inside. Swearing, he ran back out. The scene outside was chaos. The asset was clumsily dragging a soldier, while Dudu and the others exchanged fire with the snipers. This piecemeal rescue wasn't working. A reckless idea took shape. Ignoring the wounded for a moment, Jack sprinted back to the ambulance. "Come on," he yelled, tapping Dota's shoulder as he raced past. To his surprise, the commando followed. Jack dove through the open passenger door, scrambled over to the driver's seat, and crouched below the dashboard. He aimed the steering wheel toward the source of the gunfire, shifted into drive, and slammed his foot down on the gas. "Dudu," Jack called out as the ambulance accelerated, the engine straining. "How's your aim with that Uzi?" "Better than yours with that sidearm," Dudu replied, ejecting a spent magazine and slapping in a fresh one. Jack ducked as the windshield cracked into a web of fractures under a hail of gunfire. "Pistol range isn't much good here," Jack shouted over the noise. "We need to close the gap." Dudu's reply was lost in the metallic ping of rounds piercing the cabin. With the headlights still off, Jack easily spotted the muzzle flashes at his 11 o'clock. He wrenched the wheel left, aiming the vehicle's brill toward the shooters, and pushing the accelerator despite a nagging voice warning they'd never reach them in time. As if echoing that thought, Dudu grunted in pain, his Uzi clattering to the floorboards. "You still in this?" Jack yelled. "For now," Dudu hissed through clenched teeth, scooping up the weapon with his good hand. "Whatever your plan is, make it fast." Jack didn't answer. He flicked on the headlights, hitting the brights. Only one lamp flared to life, but its 20,000 candle power beam cut through the darkness, fully illuminating the riflemen crouched ahead. Just as Jack guessed, they were using night vision's scopus, their earlier advantage now, a crippling weakness. Those with light-intensifying optics recoiled, hands flying to their eyes. Even the few with thermal sights or acting as spotters were blinded by the sudden glare. For one brilliant suspended moment, 6 enemy fighters were utterly exposed. A moment was all it took. The Shin Bet officer, a former commando, emptied the Uzi in a sustained burst. 9mm rounds tore through the unprotected men, their bodies jerking under the impact. Jack felt the ambulance's front wheels jump the curb, and then he was among them, scattering gunmen like pins in an alley. Bracing himself against the awful thuds beneath the Teresa grin payback for fallen comrades, Jack slammed the brakes just before plowing into a concrete wall ahead. He leaped out, Jericho pistol ready, and began moving methodically through the chaos until Dudu grabbed his shoulder. "Come on," Dudu urged. "Extraction is minutes out." "We're leaving." Home. The word echoed in Jack's mind as he watched Dudu climb awkwardly into the ambulance, cradling his injured shoulder. Home for Jack was across an ocean, a world of quiet evenings, and his mother's apple pie at the White House residence. Home was where you went when the job was finished. But his job here was far from over. Becca and her young son were still somewhere in this city, held by dangerous men. Maybe Peter had a point. Maybe Becca was facing the consequences of her own choices. Jack wasn't a judge of souls. He couldn't peer into anyone's heart. Yet he didn't need divine insight to know a 7-year-old boy, autistic and scared, didn't belong in the company of killers, no matter his mother's past. Foam would have to wait. "I'm not coming," Jack said, waving Dudu off. "What are you talking about?" Dudu protested. "You can't handle this alone." "I know," Jack replied, his voice steady. "But I can't walk away. Not now." The big Israeli officer hesitated, one foot in the ambulance, torn between his duty to his team and his loyalty to this stubborn American. The wail of approaching police sirens decided for him. "Good luck, my friend," Dudu said, his tone shifting from urgency to a weary, almost sarcastic resignation. "And take this. You'll need it more than I will." Jack caught the tossed duffel bag on instinct. Before he could respond, Dudu slammed the door, threw the ambulance into gear, and sped away, leaving Jack standing alone in the shattered street. The engine roared to life, the dented ambulance lurching backward over the curb before speeding across the street. Jack was left alone, surrounded by the grim aftermath. A crushing wave of isolation hit him, a fleeting, almost childish urge to sprint after those vanishing red taillights. He crushed the impulse. With a practiced motion, he slid a fresh magazine into his pistol, clicked the safety on, and secured it at his waist. His eyes swept the scene one last time before he moved, darting across the road to haul the unharmed Mossad informant to his feet. He turned his back on the fallen, both Israeli and Hezbollah. A clean break. The insertion had been a disaster, but the core objective remained. Jack was in Beirut. Now the real work began. He melted into the shadows, trailing the informant, Gibran. The wail of converging sirens faded behind them as Jack strained to hear the distinctive thump of Black Hawk Rodorsa sound that never came. It wasn't that he didn't care about Dudu and the team. Surprisingly, he'd come to respect the gruff commando, and he sincerely hoped they made it out. But frankly, scouring the sky was a luxury he couldn't afford. His entire world had narrowed to a single brutal equation: his own survival. He passed a couple strolling, instinctively tilting his head down and away, his mind working overtime. This was a setup. The ambush was too precise, too prepared. They'd been sold out. So who were the shooters? If it was the Lebanese military, he was utterly finished. They weren't the Russians, but within their own borders they had all the authority and resources of a sovereign state. He'd be a spy in hostile territory with zero support, a walking dead man. The other possibility was Hezbollah. Ironically, that was almost preferable. Sure, the Shia militia was a powerhouse with a massive army and enough rockets to turn parts of Israel into a parking lot. They controlled huge sections of Beirut like a shadow government. But they didn't control all of it. There was still a fragile, messy coexistence with the official Lebanese state. If it was Hezbollah hunting him, he'd have to dodge their agents. but not every police officer in the country would have his photo. That was a massive if, however. He'd burned his bridges with the Israelis the moment he left Dudu behind. Now, operating solo might be his only advantage. Someone on the Israeli side was compromised. He was sure of it. He had to assume everyone caught in the ambush was clean, including the wiry Gibran. The man had kept his cool under fire, which was endorsement enough in Jack's book. Right after leaving the scene, Jack had cut a deal. Sanctuary in America for Gibran and his family in exchange for his cooperation. The ambulance driver had agreed without a second's hesitation, a stark reminder that in this game everyone was looking for an exit. Jack would have liked to think Gibran's swift shift in loyalty was a testament to his own persuasive skills, but he suspected the ex-Mossad informant was simply playing the odds to stay alive. That was acceptable. Self-preservation had a way of focusing the mind. "Sought the plan?" Gibran asked, halting as Jack drew even. Jack's immediate goal had been to put as much ground as possible between them and the ambush site. Running into a civilian who could later connect him to the Israeli operation would be just as risky as a confrontation with Hezbollah or the Lebanese police. With that in mind, he'd instructed Gibran to find them a place to disappear, and the former asset had complied without hesitation. They had shadowed Highway 51 north for a few blocks before slipping into a westbound underpass beneath the bustling roadway. From there, it was easy to vanish into one of the many wooded areas dotting the empty field. Gibran located a thicket of cedar trees where the gnarled trunks created a hidden hollow large enough for both men to crouch unseen. For the first time since the Bayer fight, Jack allowed himself a moment to breathe. He needed to switch from pure reaction to actual thought. While he remained convinced that staying in Beirut was the right call, the consequences were now piling up, demanding his attention. Ever since the operation first unraveled in Hakam el Market, what felt like a lifetime ago now, Jack had gone to great lengths to keep the campus out of it. Operational security was part of it. Sure, but Jack could admit there was another, less noble force at work. Call it ego. Ding had handed this mission to him instead of to a more seasoned operator, and Jack saw it as both an act of faith and a personal trial. A shot to prove he could operate without a safety net or a supervisor looking over his shoulder. To show he could truly function alone and unafraid. Well, maybe just alone. But saving Becca and her comic book-obsessed son was going to require more than one campus operative armed with good intentions and a Jericho pistol. Time to see what kind of parting gift Dudu had provided. Unzipping the Israeli's messenger bag, Jack looked inside. He wasn't sure what he'd expected, but finding just a spare magazine for the pistol and a cell phone felt a little disappointing. Then again, in his current situation, he couldn't afford to be picky. He swapped out the magazine for a fresh one, tucking the partially spent one into his back pocket. The phone was an even bigger letdown. He hadn't realistically expected the hardened encrypted device his father used, but he'd hoped for something better than a generic Samsung clone. When he powered it on, a standard home screen with familiar English icons greeted him. If this phone had any secret capabilities, they weren't obvious. Jack swiped through the screen, searching for any clue to its purpose, and finding nothing. If its covert functions were buried inside mundane apps, they would stay buried. Jack had neither the time nor the patience to go digging. As a piece of spy gear, the phone seemed useless. And then, as if it had sensed his dismissal, it buzzed in his hand. Returning to the home screen, Jack saw the messaging app now showed an unread text. He tapped the icon and was met with a hyperlink. He hesitated, his finger hovering over the cryptic string of letters and numbers, well aware of the dangers that often awaited the gullible who clicked on strange links. A wry smile touched his lips. Here he was, crouching in a grove of trees, evading Hezbollah, the police, and pretty much everyone else, with only a Lebanese ambulance driver for an ally. Somewhere in the city, a kidnapped American scientist whose work could tilt the global balance of power was being held by armed men. From that vantage point, clicking a questionable link seemed like a remarkably minor gamble. Jack tapped the link. A moment later, the screen of the phone shifted to show a familiar Imogen aerial view of Beirut, with a blinking blue icon marking the signal's location. Jack had no idea what brand of beer Dudu preferred, but he made a mental note to bring him a whole case once this was over. Thanks to the Shin Bet officer, the first major obstacle was now behind him. Jack had a live location on Becca. It was time to tackle obstacle number 2. Switching back to the phone app, he dialed a number from memory, listening to it ring as he calculated the time difference. Beirut was 7 hours ahead of Eastern Time. Any ordinary person would definitely be awake right now. The problem was, the person he was calling was far from ordinary. The line rang several more times, and Jack was about to hang up, when a vague, distracted voice finally came through. "Hello." Just like that, Jack was back in action. "Hey, Gavin," Jack said, pressing the phone to his ear while scanning the tree line. "Zets. Jack. Long time, man. How's Tel Aviv treating you?" Hearing Gavin Beery's reedy voice brought an involuntary grin to Jack's face, despite the grim setting. Officially, Gavin was the IT director at Hendley Associates, but unofficially he served as the campus go-to-hacker. The round, chronically single-keyboard wizard didn't have an ounce of field instinct in him. Yet Jack could already feel the balance tilting in his favor. Gavin's skills with code were nothing short of frightening. "That's just it," Jack said, watching a skinny stray cat sniff around the edge of the clearing. "I'm not in Tel Aviv anymore. I'm in Beirut." "Seriously, dude?" Gavin's voice blared so loudly Jack had to hold the phone away. "This is straight-up camping. The newbies are ruining this server for everyone." "Gavin," Jack said, sharper this time, "did you catch what I just said?" "Huh. Oh, sorry, Jack. My squad and I are grinding out some last-minute practice. The Call of Duty tournament is in 5 days, so we're basically in lockdown mode. You're lucky I picked up at all." "So Tel Aviv's still good, Gavin?" Jack said, letting a layer of steel settle into his tone. "Put the controller down. Right now. In Beirut. Lebanon. Who needs your help?" "Lebanon? Who, Jack? Why didn't you lead with that?" Jack felt a flare of irritation, but forced it down. Gavin was exactly what he seemed, a once-in-a-generation digital savant with the social grace of a preoccupied academic. Early in his campus career, Jack had learned that losing his temper with Gavin was a waste of energy. Sure, Evan had been out in the field a couple of times, but he wasn't a real operator. Had never understand the feeling of crouching in a grove of trees with a Mossad contact for company and another man's blood drying on your boots, but that was fine. Right now, Jack didn't need another gun. He needed a digital sorcerer who could bend ones and zeros to his will from over 6,000 miles away. He needed Gavin, and Gavin was precisely who answered. "Beirut, copy that, Jack. Is this line secure?" "No," Jack admitted. "All right, no sweat. Let me route you through something I've been playing with. It's a little algorithm that'll mask your mobile ID and encrypt us end-to-end. My homemade solution for improvised, secure comms. It's not quite NSA-level crypto, but if anyone's trying to trace your signal or eavesdrop, their job just got a whole lot tougher." Jack only vaguely understood the technical details, but he made an approving sound anyway. It was unnecessary. Gavin was already mumbling to himself, a sure sign he was deep in his zone. Nothing, Jack said, would break through that intense focus until Gavin finished whatever digital magic he was working. For now, Jack was just a passenger. An electronic tone pinged in Jack's ear, followed by a brief, sharp whine. Then the static and distortion that had been nagging at the calls simply disappeared. Much better. Gavin's voice came through crisp and clear, as if he were right beside Jack instead of across an ocean. "Now that I've dealt with that little problem, we can speak openly." "Problem?" Jack asked. "Yep. A couple of Hezbollah clowns were trying to listen in. They were almost on top of your location, but I just rerouted their entire operation. With any luck, they'll be running in circles in Baghdad for the next 48 hours. And don't even get me started on the pre-installed Israeli tracking software. I managed to isolate the whole system and quarantine that nasty bit of code. So what do you need? Jack took a moment, processing what Gavin had just casually mentioned. Hezbollah had been seconds away from pinpointing an Israeli-issued secure phone. Jack was aware the Iranian-backed group's tech capabilities had skyrocketed since the last major conflict, but the Israelis were supposed to be among the best in signals intelligence and cyber warfare. Besides, Jack had only powered the phone on 2 minutes ago. There was only one explanation for an adversary compromising a locked-down device that fast. Someone had sold them out. Jack, you still with me? Sorry, man, Jack said, spaced out for a second. I'm in deep trouble here. Just another Tuesday, right? Gavin meant it as a joke, but the words landed with a thud. This was far from a normal day. Here's the deal, buddy, Jack said, adjusting his stance to get a clearer view of the tight alley beyond the tree line. The campus has no idea about this. Not yet, anyway. Oh, Gavin said, pausing to absorb that. So you're running a job for another shop? Jack thought about giving his friend the easy answer, but decided against it. He knew he had a reputation for going rogue, but this situation was a new level of chaos, even for him. Gavin deserved to know exactly what he was signing up for. No, Jack said. Right now, I'm flying completely solo. That means any assistance you give me is off the books too. Clear, I understand. That my friend is asking for a favor. That's all I need to know. Stop beating around the bush and tell me what you want. My gaming team is about to bench me if I don't get back online soon. This tournament has a real cash prize, Jack. Jack couldn't help but laugh. Operator or not, he'd choose the slightly out-of-shape hacker over anyone else. Kylegs were fine, but Gavin was family. The guy was always ready to jump into the trenches, no explanations necessary. He was a true friend. All right, Jack said, almost enjoying the next part. Here's the list. First, I need to make some calls from this phone. They have to be completely secure and impossible to trace. Got it. Jack, please. I already told you. The phone is now encrypted end-to-end. Give me a real challenge. Fine, Jack said, smiling. I'm logged into a GPS tracking application. I need you to have access to it, too, in case I lose this phone, and you need to send me the coordinates again. Already handled. I mirrored your device the second you said you were in a bind. I'm looking at the same live map you are. Perfect, Jack said. This last one is a bit out there. For crying out loud, Jack, just say it. My teammates are seriously considering putting that knucklehead John Dixon in my spot. If that happens, we'll be eliminated in the first round, guarantee. Okay, Jack said. Here's what I need. Jack laid out his request, using the most technical language he could muster, which mostly consisted of terms he remembered from spy thrillers. Even so, Gavin grasped the concept immediately, and, more importantly, he didn't question how insane it sounded. Jack found his friend's unwavering support both reassuring and alarming. Reassuring because he now had an ally besides the former Mossad contact. Alarming because this was usually the moment when someone like Ding would step in with a dose of reality. Then again, maybe a touch of madness was exactly what the situation called for. Understood, Jack, Gavin replied. I believe I'm following. I've been tinkering with a little project that might just fit the bill. I've nicknamed it the Eye of Sauron. The what? Jack asked. From Lord of the Rings. No, Jack stated flatly. I'm not familiar with it. Really? They turned the books into major films, for goodness sake. Stay on track, Gavin. Right. Give me an hour to get the eye operational on your device. Honestly, I could likely manage it in half that time, but you're always advising caution. How does that sound? Excellent, Jack said. Just excellent. Fantastic. Oh, and Jack, one final thing. You will not, Pashas. What? Oh, come on, Jack. Really? Gavin? All right. 30 minutes. Talk soon. The call disconnected. Hello? Jack hesitated before responding. He'd practiced this conversation multiple times. yet he felt more tension now than during the extraction of Israeli commandos from a hostile ambush. That was the unique effect John Terence Clark had on a person. "Hello, Mr. C."
"It's Jack." "Jack? Where on earth are you calling from?" "This number isn't familiar."
"Beirut, sir."
Under different conditions, Jack might have blamed the prolonged silence on the line for a poor connection. But that wasn't it.
True to Gavin's reputation, his latest digital marvel was providing flawless audio clarity all the way to Alexandria, Virginia. No, that unsettling quiet had a far more foreboding source. John Clark was furious. "Did you just say Beirut?" Clark inquired. "Yes, sir," Jack answered, feeling his pulse quicken. Describing John T. Clark as a legend was a profound understatement. It was like calling a hurricane a stiff breeze. While his current title at the campus was the mild-sounding Director of Operations, his background spoke volumes. Founding commander of Rainbow 6, CIA paramilitary operative, Vietnam-era Navy SEAL, SOG veteran, and a personal confidant to the President of the United States, who also happened to be Jack's father. And then there was the title that necessitated this call: Jack's superior. "Is this line secure?" Clark demanded. "As secure as Gavin could make it. He installed a new encryption suite on my phone. Yours was integrated into the network the instant you answered." "Just wonderful," Clark said, not masking the annoyance in his tone. "Then I suppose I should just rip off the bandage. What in the world are you doing in Beirut, Junior?" "It's somewhat involved, sir," Jack said, glancing at the steady blue icon on his screen. For the moment it remained still. "I was filling in for Ding on an asset verificon that you call out." Clark interrupted.
"But my understanding was that operation was scheduled for Tel Aviv. Unless geography has changed, that's in a completely different nation." "Correct, Mr. C. As I mentioned, it's a long story. The short version is that an American citizen and her son were taken, and I'm working to recover them." "Taken? By whom?" "Hezbollah. This is where it becomes delicate, sir. I don't know who is holding them. The CIA team-led suspected multiple intelligence services were interested in her. The Chinese attempted to eliminate her twice, so I'm fairly certain it's not them. But it could be nearly any other party. Good grief, Junior. Who is this woman?" Even though Jack had lowered the volume in preparation for his boss's reaction, Clark's voice still carried further than he would have preferred. Thankfully, he'd had the foresight to position Gibran as a lookout across the street, both for security and to prevent the former Mossad asset from eavesdropping. Nothing in the conversation so far would have reassured the already rattled ambulance driver. "Her name is Dr. Becca Schweigart, Mr. She's a physicist who may have achieved a breakthrough in stealth technology. Like I said, sir, it's complicated. I feel like I'm digging through a mountain of manure. The deeper I get, the stronger the stench to can you at least explain why you're focused on pursuing this woman instead of the Israelis?" "The Israelis are part of this. Or they were. The Sayeret Montgol team I went in with extracted after we got hit on the landing zone. I stayed behind." "Good Lord, Jack, are you seriously tracking a kidnapping team alone in Hezbollah territory?" "Not entirely alone, sir. I have a Mossad contact assisting me, though I suppose he's working for me now. The scientist has a beacon, so locating her isn't the issue. It's the whole kicking in the door and dealing with her captor's part where I could use some support." "Is that all? Well, why didn't you mention it sooner?" "I'm certain I can get some campus personnel in place in about 16 Dam Hwaj. Actually, sir, I believe a special mission unit is already en route. But they're still 12 hours out at best. However, the agency team that was running the asset validation exercise are all former operators. Special ops guys quietly moved over to the CIA. I spoke with the team leader and his men are prepared to move. They just need transport from the Israeli. I was hoping you might run this by Mary Pat and ask her to apply some pressure for me. I've already met the defense minister, so I'm sure she'll remember our conversation." The line went quiet again.
But Jack didn't feel the same unease he'd struggled with before. In fact, he felt an odd sense of calm. Was he in over his head? Possibly. Okay, definitely. But as he mentally reviewed everything that had happened, each move he'd made was operationally justified. Clark often said what set the U.S. military apart was its bias toward action. In short, pick a direction and move. If nothing else, Jack had seized the initiative with everything he had. Well, I'll be, Clark finally said. I do believe my most junior operator has either grown up completely or lost his ever-loving mind. For both our sakes, I'm hoping it's the first one. I'll get on the line with Mary Pat, but you are authorized for surveillance only. That's it. No door-kicking nonsense. Understood? Absolutely, Mr. C, Jack replied. All right then, Clark said. Stay sharp and keep your head down. I'll be back in touch soon. Out here. Clark ended the call. One of the many lessons Jack had learned from his mentors was how to find the flexibility in a set of orders. For instance, Clark had made it very clear he didn't want Jack breaching a safe house without approval. But he hadn't specified what to do if the door just happened to swing open on its own. Jack stared at the pulsing blue icon. The steady rhythm of its flashes seemed to taunt him, daring Jack to trace it to its source exactly what he wanted to do. This drive for action was what had drawn him to the operational side of the campus in the first place. Analyzing data was useful, but columns of numbers alone couldn't satisfy him. He needed something tangible, something he could really engage with, like that blinking icon on his screen. Jack suppressed a yawn and took another sip of strong coffee. Spending the night hidden in a grove of cedar trees wasn't exactly restful, but he hadn't had much choice. Though every instinct urged him to follow the beacon immediately, he'd decided to wait for sunrise and the cover of the morning crowd. In his thinking, the anonymity of the early commuters better served his purpose. Once people began filling the sidewalks and shops opened, Jack left the cover of the trees and moved to his current position, a small cafe across from the multi-story building where the signal originated. He desperately wanted to push through those grimy doors and see inside, but he resisted. Maybe this was what maturity felt like. If so, it was underwhelming. But as compelling as the icon's call was, Jack stayed where he was, watching and waiting as the morning light washed over the quiet street. Throughout the entire mission, his opponents had consistently outmaneuvered him. Head dispatched Dudu with orders to radio that Jack was aboard the returning Black Hawk with the commandos, a move intended to create a buffer if the security breach truly was inside Shin Bet. But if the compromise originated elsewhere, Jack was navigating treacherous water. To be honest, Jack wasn't exactly operating with an abundance of caution, regardless of a mole's existence. True to his word to Mr. C, a solo rescue attempt wasn't his intention. Yet if that tracking signal began to shift position, his entire calculus would change. He harbored no illusions about the beacon's battery. It was finite. By his estimation, Israeli drones had been pinging the device relentlessly for hours. Sooner or later he'd face a trade-off, reduce transmission frequency to extend the beacon's life, but risk losing real-time awareness. Then there was the far more troubling possibility. What if the captors decided to relocate Becca and Tommy? Jack was in no position to conduct a mobile surveillance operation, even with a vehicle at his disposal. There was also the chilling chance they could be moved entirely beyond his reach. So, if that signal either died or started traveling, Jack would be forced into a corner, facing choices he desperately wanted to avoid. This was precisely why, despite what he'd told Clark, waiting passively for backup was not an option. Every strategy needs a fallback, and to craft one, Jack required concrete detail. Who exactly was holding them? How many guards were involved? What was the specific room layout inside that building? These were the critical questions any rescue team, be it Peter's unit or the specialists speeding from the States, would need answered before making a move. The operators demanded actionable intelligence, and Jack was determined to procure it. "Would you care for more coffee, sir?" "Non," Jack replied, offering a polite smile. The waitress had asked in French, so he answered in kind. With his distinctly blue eyes, blending in as a local was impossible, so he'd opted for Bayret's unofficial second language. There were levels to being an outsider here, and in a city once dubbed the Paris of the Middle East, being mistaken for French was far preferable to the alternative like being identified as American. "And for your friend?" she asked, nodding past his shoulder. Jack turned to see Gibran approaching from across the street. One glance at the former Mossad informant's strained expression told Jack everything. "Merci à tout," Jack said, his smile still in place. The waitress returned the smile and retreated inside, just as Gibran sank into the chair opposite him. "How did it go?" Jack asked, watching as the man's trembling fingers rustled a cigarette and lighter from his shirt pocket. While Gibran had outwardly regained his composure since the stadium ambush, Jack knew an event of that brutality left scars, whether visible or not. So Jack endured the billowing cloud of smoke without protest, even though it somewhat ruined the aroma of his Turkish coffee. In a way, the man's nervous habit was almost reassuring. A person untouched by the grim scene they'd witnessed would have seemed far more suspicious, and Jack already had a surplus of potential suspects. "Fine," Gibran muttered between shaky exhales. "It was fine." Jack let the inadequate answer hang in the air for a moment before leaning forward. "You understand I'm not Israeli, correct?" Gibran studied him briefly before giving a slight shrug. "So what? So I may not be as brutally direct as our friends from Tel Aviv, but even I require more than a one-word summary. I know this mission has spiraled, but I meant what I promised. Help me, and you'll find my country is a far more rewarding ally than a formidable adversary." "Understood." Gibran's hand trembled as he took another long drag, but he managed a slow, deliberate nod. It wasn't the most enthusiastic agreement Jack had ever secured from a potential informant, but it would have to suffice. "All right," Jack said. "What did you learn?" The waitress, who was undeniably attractive, chose that exact moment to return, placing a fresh cup of coffee before Gibran. While Jack wasn't the direct recipient of her attention, he still caught the warmth of her brief smile. The effect on Gibran was immediate and profound. The nervous tremor in his hands vanished, replaced by a wide, appreciative grin. Strong coffee and the promise of payment were fine motivators, but sometimes a genuine smile from a lovely woman was the best medicine for a man's nerves. She exchanged a few pleasant words in Arabic with Gibran, who replied with a newfound confidence. After a final lingering glance, she turned and walked back toward the kitchen, her departure tracked by Gibran's wistful gaze over Jack's shoulder. "Forget funding drivers or informants. Maybe intelligence budgets should allocate more for charming cafe staff." Jack took a deliberate sip of his own drink, allowing the woman's distracting aura to dissipate before refocusing. "Gibran," Jack repeated, his tone firmer now. "The information." The man blinked, looking momentarily startled to find Jack still sitting there. Then, as the last trace of her perfume faded, his professional demeanor snapped back into place. "The building is not under Hezbollah's direct control," Gibran stated, his voice now crisp and analytical. "Or it does not appear to be. I posed as a prospective tenant, and the building manager was exceedingly eager. He gave me a full tour and pushed hard for a lease signature immediately. Properties managed by Hezbollah operate differently. They typically lease entire buildings to trusted entities. On the rare occasion a single unit is available, the vetting process for occupants is extensive and unforgiving." "So Becca's captors aren't Hezbollah?" Jack pressed. Gibran offered a non-committal shrug. "I did not say that. I am merely pointing out a logistical inconsistency. If they were holding your targets, why use a building they do not control? It creates unnecessary risk." Jack leaned back in his wrought iron chair, the metal cool against his back. Why indeed? Two unpalatable answers presented themselves immediately. Either a different group was responsible for the abduction, or the persistent signal from across the street was deliberate bait, or, in a worst-case scenario, both. Military planners loved Occam's razor for a reason. The simplest explanation was usually right, but usually wasn't the same as always. The problem was that pulsing electronic beacon was the only thread he had left connecting him to Becca and Tommy. He couldn't just walk away from it, even if it smelled like a setup. That didn't mean he had to stroll into it blindfolded either. Like it or not, the next step in his twisted path led directly into that nondescript building. He needed a way in. A sudden, sharp memory interrupted his planning a brief shared laugh with Becca weeks ago over terrible airport coffee, a moment of normalcy that now felt like a lifetime ago. The memory hardened his resolve. The question of why Beirut still nagged at him. If her kidnappers were Chinese intelligence, moving her to Lebanon was illogical. If they were Hezbollah, why not take her deeper into their stronghold in the southern suburbs? The cleanest answer was a third party, an actor Jack hadn't yet placed on the board. But who? An independent operator looking to auction a brilliant physicist to the highest bidder. Now that was a chillingly plausible scenario. If Becca had truly unlocked the secrets of practical stealth technology, her knowledge would be a prize countless hostile nations and rogue groups would kill to obtain. But who possessed the capability to execute a clean snatch operation inside Israel itself? Then came the question he'd been avoiding. Was Becca a willing participant in any of this? Jack refused to believe she'd orchestrated her own kidnapping, but Peter's description of her as a savvy opportunist, a mercenary of science, echoed in his mind. Perhaps she wasn't the wide-eyed academic she sometimes appeared to be. He had seen the raw, unmistakable terror in her eyes when an assassin's bullet had nearly found her, though. That fear had been real. Whatever game was being played, she was not calling the shots. Jack was absolutely certain Becca had no clue what awaited her in Tel Aviv. She adored her son, and the idea of her deliberately placing Tommy in harm's way was unthinkable to him. Yet the signal insisted she was right there, just across the street. She wouldn't remain in one place for long, however. America's man-hunting capabilities, refined over years of tracking high-value targets from Iraq to countless other shadow wars, operated with an almost unnerving precision. Even tucked away in Beirut, a stone's throw from Hezbollah's strongholds, she was firmly under that vast invisible net. Her captors would have to move her, and quickly. As if on cue, a sleek SUV with blacked-out windows glided to a stop opposite the cafe. Its doors opened silently, and four armed men stepped out. Contrary to popular belief, Jack wasn't someone who always needed to be right. Honestly, he loved being proven wrong on occasion, like when a takedown went smoother than a greased slide, or when his mom's latest culinary experiment in the White House kitchen somehow didn't end in a fire alarm. He would have been thrilled to be wrong right now. Three of the men fanned out around the vehicle, their AK-47s held ready, eyes scanning the street with cold efficiency. Jack, seated closest to the man covering the driver's side, felt that assessing gaze pass over him, hesitate for a split second on the cloud of smoke surrounding Gibran, and then move off. For once, Jack was thankful for the ambulance driver's nasty habit. The plume offered a perfect, irritating veil. A professional shooter avoids drawing attention, so the bodyguard noted the smoking duo and logically dismissed them as non-threats. The feeling that washed over Jack was a strange cocktail of relief and deep unease. Relief at passing unnoticed, and apprehension because these men were clearly not amateurs. They moved with a disciplined coordination that suggested either the elite Radwan unit of Hezbollah or something potentially worse. "Mind if I bun one?" Jack asked, nodding at Gibran's pack. He took a cigarette, lit it, and fought back a cough as the harsh smoke scraped his throat. Focusing past the discomfort, he watched the SUV's rear door. Casually he lifted his phone, angling the camera toward the vehicle, and activated the special app Gavin had installed, a piece of digital sorcery he was using on pure faith. Identifying who these men were protecting could crack this whole case open. Even if Becca was just merchandise to a crew of mercenaries, knowing the players in the game was crucial. A few covert photos, and Gavin could work his facial recognition magic back at the campus. There was a certain irony to it all. Real witchcraft at least came with some dramatic flair. With Gavin, you just tapped an icon and prayed it worked. The rear passenger finally emerged, and Jack let out a soft, frustrated curse instead of taking the picture. He didn't need any database or analyst to tell him who this man was. The recognition was instant and chilling. The man stepping out of the Range Rover was General Farhad Ahmadi, the head of the Quds Force's foreign operations and a key architect of global terror. Before the September 11th attacks, Iranian operatives and their Hezbollah allies had actually caused more American fatalities than any Sunni extremist group. That grim statistic shifted after the towers fell, but Ahmadi had been relentlessly working to tip the scales back ever since the Iraq invasion. The brutally effective explosively formed penetrators, or EFPs, that crippled vehicles and soldiers were an Iranian creation. If those bombs were his only legacy, it would have been a dark enough contribution. Yet his efforts went far deeper. Through a network of clandestine routes, the Quds Force channeled a flood of foreign fighters into Iraq from across the world. American and Iranian agents had even exchanged gunfire on several occasions. One of the most horrific attacks on U.S. troops in 2007 was carried out by Quds Force personnel disguised as American contractors. Iranian meddling became so extensive that General David Petraeus famously observed America had perhaps fought the wrong Middle Eastern nation. And Ahmadi wasn't content with just Iraq. Under his command, Iran's campaign of targeted killings spread globally, from the streets of European capitals to neighborhoods in South America. In one audacious, though failed, plot, agents even attempted to assassinate the Saudi ambassador on American soil. Simply put, the man now on the sidewalk was Iran's answer to Osama bin Laden, but with the full backing of a government, and Jack Ryan was sitting barely 50 feet away. Clark might fret about his impulsive streak, but Jack's mind flashed to a different tale from the War on Terror. Years ago in Sudan, a CIA sniper had Osama bin Laden in his sights, waiting for a green light that never arrived. What if the trigger had been pulled? The world that followed with its devastated economy, nearly 3,000 lives lost, and the subsequent quagmire in Iraq was hard to imagine being any worse. This was a singular chance, and Jack had no intention of letting it slip away. The real puzzle was how to use Ahmadi's appearance. As much as he hated to loop in his father directly, this might be a moment for the President of the United States to know. The careful separation between President Ryan and the off-the-books intelligence unit known as the Campus was important for deniability, but Jack understood his dad. John Patrick Ryan Sr. was a modern Cincinnatus, a leader who stepped up in crisis without a shred of political calculation. The potential fallout wouldn't stop him from doing what was necessary. In this instance, the necessary thing was to stop Ahmadi's terror by ending him. The question again was method. Here the Israeli phone loaded with Gavin's new secure communications program proved invaluable. Jack, like all of Senior's kids, knew the direct line to the Oval Office, but using it from Beirut was impossible. Between Hezbollah's growing surveillance and the combined electronic ears of Israeli, Lebanese, Iranian, and other intelligence agencies constantly scanning the city, an open call was out of the question. Gavin's latest encryption protocols meant Jack didn't have to stress about anyone listening in. Once this mission was wrapped up, he fully intended to treat the portly tech wizard to a proper celebration. Knowing Gavin's refined tastes, that probably meant a double cheese at a drive hour rather than a fancy steakhouse dinner. The man was a digital genius, but his diet consisted of junk food and caffeinated soda. Jack snapped a few photos as General Ahmadi paused to adjust his blazer before his security detail, ushered him inside the apartment complex. Either the Iranian officer possessed legendary composure, or he felt unusually secure here in Beirut. Regardless, Jack now had the undeniable evidence he needed. Taking bold action, despite political fallout, was one matter. Ending a life based solely on another person's claim was entirely different, even if that person was your own child. Jack verified the surveillance application was still running, then brought up the phone's keypad. His thumbs hovered over the digits, ready to make the call, when he noticed the device had completely lost its signal. While not shocking in a region with spotty infrastructure, this felt different. It wasn't the usual slow fade of cell bars or a flickering Wi-Fi icon. One moment he had full connectivity. The next, the screen bluntly declared, "No service." It was as if a master switch had been thrown for the entire city's network, an unlikely feat for the local utilities. That left a far more troubling possibility. Someone had deliberately severed his link to the outside world. This was bad. He looked from the dead phone to his local contact, Gabran, ready to tell him they needed to leave immediately. The expression on the ambulance driver's face froze the words in Jack's throat. This was a man who had kept his nerve during a violent firefight, but now his features were twisted in pure dread. His hand shook, spilling cigarette ash across the table as he tried to swallow. Jack dropped the phone and went for his pistol. His training with Ding had made him quick, but not quick enough. Just as his fingers found the grip of his Jericho, he felt the unmistakable chill of a gun barrel press against the back of his skull. "I wouldn't," said a familiar voice, now speaking in flawless English. It was the waitress. "You have such a handsome face. I'd really prefer not to decorate your friend's shirt with it." So much for a charming smile. "I think there's been some confusion here," Jack said, buying time as he mentally ran through his grim options. The waitress laughed, a light melodic sound that would have been pleasant under other circumstances. "I'm sure there has," she replied. "A mess like this usually is a pile of mistakes, but if you're suggesting I've got the wrong guy, save your breath. I've been slinging coffee for the last 2 hours waiting for you to arrive." "I despise slinging coffee." The venom she put on that last word gave Jack a fraction of a second of warning, but it wasn't enough. His brain had just registered her tone when searing pain exploded at the base of his skull as she pistol-whipped him. Jack had been in scrapes before, but there's no preparing for the stunning, white-hot agony of a solid gun strike. Lightning bolts of pain shot through his head, and he had to brace both hands on the table to keep from collapsing into his cold coffee. Dazed and helpless, he could only listen as she calmly retrieved his weapon from its holster. "Apologies," the waitress said, her voice now coming from Jack's right side, "but I had to stop whatever plan you were forming before it could take root. If you'll just remain seated, my associates will be here shortly." "Who are these associates?" Jack asked, trying to keep her talking as he winced against the throbbing in his head. But the next voice he heard wasn't hers. It was distinctly male, with an unfamiliar cadence, though the words were perfectly clear. "It is a pleasure to finally meet you, my American friend." Jack opened his eyes and let out a weary breath. The voice was new, but the man it belonged to was not. Standing directly across from him was General Amadi, wearing a thin smile. "Please excuse the modest surroundings," General Amadi said, with a wave of his hand toward the apartment. "I have not had the occasion to host many American intelligence officers. In fact, I believe you are the very first." "I have no idea what you're talking about," Jack replied, the denial automatic as his mind raced to piece together the situation. He was cuffed to a chair in the living area of a bare-bones apartment on the building's 4th floor. Gibran was secured in a chair beside him. A faint, cool draft brushed the back of his neck, slipping past the thin curtains that led to a balcony behind them. To his left was a tiny kitchenette. To his right, a narrow hallway vanished into darkness. The room felt oppressively small, and not just because of the limited square footage. Every available space seemed filled with people. Besides the general and his guards, the waitress watched him from across the room, a massive Caucasian man looming beside her. 2 more men of similar bulk stood between Jack and the balcony's potential escape. He'd been puzzling over the waitress's accent since she first spoke English to him, and now he had it. When she entered the apartment, she'd barked a sharp order to the trio of muscle-bound men, and unless Jack was mistaken, she'd spoken Russian. This little detail fit neatly with the Slavic features of the shooter Jack had identified at the ambush site. While he might have just pinpointed the nationality of Becca and Tommy's captors, Jack still had no clue why they were operating in Beirut. The Russian SVR was a brutal and competent intelligence service, but it wasn't known for loaning out its operational talent, least of all to the Iranians. To Jack, the dynamic here felt oddly backwards. And then there was the main attraction. Standing casually beside the waitress, arms crossed over his chest, was the man of the hour himself, the fraudulent venture capitalist Becca had traveled to Israel to meet. But the full story of what was unfolding was told as much by who was missing as by who was present. Nowhere in the shabby room, among its dismal furnishings, could Jack see Becca or Tommy. If he could just focus his mental energy, he was sure he could decipher the situation by reading the assembled players like a set of clues. Unfortunately, a more immediate demand pulled his focus. "Tell me your name, General," Ahmadi instructed. From the moment he had joined the campus as an operative, this precise scenario had been Jack's deepest fear. While his physical prowess and sharp mind would have made him a prime candidate for any of the government agencies operating in the shadows, the campus was different. It existed outside the official chains of command that governed even the most secretive government entities, a place for experienced professionals recruited from the special operations and intelligence worlds. And then there was Jack. He knew he'd been allowed into the campus's ranks for one primary reason. His father was Jack Patrick Ryan, Sr., and while Clark would never have cleared him for field work without being confident in his skills, it was Jack's family name that had first unlocked the door to this clandestine existence. A sudden, sharp memory flashed. His father's warning over a tense dinner, a rare moment of vulnerability about the weight of their shared name. The recollection steeled him, shifting his internal tone from one of trapped anxiety to a grim, focused resolve. He would need every ounce of that resolve now. Jack's inheritance remained a complex burden. His father occupied the Oval Office, possessing the ultimate authority to unleash global devastation. Without a child of his own, Jack could only grasp at the edges of a parent's profound love. Yet he had resolved long ago that if forced to choose between his own death and giving his father's adversaries a weapon to subjugate his country, he would choose death without hesitation. That conviction was about to face its most brutal examination. "Let's not pretend," Ahmadi said, settling into a chair opposite Jack. "Ignoring reality serves no purpose." "What are you talking about?" Jack replied. He asked not for an answer, but to buy precious seconds. He needed to evaluate this catastrophic turn of events, to strategize, to find a way to seize back the initiative. But time was a luxury he did not possess. "I mean, pretending you are not an American intelligence officer is pointless. I already know a great deal. You arrived with the Israelis, but lacked the censor, possessed too much courage to escape with them. You are searching for the American scientist. I even know your first name is Jack. What I lack is your surname. Provide it. Immediately." "Why?" Jack countered. "So I can enjoy your government's full and undivided focus." "I do not require your understanding," Marty stated flatly. "Only your name." "No. I had hoped we could conduct ourselves as rational individuals," Ahmadi said, a sigh of genuine disappointment escaping him. "I was mistaken." He turned and issued a sharp command in Russian. A male voice responded from another room. A door creaked open, and the sound of multiple footsteps echoed down the narrow hallway. A large, Slavic-looking enforcer entered the common area, ushering in 2 others, Becca and Tommy. The sight of the scientist, her arms wrapped tightly around her autistic son, shattered something inside Jack. This was not some medieval punishment, a mother's alleged sins, real or fabricated.
should not endanger her child. Yet here Tommy was, surrounded by ruthless men.
The boy's distant gaze swept the room until it landed on Jack, and a flicker of recognition brightened his eyes. "Hey there, buddy," Jack said, forcing a smile that felt like a grimace. "You holding up okay?" "Want to go home," Tommy stated, his focus locking onto Jack as if they were alone. "Now you will," Jack promised.
"Very soon." Becca began to speak, but the guard beside her struck her across the face with the back of his hand. The crack of the impact reverberated in the small space. To her credit, she didn't cry out, though the angry red marks on her cheeks suggested this was not her first blow.
Tommy watched the violence in silence, but when his eyes found Jack's again, they were brimming with tears. "Enough," Jack said, his voice low and directed at Amity. "Stop this, now. How predictably American," General Amity remarked. "But you are in no position to issue command." "Your surname, please." Jack met the Iranian's gaze with stony silence. "As you wish," Amity said. He barked another order in Russian, this time aimed at the waitress. Without a word, she raised her pistol and fired 2 rapid shots. Jack flinched as warm blood misted his face, momentarily believing himself hit. Then he identified the source of the wet choking sound, the chair beside him. Turning, he watched the light fade from Gabran's eyes. "You bastard!" Jack snarled, straining against his restraints. A guard behind him delivered a swift, punishing blow to Jack's temple, flooding his vision with white spark. When his sight cleared, he stopped struggling. The barista held her pistol again, its barrel now aimed directly at Tommy's head. "As you've likely deduced," Amity explained calmly, "I require the knowledge inside Dr. Schweigard's mind. Her son's mind, however, is entirely disposable." The decision rested squarely on Jack's shoulders, and the professor's well-being was the currency. "Your surname," the general pressed, his patience clearly spent. "This is your final opportunity." Jack drew a slow breath, his gaze shifting from Becca to Tommy. In any standard operation, offering a cover identity would be instinctual. Yet nothing about this felt standard. The smug Iranian officer had anticipated every move, turning the mission into a compromised chess game from the outset. How deep did the betrayal run? Deep enough to know Jack's real name? This single choice would determine Tommy's fate, making the illusion of options vanish entirely. Meeting the general's mocking stare, Jack stated, "Ryan, Jack Ryan." Throughout his time with the campus, Jack had faced peril more often than he cared to recount. In fact, his decade of service had likely packed in more narrow escapes than most spies see in a lifetime. This was the inherent nature of the organization Senator Jerry Hindley had found it a covert instrument for the president, operating with unparalleled freedom, a vast budget, and no bureaucratic red tape. They ventured where traditional agencies couldn't, and acted where others hesitated. But such liberty came with immense danger. Missions were often launched with little planning, and on a moment's notice, unlike the meticulous, rehearsed operations of entities like the CIA's ground branch. So, while this wasn't Jack's first brush with jeopardy, the stakes had never felt so personal. He'd grown accustomed to risking his own safety. His last assignment had proven that all too vividly, as Lisanne could painfully confirm. Hollywood fantasies aside, charging into danger rarely guarantees a safe return. But this was different. It wasn't merely about his life, or Becca's and Tommy's. That cunning Iranian general had a specific purpose for demanding his name. This was no social inquiry. If Jack had to guess, the Quds Force officer planned to pair his name and photo in a ransom demand to the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad, aiming to maximize propaganda value. Except Jack wasn't just another captured operative, no matter how much he wished he were. For now, General Amady seemed unaware of the prize he held. Once those diplomatic messages reached the Director of National Intelligence, however, Mary Pat would connect the dots instantly. Amady likely thought he could distract American assets in Iraq and Syria, but the potential fallout was far greater. If the president discovered his son was in terrorist hands, the global consequences could be seismic. A storm was brewing. Non-Ahmadi hoped to exploit while U.S. leadership was distracted by a hostage crisis. And that distraction would now be infinitely more potent, given the hostage's identity. Yet there was another grim reality. Jack had seen his captors' faces. Regardless of any negotiations between the White House and these terrorists, he knew they wouldn't let him walk out of here alive. The script needed rewriting, and fast, but the next move remained frustratingly unclear. After surrendering his identity, Jack observed the following events with the detached focus of someone who had orchestrated his share of clandestine mission. General Ahmadi wore a triumphant smirk as he departed the apartment, taking Becca, Tommy, the waitress, and the fake venture capitalist with him. Before leaving, he snatched the Captain America action figure from Tommy's grip and flung it toward Jack's feet. So much for that tracking device. Jack was left alone with his two new companions, a pair of Russian enforcers built like weightlifters. What followed was a methodical beating. The larger Russian delivered several sharp, calculated punches to Jack's face. The strikes stung, but they were administered with cold, professional efficiency, more about sending a message than unleashing blind fury. Jack's assessment was confirmed when the thug paused after a solid hit to Jack's eye, grabbing him by the hair to inspect the damage before grunting in apparent satisfaction. Then came the staged photo, a pistol pressed to Jack's temple, while the other man snapped a picture with his phone. After a confirming nod, both men turned their full attention back to Jack. In that moment, everything became clear. All his earlier escape calculations, wondering if they'd move him, how they'd transport him, whether to wait or act, suddenly felt irrelevant. He wasn't walking out of this apartment alive. With a pained groan, Jack hunched forward against his restraints. "Something's wrong," he muttered. The guard nearest to him laughed and said something to his partner, both men chuckling. Not the alarmed reaction Jack was aiming for. "Hey," Jack insisted, layering more urgency into his voice. "I really need to use the bathroom now." More smirks. "Your call," Jack said. "But this room is about to become very unpleasant. You understand?" Clearly, they didn't. As escape strategies went, this one was far from textbook. "Come on," Jack pressed. "Surely you two geniuses get what I'm saying. WC, toilet, toilets." Jack was no linguist, but aside from knowing how to ask for a beer in an impressive array of languages, requesting a restroom was his second greatest multilingual skill. In his experience, if you could manage, "Please, thank you. Your eyes look lovely tonight," and those two essential requests, you could get by almost anywhere. Sadly, his Russian didn't extend that far. "How about Hammond?" Jack tried. "Sound familiar? I've got a few more languages in the chamber, but we're running out of time." Still nothing. Time to commit to the act. Clenching his already sore stomach muscles, Jack produced an unmistakable, audible sign of gastrointestinal distress. That got their attention. Letting a man stew in his own blood was one thing, but even Russian muscle had their limits. They moved in together. The bigger one threw a warning right cross at Jack's jaw. Jack saw it coming and rolled with the punch, but it still made his head swim while the other worked on the handcuffs. A metallic click echoed, and a moment later Jack was on his feet, being shoved toward the bathroom. One thug jammed a pistol into his back. The other grabbed a fistful of Jack's hair and yanked him forward. It wasn't perfect, but it was better than dying cuffed to a chair. At least he hoped so. Contrary to what movies showed, hair was a terrible handle for control. It relied on pain, not leverage. Apply enough opposing force and the hair simply pulls free, leaving the holder with nothing but a fistful of strands and a very annoyed prisoner. The pain was a brutal, searing thing, though, honestly, dying hadn't exactly been a walk in the park either. Jack had been trained in close-quarters combat by some of the toughest instructors out there, men for whom fighting wasn't some theoretical topic discussed over beer. One of those teachers, after nearly breaking Jack's ribs with a well-placed elbow, had put it bluntly. The campus's particular school of hard knocks wouldn't earn you a shiny boxing title, but it just might save your life when you're trapped in an elevator or a tiny apartment with people who want you dead. Unlike the rigid, style-specific training of other paramilitary groups, campus doctrine wasn't wedded to any single martial art. Jack knew how to pass a guard and take a vicious kick to the leg, but he never earned a colored belt. He wasn't learning self-defense, or even how to fight in the traditional sense. He was taught how to end a threat, to kill or cripple an opponent with brutal, immediate efficiency. Jack was prepared for what came next. He sincerely hoped his captors were not. When facing multiple attackers, the golden rule was straightforward: avoid letting it happen. Two trained fighters could almost always overwhelm one. The way the first thug had distracted Jack with a jaw shot while the second secured the cuffs suggested these two had worked together before. That experience bred confidence a weakness Jack planned to use against them. But first he needed to balance the scales. With a pained groan, Jack clutched his stomach and stumbled forward. At least he made it look that way. He shifted his center of gravity, forcing the man holding his hair to make a choice: yank him back to stop the fall, or let him drop and lose his grip. The Russian chose the first option, digging his thick fingers into Jack's hair and pulling hard. It hurt like hell, but not as much as what Jack had in mind. Coiling his legs beneath him, Jack exploded upward, tucking his chin. He drove the crown of his head toward where he guessed the guard's chin would be. Flesh collided with flesh, but the result was different than intended. A sickening crunch of cartilage echoed through Jack's skull as he shattered the man's nose instead. The pull on his hair slackened, but what followed was going to be unpleasant. Spinning toward his captor, Jack gritted his teeth as strands of hair were torn from his scalp. He used the fresh wave of pain as fuel, slamming his forehead once more into the Russian's already ruined nose. A torrent of blood erupted from the guard's face. Grabbing two fistfuls of the dazed man's shirt, Jack hurled the limp body into his partner. The second man fired his pistol. Even though Jack had buried his head in his human shield's chest, the muzzle blast was a monstrous, invisible sledgehammer to the senses that buckled his knees. Fighting through a surge of nausea, Jack seized the gunman's wrist and wrenched it downward, using the first Russian's shoulder as a makeshift fulcrum for an armbar. For a heartbeat, the gunman held Jack suspended in the air. Then gravity took over. The man's wrist broke with a moist, sickening snap, and the pistol skittered across the floor. Leaving both Russians behind, Jack snatched the weapon and fired from a low, tucked position, walking rounds into each man's chest and angling the muzzle upward. Just like that, it was over. Jack was alive and coated in blood. By campus standards, that was a win. Staggering to his feet, Jack fought the urge to search the bodies. The confrontation had been as loud as it was vicious. While Beirut wasn't known for quiet streets, this level of noise would draw attention. Neighbors were likely already on the phone, calling either Hezbollah or the local police, neither option being particularly helpful for a swift exit. Stepping over the corpses, Jack paused by the gunman. The man's jacket had fallen open, revealing a magazine holder with 2 spare magazines snug in its pockets. A small practical reward in the grim aftermath. Jack snatched up both magazines and performed a combat reload on his pistol as he moved toward the door, tucking the spare mags into his front pocket. He remembered Robbie Jackson, an old F-14 pilot and one of his father's buddies, who always said a smart fighter pilot never says no to extra fuel or ammunition. Jack figured the same logic held true for anyone in a gunfight. At the apartment door, he paused to check the peephole. Speed was crucial, but rushing out blind would get him killed. The hallway outside was empty and poorly lit, but he knew that wouldn't last. He pulled the door open, leading with his pistol in his support hand. The left side and the stairwell were clear. The right side, however, was not. A sharp, sudden sting in his right thigh was the only warning. Glancing down, he saw a large syringe held firmly by a woman's slender hand. Tall men, a voice with a Russian accent, observed, rarely look down. I suppose they assume anything shorter isn't a threat. Wouldn't you agree? Jack tried to raise his weapon, but his muscles refused to obey. His fingers went numb and the pistol slipped from his grip. He attempted to shove past the waitress, but his legs buckled beneath him, muscles turning to water. He collapsed onto the floor, landing on his back. Looking up, he met the waitress's glittering gaze. "You killed Martin," she said, studying him as if he were an insect under her shoe. "That was a very poor decision." Jack tried to speak, but his lips and tongue felt thick and useless. Then everything faded to black. "Altan Fout Bonsoria." "Listen up," Master Sergeant Carey Marks began, scanning the faces of the men assembled before him. "This one's going to be a real circus." The team had gathered in their operations room for the briefing. The worn folding tables were littered with coffee mugs, spit cups, disassembled weapon parts, batteries, gear in various states of repair, gun oil, and the ubiquitous green notebooks bound in their distinctive snot-colored covers that every soldier carried. Against the wall, safely away from any potential spills, several laptops displayed detailed maps of their area of operations. A large television screen at the front of the room, usually reserved for sports or video games, was now doing its actual job, showing operational graphics overlaid on terrain maps. The 12 soldiers of Operational Detachment Alpha 555555, known as Triple Nickel, were sprawled around the room in an assortment of casual attire. Carey's eyes moved from Kremdog's Ohio State shirt, shorts, and flip-flops to Brandon Durrant's cowboy boots, Wrangler jeans, and snap-button shirt. Seeing his team together always gave him a sense of pride, but the usual joking and casual insults were absent today. The intelligence update from CIA Bill had killed the mood faster than a bucket of ice water. Carey's earlier guess had been partially correct. The pre-dug pits at the site were indeed meant for concrete. But he'd been wrong about why. According to Bill, those freshly poured slabs were designed as a foundation for a convoy of trucks carrying Iranian-made Hovey cruise missiles. As Bill had dryly noted at the end of his report, no one knew exactly what warheads those missiles were fitted with, but they certainly weren't delivering holiday gifts. With a range over 800 miles and a payload that could be configured for high explosives, cluster munitions, or even chemical or biological agents. These weapons in Iranian hands represented a serious threat. The mission had just gotten a lot more complicated. Within the arsenal of a doomsday cult, the Hovias represented a powder keg ready to ignite. Orders from the highest levels demanded the removal of these weapons, and the mission fell to Triple Nickel. Under normal circumstances, this would be a straightforward airstrike. The truck-mounted multiple launch rocket systems were sitting ducks from above, but the cult's tactics complicated everything. While the hundreds of armed followers were valid targets, their families, women, and children living within the same walls were not. This was why Carey and his team were once more being called upon to be the guiding intelligence on the ground. "So let me see if I follow," Krumdog interjected, his tone thick with skepticism. "Because these fanatics are using their own families as a shield, we're the ones walking into the fire to make sure nobody gets scratched. Is that the brilliant plan?" Alex opened his mouth to reply, but Carey raised a hand, signaling he'd handle it. "Listen up," Carey said, a clear edge in his voice. "That Special Forces tab on your shoulder isn't just for show. If this were easy, they'd have handed it off to someone else. But it's not easy, so they called us. Let's be crystal clear. The safety of everyone in this room is my absolute priority. But our mission is unconventional warfare. That means building trust with the locals, and you can't do that if an airstrike wipes out a neighborhood. So we're going to get a visual on those missiles, and we will authorize the strike." "Understood." Loud and clear, Kremdog replied. "But what if we can't get a clear shot without risking those civilians?" "I've got this," Alex said, stepping forward. "For this operation, the Air Force is deploying a new tool. A flight of F-15s will be armed with GBU-53B mini-glide bombs. These are precision munitions weighing only 200 pounds, so the blast radius is significantly smaller than a standard 2,000-pound bomb. Plus, they're laser-guided. which gives us surgical accuracy. And I'm guessing we're providing the laser painting? Crumdog asked. Give the man a prize, Alex said with a grin. Exactly. The team will deploy across 5 designated positions, Alpha 1 through Alpha 5. He gestured to the map on the screen, highlighting the vantage points overlooking the compound. Alpha 1 through 3 will be our fire support, manned from our ground mobility vehicles and 1 MRZer. Each will have a crew-served weapon. Alpha 4 is our backup lacing site. Alpha 5 has the primary duty of painting the target. I'll be positioned back at Bravo 1 with our quick reaction force and our indirect fire support. Any questions? The QRF was a mixed unit of seasoned Kurdish fighters and a few Free Syrian Army volunteers. While Carey had worked with local forces of varying quality, the Kurds were exceptionally capable. Knowing they were his backup was a genuine comfort. Just one thing, Chad said, leaning in. Alpha 5 is awfully close to the action. Who's drawing that short straw? You're looking at him, and you're coming with me, Carey answered. My kind of party, Chad said, his smile widening. The team chuckled at his familiar enthusiasm, and Carey found himself smiling too. People drawn to special operations weren't exactly risk-averse. The job self-selected for those who could handle extreme danger. Yet Chad's point lingered. Alpha 5 was dangerously exposed, but there was no alternative if they wanted to guarantee a clean strike. From the high ground of the plateau, Carey had a clear line of sight to the missile installations and a commanding view of the dormitory complex, where the families were housed. If the cult possessed the capability to jam electronic signals, he needed to be in a position to observe their movements directly, relying on his own vision rather than a potentially compromised feed. He just prayed the advantage of visibility wasn't mutual. Beirut, Lebanon driving southeast on Highway 30. Darien watched the sleek architecture of Beirut dissolve into a landscape of crude earthen dwellings. It felt less like a journey through space, and more like a regression through centuries, as the trappings of the modern world fell away to reveal an agrarian existence seemingly untouched since the days of wandering Bedouin tribes. The transformation was jarring. Operating primarily in westernized zones had accustomed Darien to certain baseline comforts. He didn't require luxury, but simple things, like reliable, clean running water, were conveniences he'd stopped thinking about. Now, rolling past villages of mud brick homes clustered around a single communal well, a darker thought crystallized. This wasn't just a glimpse into the past, but a potential preview of the future if General Ahmadi's vision came to pass. Darien was a spy, a creature of the field through and through. He long ago left the intricate political scheming that followed successful recruitments to the analysts safe in their distant offices. While he hated bureaucratic second-guessing as much as any operative, his unique value had largely insulated him from it. He went where others wouldn't, and the intelligence he procured was beyond reproach. That reputation had been his armor, until this moment. Why so quiet? The question itself was innocent, but the feminine voice that asked it still triggered a visceral chill. In his line of work, compromising people for a living, Darien was acutely aware of how potent a motivator attraction could be, particularly for male assets. Just lost in thought, he deflected. Katerina Sidorova, however, was not deterred by evasion common trait among former SVR officers. I hope they are pleasant thoughts, she said, stretching languidly in the passenger seat. I thought perhaps you were considering your next career move. And what would that be? Darien asked, keeping his eyes on the deteriorating road. Dead man. Darien's gaze snapped from the asphalt to his companion, assessing her. As always, the sight of Katerina hit him with a physical jolt. With her fair skin and ash-blonde hair, she wasn't conventionally glamorous, yet she possessed a raw, arresting intensity that no photograph could ever capture, a magnetism centered in those captivating eyes. He'd first seen those pale blue eyes studying him from across a cafe in Vienna 9 months prior.
Back then, disguised in frumpy clothes and a drab wig, she'd looked more like a timid archivist than an operative for Russia's formidable foreign intelligence service. But she could never fully disguise her eyes, at least not from him. Now, however, those same eyes held none of their usual suggestive heat. Instead, she regarded him with a detached, almost analytical coldness, like a researcher examining a specimen pinned to a board. "What do you mean?" Darien said, forcing his attention back to the winding highway. Focusing on Katerina tended to short-circuit his higher reasoning, a dangerous indulgence right now. "It's straightforward," Katerina replied, her fingers lightly tracing through his hair, before she gestured broadly at the car, at him, and at the endless stretch of road ahead. "I suspected his intentions from the start, but I wasn't certain. Sending you on this errand confirms everything." Darien knew exactly who she meant. The empty landscape around them suddenly felt less like a backdrop and more like a prepared stage for an execution. Truth be told, he'd wrestled with similar doubts himself. Still, he wanted to hear her perspective without his own bias coloring it. "Who?" Darien asked, keeping his eyes fixed on the highway ahead. "Who's looking to have me killed?" "General Amadi, naturally. General Farhad Omodi, celebrated Quds Force commander and a favorite of the Supreme Leader. The man had a well-earned reputation for strategic cunning. He was the architect behind the Shia uprisings in Iraq that plunged the nation into disarray, all while flooding the country with foreign insurgents and armor-piercing explosives by the truckload. If not for the contentious American surge, Iraq would already function as an Iranian satellite. What he couldn't seize by force, Ahmadi was now securing through corruption, political maneuvering, and precise eliminations. The Iraqi Prime Minister had already welcomed Iranian forces under the guise of aiding the overwhelmed national police against Sunni militia revolts. The shrewd old warrior had accomplished what his predecessors failed to achieve, even after a futile 8-year war with Iraq decades prior. Iranian troops now operated openly on Iraqi soil, yet the general was not without his flaws. In Darien's view, a critical one was Ahmadi's feverish fixation on erasing Israel from the map. Darien believed his homeland was on the cusp of completing a historic transformation that began when revolutionaries overthrew the corrupt Shah. With a little more of the general's subtlety and a few more manufactured Sunni revolts, Iran's role in Iraq would evolve from temporary advisors to a permanent occupying garrison. When that day came, the Islamic Republic would finally achieve its dream of a land corridor stretching from Tehran through Iraq and Syria all the way to the Mediterranean coast. And Ahmadi was risking it all for a reckless plot to annihilate the Jewish state. Darien considered the scheme pure madness, though the Ayatollah, of course, adored it. But that was irrelevant. With the cleric's support, the Quds Force commander had overruled Darien's own Maoist superiors. Ahmadi demanded their top operative for a mission on Israeli soil, and the spineless bureaucrats handed Darien over like a sacrificial lamb. Regardless of the operation's insanity, one did not defy Iran's supreme leader and expect a long, prosperous life. Nevertheless, Darien had taken the bold objective handed to him and executed it flawlessly. Dr. Rebecca Sprague and the priceless intelligence in her mind had been removed from play without a trace leading back to Iraq. Darien had run a nearly perfect operation. But perhaps nearly perfect wasn't sufficient for Ahmadi. "Why would he want me dead?" Darien pressed. "My sweet, naive man," Katerina murmured, sliding closer until her shoulder brushed his. "You think in terms of mission success or failure, but your General Ahmadi is playing chess several moves ahead. Yes, we took the scientist, but her vanishing act will not go unanswered. Someone must be held accountable for her, for Jack Ryan's death, and for what is yet to come. My dear, that someone is you." Darien shifted his weight toward the driver's side door, a subtle but deliberate movement that put inches between them. In that moment, with the cold clarity known only to those in his profession, he understood he was standing on the edge of a cliff.
It would require every ounce of his focus and cunning to navigate the chasm that now lay before him. More than anything, he needed mental clarity, free from the Russians' distracting influence. Plausible deniability had been his paramount concern during the operations planning, a fact that now felt bitterly ironic. Katerina occupied the passenger seat beside him for a specific reason, her presence a deliberate choice over one of General Amadis Kudzforce in forces. The masked operatives who had so efficiently extracted the scientist from Israeli custody had spoken crisp Russian, a telling detail that set this operation apart. Months prior, Katerina had transitioned from the SVR to the Wagner Group, a Russian private military company that had evolved far beyond its roots. While it still housed a core of former Spetsnaz operators, Wagner had begun actively recruiting ex-intelligence officers, creating a hybrid force of exceptional capability. For a spy like Darien tasked with the near-impossible job of spiriting a high-value target away from under Shin Bet's watch, this blend of precise kinetic action and seasoned intelligence tradecraft made Wagner the obvious, and only logical partner. Hiring Katerina had sealed the deal. Yet if he were being brutally honest, the mission had already veered wildly off script. He wasn't the only player who had seen the academic conference as a golden opportunity. The Chinese had been poised to eliminate Dr. Schweigart, and American surveillance had been a constant, quiet shadow. Darien would have bet good money that either Mossad or Shin Bet had a contingency plan in motion as well. His vision of a quiet nighttime disappearance from a hotel room had evaporated into a chaotic daylight abduction. Israeli operatives were dead, and that blood would inevitably demand a price. Then came the reckless order from Ahmadi to snatch the American officer, Jack Ryan. The general's initial plan to hand Ryan over to Hezbollah as a distraction had been bad enough, but then he'd pivoted, issuing new, increasingly erratic commands after they had secured the scientist. In a strange twist, that pivot had perhaps saved them, as Ryan had proven dangerously resourceful. Without Katerina's intervention at the safe house, the American might have slipped away, bringing the entire house of cards down on Darien's head much sooner. What had begun as a deniable surgical operation now resembled the kind of messy, high-profile fiasco typically pinned on Kudzforce adventures abroad. But here was the cruel joke. When the inevitable international investigation pieced the events together, the forensic trail wouldn't lead to Iran. It would lead straight to him. Darien viewed through that lens. It was painfully clear that the cunning General Ahmadi, who had never trusted him, was meticulously preparing a scapegoat for the coming storm. And history's lesson on scapegoats was grimly simple. They rarely get to tell their side of the story. Most are conveniently silenced before they can speak. "Let's say your theory is correct," Darien said, weighing each word. "What would you do if you were in my position?" "When your allies prepare to sacrifice you," Katerina replied, her gaze steady, "you must forge new alliances." "Alliances with you?" Darien asked, engaging in the familiar dance of a recruitment pitch, though the roles were unnervingly reversed. He was no longer the hunter offering a deal. He was the asset bargaining for his own survival. This was a negotiation for his life. "You already have me," Katerina stated, her voice dropping into a tone of lethal sincerity. "I know you doubt it, but it is the truth. I love you, but my love alone cannot be your shield. To stand against a nation-state, you require the shield of another. I understand your General Ahmadi is a formidable man, one who respects few on this planet, yet I assure you there is a single world leader he would never dare to challenge." Darien considered this. "And why would such a leader offer me protection?" "Let's just say he holds a certain fondness for those who have served in intelligence," Katerina replied. "Having been one himself, he understands the life. I was under the impression that in some services there is no such thing as former Darien counter." "A matter of terminology," Katerina said, her smile returning. "What matters is that under his employment you gain the full weight of his protection. The United States is a formidable power, certainly more capable in many ways than my homeland. But American administrations are transient. That is their inherent flaw. In my country, the leadership is enduring, and his memory is long. It's a compelling proposition, Darien said, navigating the exchange with the caution of someone treading on thin ice. But I wasn't aware the Russian leadership had a direct need for an Iranian intelligence access. Not directly, no, Katerina conceded. However, an organization like the Wagner Group is always in search of talent with your particular expertise. The compensation will be more than satisfactory your current arrangement to start. And that is merely the tangible benefit. The intangible advantages are substantial. She leaned into him once more, and this time Darien remained. His entire profession was built on deception, and those who trade in lies become finely attuned to spotting them in others. As Katerina spoke, he detected the ring of truth. Amadi was indeed positioning him as the scapegoat. Even if he survived the immediate crisis, a permanent mark would be on him, and with Amadi's direct line to the highest authority, retribution was only a matter of time. The absurdity of his loyalty, after everything, struck him with a bitter clarifying force. He had sacrificed his whole life for a regime that saw him as expendable. What a magnificent joke! So this position you mentioned, Darien said, his hand resting on her leg. Is there an application process? In a manner of speaking, Katerina murmured, shifting closer. But consider your interview successfully concluded. Your future patron requires only a single gesture, a demonstration of your new commitment. Which is? Darien asked, though he already knew. The scientists, Katerina stated plainly. Where is she being held? There it weighs unavoidable price of admission. A recruitment at this level carried immense risk, even for a power like Russia. To assume that risk, they needed proof their new asset had severed all ties to his past. Nothing signaled a point of no return more clearly than betraying his nation's most valuable secret. For a long moment Darien reflected on his entire journey. His mixed heritage, the childhood poverty and alienation, his recruitment, the dangerous missions, the lives taken, the relationships manipulated, all performed in service to a state that would now discard him without a second thought. The loyalty he had clung to felt suddenly foolish, a vestige of a younger man desperate for belonging. She remains in Beirut, Darien finally said, providing the address of the safe house. She's under guard by Quds Force personnel. An Iranian cargo vessel arrives tomorrow. The plan is to smuggle her back by sea as slower route than a flight, but it leaves no direct flight manifest between Beirut and Tehran for investigators to trace, Katerina finished, her smile widening. You truly are thorough, my dear. It is fortunate, then, that certain Wagner contractors are still operational in city. Place a call to your Quds Force contacts. Inform them you are assigning additional security personnel. My associates will handle the transition. By this time tomorrow the scientist will indeed be aboard a freighter, though its destination will be altered. It seems I wasn't the only one who planned for every contingency, Darien remarked, a new sense of resolve settling where doubt had been. We're going to be an incredible team, he said. Absolutely, Katerina replied, settling onto his lap. Why don't you find a quiet spot to pull over? It's time we sealed this new partnership properly. Darien didn't need to be asked twice. He guided the car off the main road. Much later, after several blissful hours, Darien eased the vehicle as they reached the top of a hill. Looks like our friends beat us here, he observed. Katerina's transformation was immediate. One second she was a relaxed companion enjoying the rural views. The next she was all business, a seasoned operative. Her posture straightened, her gentle demeanor replaced by a sharp, focused intensity. Darien felt a similar shift within himself. Freed from constant surveillance, he was armed again, a compact knife strapped to his forearm and a Glock tucked at his waist. His fingers brushed both as the car began its descent. Being early isn't a good sign, darling, Katerina noted, her hand checking the small two-shot pistol concealed at the small of her back. Stay sharp. She didn't elaborate. She didn't need to. While Darien adored her playful side, this was the woman who had truly captivated him, a case officer whose brilliant mind was as formidable as her charm, a professional who matched him in skill and cunning. Spies are conditioned to work alone, and Darien had always valued that solitude. Not anymore. With Katerina beside him, he felt complete and unstoppable. Now that conviction was about to be tested. "What's their play?" Darien asked. "Not sure," Katerina answered. "If it was a straight ambush, they'd have acted already. They might still want us dead, but they want a conversation first. Or maybe they're just making sure our passenger stays safe during any potential exchange," Darien suggested, braking, as he pulled the car near two parked trucks. The hill's slope was severe, nearly a 40-degree incline, forcing him to engage the parking brake with a metallic groan. An odd choice for a meeting spot. Unless... Scan for another shooter, Darien instructed. Check just below the military crest of the hill. Katerina, expertly trained, didn't turn her head. She adjusted the passenger side mirror instead. "I see him. On my side. He's in a concealed position right under the hill's lip. Perfect vantage point. He has a clear line of sight on the whole road and on us," Darien finished. "If this is a trap, it'll spring after they verify we have Ryan. You stay in the car and watch that sniper. If you see him shift his aim from the road to me, sound the horn. I'll handle the rest." "You are wonderfully brave, my love," Katerina said, unbuckling her seatbelt, "and a bit of a fool. Your protectiveness is sweet but unnecessary. I served with the SVR. I know my job. Besides, we both know how these muddacks regard women." Darien reached for her hand, but caught only air. In one smooth motion, she opened the door and slipped out. Cursing under his breath, Darien released his own belt and followed, his thoughts tangled by this Russian woman who so effortlessly upended his plan. For the first time he wasn't the silver-tongued manipulator, the one who charmed secrets from others. As his eyes met Katerina's, his jumbled feelings crystallized. His reluctance to let her leave the car's relative safety wasn't about doubting her capability. Was the terrifying realization that he could no longer picture a future without her. For a fleeting moment her blue eyes seemed to soften, as if she heard the words he couldn't speak. Then the warmth vanished, leaving only the cool, calculating professional forged in Moscow. Looking at the two men approaching them, Darien felt a sudden pang of sympathy for what they were about to face. They likely believed they had Darien cornered. For their own safety, he hoped they wouldn't provoke Katerina into proving them wrong. "Peace be upon you," Darien offered to the two men. "And upon you, peace," the closer one answered, his tone carrying a hint of reluctance to Darien's ears. Then again, neither man looked particularly cheerful. Unlike many in this region, they weren't dressed in the imitation Western style common in cities. There were no jeans, button-downs, or sneakers. Instead, they wore garments from another time, brown Abba robes paired with white turban. The AK-47 rifles hanging across their chests were their sole nod to the modern world, a point underlined by how they both deliberately ignored Katerina. Their faces were bearded and worn by the elements, bearing the marks of a life spent under a harsh desert sun and relentless wind. Both were lean, as if any spare flesh had been stripped away by the brutal climate. The man nearer to Darien sported a beard that appeared to start at his collarbone and climb all the way up to a single thick eyebrow that connected two deeply suspicious eyes. His companion, in contrast, had more of a wispy peach fuzz than a proper beard, and the sparse facial hair did nothing to soften his sharp, narrow features. Together they looked like a bear standing beside a weasel. Their demeanor was equally warm and welcoming. Of course, a cheerful disposition probably wasn't a job requirement for joining an apocalyptic cult. "Who is the woman?" the bear asked. "My companion," Darien replied smoothly. "Pardon her attire. She's Russian and doesn't speak your language."
As if on cue, both men turned their backs to Katerina, who muttered something unintelligible before shuffling to a position behind them. Darien fought to keep a straight face. Just like that, the former intelligence officer had neutralized their numbers advantage and secured a clear line of sight to the sniper on the ridge. Exceptional barely covered his partner's skills. "You were instructed to come alone," Bear stated. Darien gave a casual shrug. "I rarely follow instructions precisely. Take what I've brought or leave it. It makes no difference to me. I'm certain your leader will be very understanding if you return empty-handed." Bear shot a glance at Weasel, who responded with a curt nod. "Very well," Bear conceded. "But you will explain her presence yourself." "What do you mean?" Darien asked, though a cold knot was tightening in his stomach. "You are to deliver the cargo personally," Bear said. "That was not our agreement," Darien countered, keeping his voice deliberately bored even as his heart hammered against his ribs. If there was going to be a betrayal, this was the moment. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Katerina take a subtle half-step to the side, feigning another languid stretch. "It is the agreement now," Bear insisted. "Your superior, the general, informed our leader that you would make the delivery in person. The general said to give you the word clock. But please feel free to call him for confirmation. I'm sure he will be very understanding." Clock. That was the correct authentication code for this operation. The only way these two could know it was if the general had genuinely changed the order. Darien paused, his face an impassive mask as he weighed his choices. His original plan had been to hand over the package and disappear with Katerina. But if he refused now, these men would be on the phone the instant he turned back toward the car. Knowing the cunning old fox he worked for, the general had undoubtedly arranged a check-in protocol. Even if Darien eliminated them both right here, the general would still know something had gone wrong, and Darien wasn't ready for that revelation. Not yet. Which meant he had to play along a little longer. "Fine," Darien said, the word tasting like ash. "Let's go." Jack woke up with a headache so profound it made him want to renounce drinking forever, even before he managed to pry his gummy eyelids apart. He'd enjoyed a drink or two in his time, but he'd never let it spiral this far out of hand. The room spun lazily, and the memory of last night was just a series of blurred, painful flashes. The memory of what he had been celebrating was completely gone, swallowed by the void of whatever had happened next. His current location was an even greater mystery. The relentless pounding in his skull was merely the opening act. His inner ear insisted the entire world was lurching and spinning, a sensation he experienced with his eyes still tightly shut. It was one of those moments where having a family member in medicine felt like a small blessing, even if her expertise was in eyes and not head trauma. A particularly violent shudder slammed him against an unyielding wall of cold steel. He tried to raise his hands to protect himself, but the movement was impossible. His wrists were locked together behind his back with handcuffs. Smacking his head against the hard surface wasn't a recommended method for clearing mental fog, but in this case it delivered a jarring dose of clarity. The overwhelming stench of gasoline, the absolute darkness, and the cramped space left little doubt. He was in the trunk of a moving car. As his consciousness fully rebooted, a sensory assault began. The acrid smell of exhaust fumes fought with the damp, musty odor of old carpeting. A pile of cloth near his head reeked of motor oil, while the sharp, sour scent of sweat and primal fear soaked into everything. Yes, definitely a trunk. He attempted to stretch, to force some circulation back into his limbs. The effort was only partly successful. His legs and back screamed in protest with sudden vicious cramps, while his arms remained heavy and numb. Gritting his teeth against a wave of painful tingling, he managed to roll from his back onto his side. Whatever that server at the bar had slipped into his drink had been incredibly potent. Now a sensation like thousands of angry wasps stinging his arms and hands helped burn away the last remnants of disorientation. But just as the returning blood flow to his twisted limbs brought both relief and agony,
Full mental awareness arrived with its own heavy cost. The near-total darkness hid the specifics, but he could feel the metal shell of the trunk encasing him, a claustrophobic coffin on wheels. A wave of sheer, debilitating panic hit him without warning, forcing him to suck in ragged, shuddering breaths through his mouth to keep from screaming. He squeezed his eyes shut, focusing on his other senses to battle the crushing feeling that the walls were closing in. His heart hammered against his ribs, his breathing quick and shallow. To fight the rising terror, he forced himself into a rhythm, inhaling the foul air through his mouth, holding it for a 2 count and exhaling slowly through his nose. The breathing helped steady his body, but it was a feeble defense against the psychological siege. The sudden absolute isolation and the raw helplessness were almost too much to bear. He had been taken in a city notorious for consuming the careless and the unfortunate. He remembered a book from the campus's required reading list, Beirut Rules, co-authored by former DSS agent Fred Burton. That grim non-fiction account detailed Middle East terrorism, chronicling in horrific detail the kidnapping, torture, and eventual murder of CIA Station Chief William Buckley. Unlike many victims for whom such violence was a first encounter, Buckley had been a former Green Beret, a Vietnam veteran who understood the brutal reality of combat. Yet even he hadn't survived his Hezbollah captors. Traded between jihadist factions, his discarded body was found over a year after he vanished. Jack knew it was risky to draw direct parallels across decades, but he also knew the statistical recovery rate for kidnapping victims in this region was almost zero. A grim, almost sarcastic thought cut through the fear. Welcome to the party. The guest list is short, and the checkout process is notoriously final. This was the moment for audacity, for taking desperate life-or-death risks even when success seemed a remote possibility, because his captors were also at their most vulnerable during transit. Once they reached their destination, wherever that dark hole might be, power would shift entirely to them. The advantage would be cemented. But right now, both he and his kidnappers were in a transient, exposed state, a no man's land. Jack was severed from any possible help, but so too were they, momentarily from their base of support and control. The balance, however precarious, hadn't yet fully tipped. This was his shot at getting out, and Jack wasn't about to let it slip away. The car's steady engine hum softened as it began to slow, almost as if the people inside could sense his thoughts. This timing was far from perfect. Had been counting on a few extra minutes alone in the trunk time to think, to search the cramped space for anything he could use. One of Ding Shava's old sayings echoed in his head. The enemy always gets a vote. His fingers, still aching from the earlier restraints, swept across the damp carpet, hoping to find a tool, a piece of metal, anything. All he felt were old rags and worn fabric scraps. Still, Jack clung to one powerful advantage. Hope. He had a resource Bill Buckley never did. Right before they grabbed him, had managed to activate Gavin's Eye of Sauron app. The program turned his phone into a kind of digital vacuum, silently sucking up all the electronic signals in the area IP addresses, device IDs, everything, and sending that data back to Gavin. If it worked, the campus systems would be sorting through it all right now, pinpointing every phone and laptop nearby. Once a target was locked, the Eye would launch attacks to take over those devices. If any of his captors had a phone on them, in theory, Jack now owned it. They'd taken his phone almost immediately, but he prayed Gavin's electronic army had already catalogued their gadgets and hacked in. Best case, their cell phones were now live microphones broadcasting every word. Worst case, Gavin was just tracking their location in real time. At least, Jack hoped that was the worst case. Either way, he was banking on his team knowing he was in trouble and mobilizing every resource to find him. But let's be real. His friends were good, but they weren't magicians. A rescue would take time, and Jack was determined to buy them as much as he could. That was the plan, anyway. The car stopped. Doors slammed, the sound vibrating through the trunk. Jack flexed his hands and wiggled his toes, fighting the numbness, but all he got was a painful wave of pins and needles. Unknown, but not a deal-breaker. Once he was on his feet, gravity would help get his blood flowing again. For now, he just had to stay sharp and wait for an open. The trunk lid flew open. Rough hands hauled him out into a blinding glare. Sunlight stabbed into his pounding head with all the tenderness of an ice pick. Strangely, the outside air smelled even worse than the trunk, a rancid, decaying stench that hit his nose and churned his stomach. Gagging, Jack blinked through the tears clouding his vision, straining to make out his surroundings. For a few seconds, everything was a blurry mess. Then it cleared. At first, he saw what he expected: the waitress and her VC boyfriend. The woman's smile sent his heart racing. Then he noticed 3 other men standing beside them, and his gut twisted. He wasn't in Kansas anymore. Heck, this wasn't even Beirut. Dressed in traditional thobe robes and surwal trousers, each cradling an AK-47, they introduced themselves not with words, but with a brutal series of blows to Jack's head and body. One man held him up while the other 2 used their fists and rifle butts. By the time they finished, Jack could no longer stand on his own, held upright by 2 of the men as the world swam in and out of focus. Her fingers tightened in his hair, pulling his sagging head back up. "That was for the men you killed at the apartment," the waitress hissed, her breath hot against his face. "My team. Farewell, Jack Ryan." She let go, and Jack struggled to hold his head up, watching her walk away with her spy companion and 2 more robed figures. For the first time since being hauled from the vehicle, he truly saw where he was. To his left rose a compound like something from a Dark Age fortress, surrounded by massive earthen walls. But it was the scene directly ahead that froze the air in his lungs. A vision of death straight from a nightmare. A grim forest of bare, skeletal forms stretched into the distance. They weren't trees, they were crosses. Each one bore the twisted, decaying remains of a human being. The overwhelming stench of rot and the grotesque sight hit Jack like a physical blow. He doubled over, vomiting onto the cracked ground. A brutal impact to the back of his skull made his knees buckle, but his captors dragged him forward toward that field of horrors anyway. As they neared, a chilling detail corrected his first impression. Most crosses were occupied, but not all. A fresh, raw length of timber lay on the dirt beside a camera mounted on a tripod, and Jack was being pulled directly toward it. Altan Faunus Raya Reaper. 7. This is Reaper 14 over. Go for 7, Carey responded, his voice a thread of sound. Head initially dismissed Judd's worries about their hide being too close to the compound. Their position on the plateau, though a mere 300 meters from the fortress walls, gave them a flawless line of sight to the dormitory and the new vehicle park. While tarps hid the rocket launchers from above, Carey had a perfect view. He'd even tested the ground laser designator and gotten a solid return signal. The site was, tactically speaking, ideal. The problem was, a group of about a dozen cult members apparently thought the same plateau was the perfect spot for a soccer match. So far, the players had been too focused on the game to notice 2 Green Berets hunkered in a shallow, camouflaged pit less than 50 meters away. But their luck was hanging by a thread. Their hide was positioned just past one of the goals, and the goalkeeper on their end was frankly terrible. It was only a matter of time before a stray ball rolled a few feet too far and brought their world crashing down. Reaper 7, Reaper 14. A vehicle just arrived at the burial ground. Trunk opened. They've offloaded a new prisoner. His in rough shape. They're dragging him toward an unused cross now. 14. 7 copy. The F-15s will be on station in 15 minutes. Until then, we cannot be compromised over. Roger, 7. Understood. It's just this one isn't like the others. He looks American, over. A jolt of adrenaline shot through Carey. He, like most of his brothers, had joined Special Operations for a fundamental reason: to bring the fight directly to the enemy in ways regular troops couldn't. The oppresso liberto free, the oppressed wasn't just a motto. It was a promise he'd lived since earning his beret. Yet among all missions, one held the sacred, non-negotiable priority: rescuing an American taken by terrorists. The game on the plateau suddenly felt trivial. The stakes had just become intensely personal. This particular mission profile was a key factor in the creation of Delta Force. For any special operator, the ultimate goal was often that moment of breaching a door to rescue a fellow American. The briefing for Operation Triple Nickel, however, had been crystal clear. Move into position, ensure the cruise missiles were clear of unintended casualties, and laser designate for the F-15's precision munition. If those Iranian warheads carried chemical or biological payloads, the stakes were in the tens of thousands. Yet a new variable had just entered the equation. 14, this is 7. Did you capture the hostage's face? 7, that's affirmative. Copy 14, Carey responded, his voice tight. Switching channels, he called, Reaper 6-7. Go ahead, 7, Alex's voice came through. 6, we have visual confirmation on a possible U.S. national. Intel suggests the hostiles are preparing a crucifixion. 14 is transmitting imagery now. Request you push this up the chain. We have a window to act if this is a kidnapping. 6 copies. Transmit the image and I'll escalate. But understand, unless we receive new orders, our mission parameters are unchanged for the next 15 minutes. Acknowledge. 7 acknowledges. Proceeding with mission. The frustration was a live wire in Carey's gut, but he knew Alex was right. Neither of them enjoyed this rigid adherence to protocol, but discipline was the bedrock of their profession. A soft buzz against his chest signaled an incoming file. He retrieved the rugged Android tablet from his plate carrier, its screen glowing with a tactical map and sensor feeds. The image that loaded made him curse softly. The man was clearly at his limit, American or not. This simple reconnaissance was spiraling into something far more complicated. No operator expected a plan to survive first contact, but Carey found himself almost hoping for that deviation now. He just prayed the authorization would come before the executioners finished their grim work. People often spoke of their life flashing before their eyes, but Jack had always been too preoccupied with survival to notice. Had faced danger before, always with a stubborn belief he'd find a way out. That belief was gone now. As the 3 men hauled him toward the waiting timber, the finality of it was absolute. He was unarmed, isolated, and utterly without hope of rescue. His captors, for their part, weren't chatty. The rough handling as they dragged him over the hard ground did have one unintended benefit: it was restoring circulation to his numb limbs. The prickling sensation was fading, strength returning to his hands and feet. He could probably walk, but he played possum, hoping for a sliver of an advantage. His executioners, however, were professionals. The stocky one on his left drove a fist into his ribs, dropping him to his knee. Then came a devastating blow to the base of his skull. A perfectly placed strike that didn't just stun him, it vaporized all coherent thought in a white-hot nova of pain. When his awareness swam back, he was flat on his back against rough-hewn wood. One man was pinning his wrist to the crossbeam while another sat across his hitch. A desperate attempt to throw them off earned him 2 jarring punches to the jaw. And then a third figure stepped into view. This one had been preoccupied with a video camera, but now, with a cold, detached air, he seemed ready to begin his directorial duties. Jack narrowed his eyes, struggling to identify the object in the man's grip. It was a hammer, an actual goddamn hammer. The man crouched beside Jack's left arm, and Jack felt the icy point of a nail press against his bicep. 53, Reaper 7, this is Reaper 6. Carey flinched as if struck. Alex was using the command channel, a private line between the two of them. This was about to get complicated. Go for 7, Carey responded. Roger, 7, Alex came back. We've got a confirmed situation here. That photo was positively an American. More specifically, he's a case officer from the agency who was taken in Beirut. You're serious? Carey said, his shock breaking standard radio procedure. Dead serious, Reaper. 7. We are authorized to execute a rescue, provided we also accomplish our primary objective. Over. What the hell? Carey muttered, feeling heat creep up his neck. What are we supposed to do with those orders? I know, Alex replied. It's a raw deal. Command is trying to cover themselves and leaving us exposed in the process. So what's our move? Negative, Reaper 7. It's my move. As the commander on scene, I'm using tactical discretion. You have the best view. I trust your call. If you believe we can extract him, do it. If not, paint those targets and we'll attempt to recover the American after those launchers are craters. Whatever happens, the responsibility is mine. In that instant, Carey felt a fierce loyalty to Captain Alex Brown. The team leader was acting as an officer should, shielding his men and empowering them to do their job. While Carey respected his captain deeply, he wasn't thrilled with the impossible scenario now in his lap. 500 yards to his right, 3 fanatics had the American pinned. 300 yards inside the compound, a heavy black tarp flapped wildly in the wind, offering glimpses of the trucks and their boxy missile launchers. Less than 60 yards away, the ongoing soccer game showed no signs of stopping, the players inching closer to his concealed position. And of course he couldn't ignore the flight of F-15s racing toward him, set to release their payload of guided bombs in under 10 minutes. Carey shut his eyes, running through every possible scenario, searching for a path through the chaos. He knew, however, there was no perfect answer. The choice was brutally simple. Save the man or don't. It was a binary decision. Opening his eyes, he pressed the transmit button. All Reaper elements, this is Reaper 7. Stand by for Omniscient Update 54. Jack cleared his throat and spat toward the looming face of the man with the hammer. His aim was perfect. A clot of blood-flecked saliva splattered against the man's cheek. The raised hammer dropped as the man used his shoulder to wipe his face. A small victory, or at least the only kind Jack could manage now. Every moment he wasn't fastened to that plank was another moment for fate to intervene. In the broader picture of a rescue, this faint glimmer of hope was almost nothing, but Jack would cling to anything he could get. His triumph was short-lived. The hammerman struck Jack across the face with his closed left fist, the fist holding the nail. Jack's teeth clacked together, and his mouth flooded with the taste of copper. A line of fire seared his cheek where the nail had gouged a path, but his cheek was the least of his worries. The man had shifted his weight, now kneeling firmly on Jack's forearm. The hammer arced upward, and Jack knew there would be no further distraction from his executioner's task, so he didn't attempt one. Instead, Jack timed the hammer's descent. He arched his back, pushing against the wood and throwing his hips to the left in the split second before impact. Then came the tear of metal through flesh. Carey froze, the transmission dying on his lips as the moment he'd feared unfolded on the dusty field. The other team's relentless forward launched the ball with a powerful kick that sent it arcing past the hapless goalkeeper. It carved a straight line through the air, trailing a plume of dust as it homed in on Carey's concealed position with unnerving accuracy. "Clock's ticking," Jed murmured, his face pressed against his rifle. The ball bounced once, twice, the keeper giving frantic chase. Half a kilometer away, under a brutal sun, one of the men holding the American against a rough wooden cross raised his hammer for another strike. The mission timer on Carey's device glowed. 9 minutes 37 seconds. Light flashed off the descending hammer. The soccer ball smacked into the mesh, netting hiding Carey, and bounced back. The cultist chasing it slid to a stop. "Carey," Jan prompted, his thumb clicking the safety off. A dark tarp lifted in the wind, revealing the deadly arsenal beneath. The weight of the decision pressed down. "Who gets to walk away?" "Carey. Fire." "Fire," said. The pain was absolute. The steel nail drove into his arm, slicing through skin and muscle with sickening ease. Jack's scream was cut short by a wet thump and the hammer wielder's shocked gasp. It wasn't until the man collapsed forward that Jack saw the ruin where the back of his skull had been. The hammer dropped beside Jack's impaled arm, the arm nailed solidly to the cross. Hell, for a suspended second, the remaining executioners stared from their dead friend to Jack, confusion and blame in their eyes. Another muffled thump followed, and the man sitting on Jack's hips lurched sideways, clutching a blossoming red stain on his shoulder. The one pinning Jack's other arm ducked low. The meaning of the sounds finally clicked in Jack's pain-fogged mind. A sniper. Someone with a silenced rifle was tipping the scales. He was still partially crucified, with one attacker gripping his arm and another writhing wounded in the dirt. But his legs were free. Gritting his teeth against a wave of nausea, Jack scissored his legs around the neck of the man holding him, locking his ankles. The man choked, shoving an arm between Jack's thighs to break the hold. Jack moved with sudden, desperate speed, grabbing that arm with his free hand and wrenching it inward, pulling the fighter into a brutal chokehold. The man's eyes widened as Jack squeezed, cutting off the blood flow. For a glorious moment, Jack had control. Then the fighter heaved violently to the left, using their combined weight to torque Jack's body against the nail securing his flesh to the wood. The agony was blinding, a white-hot current he could feel in his teeth. Jack roared, straining to maintain the choke, his thighs and core burning as he fought to relieve the horrific pull on his arm. The man's gaze grew distant. He sagged further left, pulling Jack with him. The nail head grated against bone and torn tissue. It was too much. Trapped between the unyielding nail and the fighter's dead weight, Jack had to slacken the choke to save his arm. The immediate, searing pain in his shoulder dulled to a deep throb, and color rushed back into the choking man's face. The dazed fear in the fighter's eyes evaporated, replaced by a sharp, vicious intelligence. With a guttural growl, the man planted his feet and began to rock violently side to side. Each jarring motion sent fresh torrents of agony through Jack's arm, stealing his breaths. He tried to focus past the feeling of his own flesh tearing, the warm blood saturating his shirt, but the larger man's leverage was overwhelming. With every rock the fighter grew stronger, and Jack felt his own strength bleeding away into the dirt. There was only one move left, a terrible gamble. Summoning a final reserve of will, Jack drew his knees to his chest, pulling the choking fighter in closer. The man erupted upward and to Jack's right, desperate to break the hold for good. Instead of fighting the motion, Jack went with it. He drove both legs straight up in a sharp, modified kip, using the attacker's own momentum to wrench himself violently upward. Flesh tore away from the nail with a sickening rip, and a wave of nausea washed over Jack. He'd managed to twist at the last second, taking the wound in the meat of his arm near his triceps instead of through bone. He'd succeeded. Mostly. His arm ripped free in a hot gush of blood. The sudden lack of resistance sent the fighter stumbling to his knees, Jack's legs still draped around his neck like a bizarre scarf. A Lojitsu traditionalist would have tightened the choke again, but Jack wasn't here for points or purity. He was here to survive. So while his dazed opponent wasted precious seconds trying to untangle Jack's legs, Jack focused on a more immediate problem. Finding that hammer, his fingers closed around the wooden handle. With his good arm, he swung the tool in a vicious, tight arc, smashing it into the side of the fighter's knee. Bone crunched, the man screamed, and as he pitched forward, Jack rode him down into the dirt. Blows rained down knee, thigh, arm, and then, finally, the target that mattered. The head. 2 solid strikes, and it was over. Jack staggered to his feet, blood already weaving a dark, wavering trail down his arm. For now, a volatile cocktail of adrenaline and shock was holding the worst of the pain at bay. But he knew those unreliable friends would desert him soon. He had to stop the bleeding. Immediately following the crimson path up his own limb, he swallowed hard. His shirt was soaked and stuck to the wound, but he could still see the ragged tear running along his triceps. Gritting his teeth, he used his teeth and one hand to rip what was left of the fabric, fashioning a crude pressure bandage and tying it off. It was a messy, painful job, and as he finished, a cold dread settled in his gut. He was forgetting something. A buzzing static of primal instinct screamed in the back of his mind, but the lightheadedness made it hard to think. He turned a wobbly circle on the spot, then he remembered. The third man. The sniper's other victim, the one wounded in the shoulder. Jack had written him off. A fatal mistake. The forgotten fighter was now on his feet, facing him. One arm hung limp, but the other held an AK-47 by its pistol grip. He was about 10 yards away. Far too far for Jack to cover in a charge, even if he had the strength, well within point-blank range for a one-handed rifle shot. The muzzle wavered as the gunman fought his own shock and blood loss, but at this distance he could have fired with his eyes closed and still hit center mass. With a raw shout, Jack hurled the hammer, bracing for the inevitable impact in his chest. It never came. Instead, the man's head vanished in a pink mist and fragmented bone as the hammer sailed past. Jack stood frozen, dumbfounded, as the body collapsed. A heartbeat later, his overloaded senses processed the distant thump of the rifle shot, and the sharper crack of the bullet arrived. Turning toward the sound, Jack raised a bloody hand in grim acknowledgment. Then he moved. He snatched the dead man's AK-47 and turned to face the compound's imposing walls. He was still breathing, but this wasn't over. One way or another, he was going to find Becca and Tommy. He didn't know where they were, but he knew who did, and they were all behind those walls. Wedging the rifle between his knees, he worked the charging handle one-handed, chambering around before clicking the safety on. As plans went, it was hardly elegant, but it was all he had. But as his SEAL buddies liked to remind him, the only easy day was yesterday. And honestly, yesterday had been a brutal slog too. Maybe tomorrow would bring a break. Assuming he made it that far. "You have our package secure?" Carey asked, settling his rifle against his shoulder. "Confirmed," Jad replied. "The guy's got fight in him. I dropped 2 hostiles, and he took out the third with a hammer." "Wait, what the hell is he doing now?" Carey swung his optic toward the area they'd dubbed Pet Cemetery just in time to see the American staggering to his feet. "Turn around," Carey muttered, trying to mentally will the man back toward the desert and the relative safety of the remaining 18 members. "Just turn around and get out of there." The American didn't retreat. Instead, he shook his head twice, like a dog shaking off water, squared his shoulders with a grimacing arm hanging useless, and charged straight into the compound. Carey instantly shifted focus, ignoring the stunned, shirtless man only 10 meters away in favor of the group 75 meters out. They were sprinting toward a neat stack of AK-47s they'd left beside their discarded shirts. Jad's suppressed rifle wasn't silent, and at least one of the soccer players had recognized the distinctive sound. Carey took a steadying breath, centered the red dot of his holographic sight on the man closest to the rifles, and squeezed. The rifle bucked. The man dropped, and everything erupted into chaos. "Please, sit," said the man with greasy hair, gesturing to a pair of camp chairs leaning against the wall. "The Imam will see you shortly." Darian exchanged a quick look with Katerina before taking the nearer seat, while she chose one across the room. For a fortress built with such obsessive care, the furnishings were surprisingly sparse. The defenses were impressive. Reinforced concrete revetments piled high with bulldozed rock and earth, guarded access points manned by alert fighters with crew-served weapons, and expensive surveillance cameras covering every likely approach. Inside, a motor pool held a fleet of well-kept vehicles, many mounted with heavy machine guns or grenade launchers, even a few American Humvees. When it came to weapons and gear, this cult clearly didn't cut corners. Comfortable seating, however, was a different story. Darian shifted, trying to find a less awkward position. Katerina fidgeted too, though he suspected she was mainly adjusting her concealed pistol for a faster draw rather than seeking comfort. Not that he could blame her. Growing up in Iran's theocracy, Darian had never been particularly devout. His work in intelligence was for his country, not for the power-hungry men ruling it. But this place felt like a pure, concentrated version of what those men truly wanted. A handful of self-appointed prophets issuing divine commands to a compliant populace. It was almost laughable in its audacity. These zealots were so convinced of their holy mission, they built a fortress for a war they were desperate to start. Well, they'd get their battle, Darien was sure of that. He was also sure he planned to be long gone when it kicked off. "Ah, Darien, thank you for coming. I hope your travel was uneventful." The man who entered the room carried a magnetic presence you could almost feel in the air. Darien observed the man before him, noting the expensive fabric of the traditional robes and the meticulously wrapped black turban. Mahdi Husseini had spared no expense on his own appearance, even as the room around him remained stark and simple. It was a calculated image, Darien supposed. A prophet returning after centuries would need to look the part. As Husseini entered, he passed Katerina without so much as a glance, a dismissal so complete it was as if the space she occupied was empty air. In this place, women were invisible, existing only for duties that required no acknowledgement. Darien felt a familiar cold anger, but kept it from his face. "A surprise," Darien remarked, rising to offer a handshake. "Pleasant, but unexpected." "How so?" Husseini asked, his voice smooth. "I was under the impression your men would collect the package in the desert," Darien replied. "Curiosity got the better of me." "Why the change in venue?" In truth, Darien was more than curious. He was scrambling to piece together the general's new game. If General Ahmadi merely wanted him dead, it could have been arranged far from any witnesses. This invitation suggested a different, more elaborate scheme. Katerina had the Beirut safe house under watch, but her team was holding position. Darien knew Ahmadi would have protocols, and missed check-in with his goods force operatives would raise alarms. The Iranian ship wasn't due for hours, leaving Darien to navigate a very narrow window. Move too early, and Ahmadi would know he'd been double-crossed. Likely retaliating against the American scientist Darien was meant to secure. Wait too long, and the price would be his own life. "The plan hasn't changed," Husseini said, stroking his lavish beard thoughtfully. "It has been refined." "Refined how?" Darien asked. Across the room, Katerina shifted subtly, planting both feet firmly on the floor. Her ice-blue eyes met Darien's for a fleeting second, before glazing over with apparent disinterest. Darien maintained a casual posture, but his pulse quickened. Katerina didn't startle without cause. If she sensed the thickening tension, the situation was already turning. "Tell me," Husseini said, his gaze probing, "are you a man of faith?" "You'll need to narrow that down," Darien answered lightly, his mind already calculating. The hidden pistol at his belt, the 2 guards by the door, the distance to their vehicle outside. The numbers and the space were not in his favor. That needed to change, and soon. "I believe in many things." "In me," Husseini pressed, his tone deceptively casual, as if asking about the afternoon forecast. "Do you believe I am the returned Imam?" Darien wasn't fooled by the offhand delivery. This was the very brand of fanatical theater that had made him warn his own intelligence handlers against partnering with Ahmadi's chaotic ambitions. Yet once again the general had pushed the plan forward, convinced he could mold this cult into a weapon against American interests. The whole situation felt less like a spiritual gathering and more like a poorly staged play where everyone was armed. The region was a tinderbox of extremists, prenned for a single spark. The goods force commander had seen an opportunity to raise the stakes dramatically, reshaping the Middle East in the chaos. If these fanatics were so determined to bring about their own apocalyptic vision, why not give them a nudge? As Ahmadi had carefully outlined to Iran's leadership, even failure would corner the American president. He'd be forced to choose between a deeply unpopular surge of troops into Syria or a full retreat from the region. Both outcomes served Iran's interests, but in Ahmadi's mind, drawing America into another occupation was the real victory. It would trap the United States in a futile conflict and let him refine the brutal tactics he'd honed in Iraq, the systematic destruction of American soldiers. If by some miracle Husseini and his deluded followers actually succeeded, Syria would ignite a conflagration consuming the whole region, with Iran's foremost rival at the epicenter. Yet for Ahmadi, even this bold scheme lacked a certain guarantee. He wasn't content to just light the fuse and hope. He needed to ensure the Americans would react. In that sense, Ryan, the captured U.S. intelligence officer, had been a gift. By delivering him to the cultists for torture and execution, Ahmadi made certain that no matter what, Husseini would have a giant American target painted on him. And now Darien found himself standing right in the crosshairs. "What I believe," Darien stated, "is that I delivered the American. Now I believe I'll be leaving." "Absolutely, of course," Husseini replied, his grin revealing a flash of white teeth against his dark beard. "But I'd like you to see something first." Darien thought immediately of the American and the grim field of crosses. Naturally. Ahmadi would want to deliver one final visceral lesson about the cost of defiance, a graphic reminder to ensure Darien's continued cooperation. It wouldn't be enough for the cultists to merely film the brutal execution. His goods force adversary would insist he witness it firsthand. "What is it you want to show me?" Darien asked, convinced he already knew. He was mistaken. Nearby, Carey's FN Scar, fitted with an interceptor suppressor, still produced a sharp crack as its 7.62 mm broke the sound barrier, but it was far quieter than the deafening roar of a fully automatic AK-47 like the one chattering away less than 80 yards distance. Carey was a superb marksman, and he took down the first 3 militants before they could reach the stacked rifles. He was only human, though. The fourth man dodged unpredictably, and the round aimed for his center mass tore into his shoulder instead. The fighter collapsed, scattering the AKs. Carey put 2 more rounds into him as he fell, but not before the wounded man seized a rifle and let loose a wild burst. The bullets sailed harmlessly over Carey's position, but the alarm was sounded. Every last joker in the compound now knew trouble had arrived. Fighters streamed from the gated entrance like enraged hornets. Carey worked with cold efficiency, shifting his red dot from target to target, making every shot count. But it was a futile effort, like trying to stop a flood with a bucket. There were simply too many of them. The plan was falling apart. Then Jad made a wet, choking sound. Carey glanced over to see his spotter and closest friend slump against the hide sight's edge, a crimson stain blossoming across his shirt. Carey let his rifle hang on its sling. He grabbed Jad and hauled the limp green beret down behind the scant cover of the earthen walls. Fumbling for a pressure bandage from Jad's kit, he keyed his radio. "All Reaper elements, this is 7, he said, his voice tight. The radio crackled with urgent voices calling, "Avalanche! Avalanche!" but Carey remained silent, his focus entirely on keeping his teammate alive. Sergeant First Class Brian Martin didn't need to acknowledge the call. The distinct rattle of AK-47 fire in the background was confirmation enough. He pressed a gloved finger against the Reaper 7 icon on his tactical screen. Below him, hydraulics whirred as the 120 mm cannons swung into position. This system, the EMPS, was born from the hard lessons of Combat Outpost Kidinga GPS-guided mortar controlled by a rugged computer, capable of engaging multiple targets across a full circle in mere seconds. Mounted on the bed of a JLTV, it looked more like a post-apocalyptic rig than cutting-edge gear, but Brian didn't mind. For the first time in his Special Forces career, he had a dedicated mobile fire support platform all to his team. He planned to use it with devastating effect. "Avalanche, fire mission," Brian called out. "High explosive, quick fuse, 5 rounds for effect. Charge 2. Beside him, Staff Sergeants Greg Glass and Jeff Mishler were already in motion. Greg hefted a 35-pound shell from the stack, checking the fuse and charge before settling it on his shoulder. Jeff stood ready with the next round. Brian quickly verified the cannon's azimuth with his compass, rechecked the target coordinates, and ensured the firing line was clear. The entire sequence took only moments. "Gun ready," Brian announced. "Load it." "High explosive, charge 2, quick fuse," Greg confirmed. Brian gave the round a final visual check, ensuring it matched his request, then issued the command, "Fire." Greg fed the shell into the weighting tube, his hand tracing the cold steel as he ducked down. Brian hunched beside a computer console, keying his radio. "Shot over." The cannon roared, launching the projectile skyward. The recoil shuddered through the 5-ton truck, but the 3 soldiers barely noticed, already preparing the next round for the hungry weapon. "I wish to show you the end of the world," Husseini stated. "That's a generous offer," Darien replied, keeping his tone even, "but I'll have to pass." "I'm afraid I must insist," Husseini said, a thin smile on his lips. "Or, to be precise, your General Amedee insists." As the cult leader spoke, his 2 guards casually rested their hands on the rifles slung across their chests. The message was unmistakable. Darien maintained eye contact with Husseini, but his mind was wholly occupied with the 2 armed men. He offered a polite, meaningless reply while calculating distances and reaction times. The math was discouraging. Both guards had their weapons secured in efficient tactical slings. Either could bring his rifle to bear long before Darien could draw his own concealed pistol. In a one-on-one scenario, he might have risked it. Against 2, the numbers were a losing proposition. Any move he made would likely result in at least 1 shot being fired, and at this close range, that was unacceptable. From behind the guards, Katerina let out a theatrical, bored sigh. To a casual observer, she appeared utterly relaxed, like a sunbathing feline, but Darien could see the coiled tension in her posture, a predator poised to spring. Katerina had tweaked the numbers, but the odds remained perilously thin. Darien faced a stark decision: sit back and witness fanatics trigger global catastrophe, or take action to tilt the scales. He chose the latter. "I'd be honored to accept your invitation," Darien replied, advancing a step toward the cult leader as he subtly worked free the carbon fiber blade secured along his forearm. "Splendid," Husseini responded, his briefly startled look hinting he'd anticipated a different answer. "Release the birds." The command was aimed at a lean, jittery man stationed near the room's sole exit scum, one Darien had earlier pegged as a mere assistant. The man possessed a hummingbird's restless energy, fingers perpetually fluttering. At Husseini's words, his face lit up. Snatching the handheld radio from his belt, he keyed the transmitter and rattled off a rapid string of orders. Though Darien couldn't catch every word, the intent was clear. He shot a glance toward Katerina, then continued his approach. "MMI," Darien began, pulling the room's attention his way. All eyes shifted to him, save for the cool blue pair belonging to the overlooked woman relaxing in the corner. The nearest bodyguard fluidly inserted himself between Darien and Husseini. A reasonable move if this were a chaotic protest on a packed city street. But these circumstances were entirely different. By intercepting Darien, the guard inadvertently stepped into his colleague's line of fire. Just like the Israeli officers Darien met before, this man had completely misread his intentions. Extending his right hand as a distraction, Darien gave his left wrist a sharp twist, feeling the blade drop neatly into his grip. "Halt," the bodyguard ordered, closing the gap further. Darien plastered on a look of bewilderment and complied. Inside, he allowed himself a grim smile as the guard moved within striking distance, pressing a palm against Darien's chest. Everything was unfolding precisely as he'd envisioned, right up until the instant the world shattered into chaos. At the call of "shot over," Carey threw himself across Chad, doing his best to shield the injured man. He had just enough time to regret not digging their shallow scrape a little deeper before the sky tore open with thunder. "Should have dug deeper," Chad muttered, voicing Carey's own thought. His face, normally a healthy brown, was a frightening pale gray from blood loss, yet he still managed a weak grin. "Always critiquing after the fact," Carey said, tightening the pressure bandage on Chad's shoulder. Another explosion rocked the ground, pelting them both with sand and debris. The bullet wound appeared to be a clean through and through, but Carey wasn't ready to celebrate just yet. "Reaper 7, Reaper 12, Rounds complete. Reaper 7, copies all, Carey responded, acknowledging Brian's transmission. Leading with his S-STAR's barrel, Carey raised his head above the dirt berm. A scene of utter devastation greeted him. Each of those fin-stabilized 120mm shells was packed with high explosives inside a fragmenting metal case. Upon detonation, the blast wave and superheated gases expanded at immense speed, transforming the casing into deadly shrapnel with a lethal radius well over 70 feet. The first volley had done its gruesome work. Where the soccer field had once teemed with enemy fighters, now only scattered, unidentifiable remains were left. The compound's main gate, some 200 yards away, swayed drunkenly on its ruined hinges. Wisps of grey smoke curled from the scorched earth, and the accompanying stench and carnage felt ripped from the pages of a nightmare. Their position was no longer in immediate danger of being overrun. That was the welcome part. The less welcome development was the sight of cult fighters, now scrambling along the compound walls to man heavy weapons, as the growing rumble of engines began to fill the air. Carey had hoped the sheer, overwhelming force of the fire mission would have stunned the cultists into submission. The opposite was true. The compound now resembled a hornet's nest violently stirred. "What's the situation?" Chad murmured. Carey opened his mouth to answer, but the radio crackled to life first. "Reaper 7, Reaper 13. I have movement in Sector 7. Confirming activity in Sector 7. Sector 7. That was the launch area. This was very bad. 13-7, Carey responded, keeping his voice low. Need details? Roger 7. Multiple individuals are rushing to the trucks, pulling off the covers. I believe they are preparing to launch over. 7 copies, Carey said, his mind racing. Reaper 12, execute immediate suppression. Target reference point, Bravo 9. Reaper 12 acknowledged. Immediate suppression on Bravo 9. Carey could visualize Brian at the EMPS console, the system's automated brain already calculating the firing solution. There was a running joke that the computer could lay the gun faster than the best mortar teams in the Rangers. For once, Carey was fervently hoping the machine would win. Greg should be loading the first round right now. It was going to be a photo finish. 7-12, shot over. Shot out, Carey confirmed, his binoculars fixed on the truck park. The long cylindrical missile containers were tilting upward from the trailer. Teams of frantic men were clearing the final tarps from the launch tubes, the deadly projectiles pivoting toward the clear blue sky. Splash over, splash out, the world below erupted. Orange and yellow flashes bloomed as high explosive rounds descended like divine wrath. Secondary detonations ripped through the staging area, hurling weapons and figures through the air in a macabre dance. Thick black smoke poured upward, a stain of ink spreading across a canvas of azure. 7-12 rounds complete, over. Brian and his crew had been pinpoint accurate once more, yet they were a heartbeat too slow. With a roar that shook the ground, 4 massive missiles, each the size of a telephone pole, tore themselves skyward, trailing torrents of fire and leaving a wall of rolling flame in their wake. The series of deafening thunderclaps momentarily confused Dorian. Then the distinct rattle of automatic weapons fire cut through the chaos, clarifying everything. The compound was under attack. This was a coordinated assault, using both direct and indirect fire signature move. It had to be the Americans. The sudden explosions drew the attention of everyone in the room. Well, almost everyone. With a guttural snarl, Darian drove his knife deep into the lead bodyguard's neck, giving the blade a vicious twist. A torrent of crimson arced into the air, but Darian was already moving past the choking, dying man toward his stunned principal. For the first time since their acquaintance, Husseini's unshakable confidence had vanished. The fiery certainty was gone from his eyes, replaced by an expression that looked utterly alien on his charismatic face. Raw, undiluted fear. "Wait," Husseini stammered, his hand fluttering toward his pocket like a panicked sparrow. "I have." Whatever profound statement or desperate bargain the cult leader intended to offer was lost forever. Then again, if his claims of being a reborn imam held any truth, he'd probably figure it out again in a few thousand years. Regardless, Husseini's eloquence became significantly harder to interpret after Darien opened his throat with several precise, brutal cuts. Now 2 men lay dying at his feet. Turning from the cleric, Darien saw that Katerina was no longer sitting passively. The former SVR officer had used the cover of the artillery barrage to fire both barrels of her compact pistol, turning the second bodyguard into a lifeless heap. She was now efficiently choking the life out of the scrawny radio operator, her expression one of cold, focused efficiency. The distraction had been perfect. Unfortunately, that meant there were no bullets left for the cleric's assistant. But a shortage of ammo didn't stop the Russian woman. She had lunged at the fleeing man and now had him locked in a chokehold from behind. His resistance was already fading. In a matter of minutes, this frantic little man would follow his master into the next life. But Darien didn't have minutes to spare. "Let him go," Darien said, giving Katerina's shoulder a tap. For a second, she just looked at him, her expression puzzled. Then she loosened her grip and rolled away. The man's eyes, which had been starting to close, blinked open. His look of terror shifted to one of profound relief. He tried to speak, but his throat, much like his dead employer's, wouldn't cooperate. Darien cleaned his blade on the dying man's shirt and slipped it back into his sleeve. He then helped his lover to her feet. "What now?" Katerina asked, her accent sending a familiar chill through him. "Now," Darien replied, "we walk. Is Rayolai Resdugenaden Zone Almiranen NC. All elements, this is flight lead. Knock it off." "I say again, knock it off." "Daisy copies, knock it off." Natalie Daisy Smith pulled the oxygen mask from her flight helmet and allowed herself a grin. Judging by his tone, Flight Lead was seriously annoyed. He had every right to be. She'd just cleaned his clock twice in a row. The first time, Natalie had held back a little, letting the simulated dogfight stretch on out of professional courtesy to her Israeli hosts. But that cocky pilot had only lasted about 90 seconds in the second engagement. Honestly, she could have ended it 30 seconds after the initial break if she'd wanted. She was a liaison pilot, after all. Her job was to build bridges between the U.S. and Israeli air forces, not to embarrass their top flyer right out of the gate. The second defeat, though, was all on him. After a head-on pass, he'd hesitated just a fraction too long before initiating his turn. It was a basic error, and Natalie had capitalized on it without mercy. International cooperation was important. But let's be real, the people flying F-35 Lightning IIs were combat pilots, not diplomats. As her favorite instructor at weapons school used to say, if you can't handle the pressure, go fly a cargo plane. Daisy and Nat climbed to Angels 30 on a heading of 270 to rejoin the flight. "In the meantime, Slammer, do me a favor, and explain how Daisy got a kill on you before I even finished my turn." "Angels 30 for Daisy," Natalie confirmed, smiling again as she pushed the throttle forward and eased the side stick back. "And go easy on Slammer." "I'm sure he was just being a gentleman." A wave of good-natured laughter crackled over the radio as the other 2 Israeli pilots, both men, gave poor Slammer a hard time. To be fair, Slammer probably had been taking it easy on her at first. At just 5'2", with a call sign like Daisy, Natalie was used to being underestimated. But contrary to the popular image of the tall, broad-shouldered fighter pilot, her compact build was actually an asset. It was built to withstand the brutal G-forces that came with the job. Women naturally carry more strength and mass in their hips and legs, which is crucial for forcing blood back to the brain during high maneuver. A guy's bulky chest might look impressive, but it's practically a liability in a dogfight. Natalie had built her entire career on proving people wrong. Graduating near the top of her flight school class had given her the pick of aircraft. She started on F-16s but transitioned to the F-35 as soon as the 5th-generation fighters were operational. A decade later, fresh off a tour as a demonstration pilot, She was itching for something new, maybe even a permanent change of scenery. The Mediterranean sun glinting off her canopy felt like a promise of something different. Natalie had already submitted her discharge papers, ready to leave the Air Force behind for a life with her fiancé. Yet when the chance for one final deployment came in exchange pilot slot in his Welsh couldn't say no. It was a rare opportunity to show a few of the world's top aviators how it was really done. Now, with 2 distant specks on her canopy, she nudged the throttle forward another notch. Her closure rate was more than sufficient, but she loved the deep, percussive roar of the Pratt Whitney 13.5 ticking into afterburner. Nestled behind her, that engine churned out over 40,000 pounds of thrust, making it the most powerful fighter engine on the planet. To fly this jet and not unleash that power at least once was like buying a thoroughbred only to walk it. Over her career, she'd flown several aircraft, but nothing blended sheer force and elegant agility like the F-35. When her father once asked her to describe it, she'd called it a mix of prima ballerina, champion racehorse, and pure predator. With endless blue above, the Mediterranean shimmering below, and the engine's growl vibrating through her frame, she was exactly where she wanted to be. Viper flight, Weasel Main. Climb immediately to Angels 40, steer 330. The unusual call from Israeli ground control crackled over the net, just as Natalie and her wingman Khalsang Nat slid into a fluid 4 formation behind their lades, Slammer and Rhino acknowledged, and the 4 lightning eyes banked in unison toward the new vector. It was moments like these that highlighted how compact Israel truly was, Rousley the size of New Jersey. Staying within its borders in a fast jet meant almost constant turning, which was why the flight was now out over the open sea. Training in the crowded domestic airspace was impractical, and even with improving regional relations, a quartet of 5th-generation stealth fighters crossing a neighbor's border wouldn't be greeted with smiles. Weasel Main Viper Flunt, Rhino transmitted. Request reason for the vector. So far, all comms had been in English, the international language of aviation, and a courtesy for Natalie. The controller's reply, however, came in rapid Hebrew. Natalie didn't speak it, but the strained, urgent tone was unmistakable. As the transmission ended, she keyed her mic on the internal frequency. Rhino, Daisy. Wood DOS going on? Not good, Rhino answered tersely. Early One is tracking unidentified bogies inbound toward Tel Aviv from the northwest. We're clearing out so Iron Dome can engage. Natalie clicked her mic twice in reply, her mind already racing. Inbounds from the northwest? That made no tactical sense, as there was nothing but open ocean in that direction. With a quick tap on her multifunction display, she slaved her sensors to the given bearing. The F-35 was famous for its stealth, but that wasn't its real revolution. In fact, the older F-22 was stealthier and more dominant in a pure dogfight. The Lightning II's true edge was its astonishing sensor fusion. It saw the battlefield like no other jet ever had. For the first time in any combat aircraft, the F-35's central computer fused the inputs from its distributed aperture system, its electro-optical targeting array, and its active electronically scanned radar into a single, seamless image projected directly onto the pilot's visor. Instead of juggling her attention between separate threat displays, infrared pods, and radar screens, Natalie was given one unified picture, a complete visual representation of everything her jet's sensors could detect. Yet this was merely the beginning. Beyond its own formidable sensor array, each F-35 was networked, sharing data in real time with its wingman. When Natalie focused on the cueing symbols inside her helmet display, she wasn't just seeing her jet's view. She was seeing a combined optimized sensor picture from every aircraft in her formation. What she saw was alarming. 4 unidentified contacts were skimming the ocean's surface at wave-top height, racing on a direct course for Tel Aviv Rhino. Daisy here, Natalie said, her eyes fixed on the 4 tracks, moving across her field of vision. Any idea what these things are? Her flight of 4 F-35s was currently heading northwest, moving away from Tel Aviv on the exact opposite bearing of the inbound unknown. Despite being separated by 40,000 feet of altitude and over 50 miles, her aircraft's data fusion engine had already locked onto each target, tagging them with vectors and speed readouts. The data puzzled her. The contacts were cruising at around 400 knots on a straight level path far too slow and flat to be rockets or guided missiles. Then, as if on cue, the entire bogey formation climbed in unison, rising from just above the waves to about 1,000 feet. "Beats me," Daisy Rhino replied, "but Iron Dome has them locked." "Get ready for a show of Israeli tech." "Copy that," Natalie answered. She was well acquainted with the Iron Dome's legendary prowess. The system was an engineering masterpiece, adept at swatting down the crude rockets militants fired into Israel at a cost far below bulkier systems like Patriot. Honestly, she felt a flicker of anticipation. How often do you get a front-row seat to one of the world's most advanced missile defenses in action? But what unfolded next was nothing like the polished demonstration reels. After one final confirmation that the F-35s were clear of the engagement zone, the ground controller Weaselmane instructed Rhino to stand by. Almost instantly, 5 fiery lances shot upward from the Israeli coastline. Natalie's onboard computer instantly marked each Iron Dome interceptor, displaying their trajectory and speed. Yet instead of engaging the 4 targets, the streaks of flame sailed right past them. "You've got to be kidding me," Natalie muttered, as 6 more fiery trails scorched their way into the sky. These, too, whistled past their intended marks, painting hazy gray scars across the blue. Natalie moved to key her mic, but Weaselmane's voice, a rapid burst of Hebrew, filled the channel first. Rayner responded in kind, and the meaning was crystal clear, even without translation. A moment later, Rhino's voice came over the air-to-air frequency, confirming exactly what Natalie had guessed. "Viper flight, Rhino. Flight control wants us to investigate. Stick with me. We're going in for a closer look." "Daisy copies," Natalie said, banking her lightning into a sharp right turn to maintain position on her leader's wing. A cold knot of apprehension tightened in her stomach. The promised fireworks had fizzled, and now the mystery was theirs to solve. What was supposed to be a straightforward training exercise had just escalated into a full-blown crisis. Jack braced himself against a rough concrete wall, the ground trembling under a relentless artillery barrage. He had chosen to run back into this chaos instead of fleeing to safety, a decision his handler, Mr. C, would undoubtedly dissect for hours in the coming debrief. Taking a moment of shaky shelter, Jack set his rifle down and retightened the makeshift bandage on his arm. The wound wasn't life-threatening, but it was a gruesome, throbbing mess that protested every movement. With no time for a proper sling, his only option was to push through the pain until he found Becca and Tommy. A little good fortune would be welcome right about now. Navigating a hostile outpost with one functional arm was hard enough without adding falling shells to the mix. This brief pause allowed his mind to catch up. Someone with a high-powered suppressed rifle had saved his life out there, strongly suggesting a U.S. Special Operations team was nearby. It followed that the artillery hammering the compound was also friendly fire. But artillery is a blunt instrument, unlike a sniper's precise shot. Those shells couldn't tell him apart from the enemy. His rescuers had likely expected him to run the other way, not back into their target area. Their decision to fire anyway meant their mission objectives outweighed his survival. To avoid becoming an accidental victim of his own side, he needed to make contact. That, however, was a serious problem. His special phone was gone, lost in the earlier scramble for survival. His frantic reactions had kept him from being crucified, but maybe now was the moment for a more calculated approach. The new, more cautious Jack might just keep him from collecting any more holes. Any thought of patience vanished as an armed fighter sprinted around the corner. The man slid to a stop, shouting a demand in Arabic. Jack offered a blank shrug. The fighter stepped closer, his eyes darting from Jack's face to the bloodied bandage. Understanding flashed across his features, and he moved for his rifle. He was carrying it low, barrel pointed at the ground, which forced him to waste a critical second swinging it up. Jack didn't give him the chance. He charged, closing the distance before the man could aim. Jack might not be a strategic genius, but in a brutal close-quarters fight, he was in his element. Even injured, he was a solid mass of furious momentum. He crashed into the fighter like a freight train hitting a stalled vehicle, driving him backward. Instead of a strike, Jack used his body to pin the man's weapon against him, driving forward with his legs until they slammed into the concrete wall. Jack gritted his teeth against the fiery pain in his wrist. The fighter's head snapped back against the hard surface with a sickening final sound. Jack's eyes flickered open, his hold on the rifle going slack, but he wasn't finished. He shifted his one-handed grip from the weapon to the back of the fighter's neck, yanking the man down as he drove his knee up into the jaw. The sickening crunch of bone was followed by a spray of blood. Letting the man drop, Jack snatched up his own AK-47. He thought about emptying a few rounds into the fighter's torso, but held back. Outside the walls, the rattle of automatic fire still popped in the distance, yet inside the compound, an eerie quiet had settled after the latest artillery strike. The last thing he needed was to announce his presence. So he flipped the rifle around and slammed the wooden stock into the man's ruined face. After the second impact, the fighter went still, but Jack delivered two more for good measure. Close-quarters combat wasn't for the timid. Then again, neither was being nailed to a cross. He set the rifle down and began patting the fighter down, working through each pocket until his fingers closed around a cell phone. Using the man's limp finger to unlock the screen, Jack dialed. It rang 3 times before a familiar voice picked up. "Hello?" "Hey, Gavin," Jack said, tucking the phone between his shoulder and ear as he retrieved his rifle. "Got a minute, Jack?" "Oh my God, is that really you?" "It's me," Jack said, a faint smile touching his lips at the sound of the portly tech wizard. "I need a hand. Hold on, Jack. Mr. Clark is right here. He said if you called again and I didn't tell him immediately, he'd reach down my throat and pull out my tonsils. I think he's serious, Jack." Clark's just a big softy," Jack said. "The hell did you just say?" A new gravelly voice cut in. "Oh, hey, Mr. C," Jack said. "Didn't realize you were listening. Goddamn, Junior, it's good to hear your voice. The station chief in Baghdad had a walk-in who dumped some pretty grim photos of you on his desk. Needless to say, people here have been on edge." Despite everything, Jack smiled. The legendary John Terence Clark was worried about him. The man who'd honed his skills hunting NVA in the jungles of Vietnam actually had a heart. Who would have thought? But his amusement vanished as quickly as it came. When Mr. Clark showed concern, the average person would already be trembling in fear. If Clark was worried, Jack was likely in even deeper trouble than he realized. And that was saying something. "It's been a rough ride, Mr. C," Jack admitted, "and I'm not clear yet. I don't even know where I am. Syria. You're in Syria, son. We already locked down your phone, but we'd guessed you were there even before you called. Or at least we were hoping, Jesus, you gave us a scare. Anyway, Gavin compromised several phones near your kidnapping site. We tracked 2 groups leaving Beirut. One flew to Iran, the other headed for Syria. We can swap stories later. Right now I need you to get out of that compound. You've got friendlies on 2 sides. Head south and I'll coordinate a link-up." "Sorry, sir," Jack said. "Can't do it. There are 2 innocents still in Dongram, mother and her child. The man who knows where they're being held is inside these walls. I'm not leaving without him. Junior, listen to me. There are things in motion here I can't explain. You need to trust me, son. Get the hell out of that compound." "Not happening, Mr. C." "Goddamn it, Jack. You're putting your father in an impossible position. Your own father. Do you understand what I'm telling you?" Jack tilted his head back, scanning the cloudless sky for the drone he was sure was circling somewhere high above. He saw nothing but endless blue, which was no surprise. He knew many UAVs operated at altitudes above 50,000 feet more than 10 miles up. No chance of spotting it with the naked eye. Even so, the thought that his old man was probably watching over him brought a strange, quiet comfort. Jack Patrick Ryan Sr. was a man of remarkable integrity, the same person whether the world was watching or not. For his son, however, carrying the weight of that legacy was a formidable challenge. Jack's love for his father was profound, yet it was intertwined with a deep-seated anxiety note of the man himself, but of failing to measure up to the towering reputation he had built. This was the silent burden shared by sons of extraordinary men, and though Senior had done all he could to ease it, the pressure was a constant, heavy presence in Jack's life. In this particular moment, though, a strange sense of liberation washed over him. His father was observing. "Perfect. Let him watch. I copy your transmission, Mr. C. But you taught me that a true leader knows when to rely on the man in the field. That's me, sir. I need your trust right now." The pause that followed was brief but loaded with meaning. Then John Terence Clark's voice returned. "All right, Jack, you have it. Do what you must. Thank you. And would you pass a message to my dad? Tell him that doing the right thing sometimes carries a cost, and a good man has to be willing to pay it. He'll know what I mean. Right now I've got a job to do, and I need Gavin's expertise. Tell him to fire up his systems and get into his wizard mode. It would also be extremely helpful if I could make contact with those allies you've referenced. I'm keeping this channel active. Jack out." He slipped the phone into his pocket, already mentally preparing for the intense debriefing that would follow this mission. Assuming, of course, he made it out of this compound alive. At the moment, survival was anything but guaranteed. Over the Mediterranean, within a designated Israeli airspace, fighter pilots remained at heart, creatures who trusted their eyes above all else. Like a hawk scanning the fields below, they possessed a primal need to visually acquire their target, no matter how sophisticated their aircraft's sensors might be. This was why Rhino insisted on a close pass of the 4 unidentified contacts, even though their F-35's advanced systems had already identified them as cruise missiles, likely of Iranian origin. Natalie, the American pilot flying in the Israeli formation, understood his reasoning, not that her opinion held any sway. She was along for the ride, not calling the shots. "Flight led here," Rhino announced. "Bogies at 3 o'clock low. Well overfly them, then execute a hard right turn to position on their tail." Natalie quickly calculated the intercept. They'd be on the targets in under a minute. She nearly suggested they reduce speed at nearly 500 knots. They'd streak past the slowing missiles in a blur, but she held her tongue. She was just a guest in this cockpit. "Tally bogies," called Slammer from the right flank of the formation. Natalie strained to look, following the cues on her display, but her shorter stature worked against her. With a quiet sigh, she gave up the visual hunt and routed the infrared feed from the jet's cameras to one of her screens. If she couldn't see it with her own eyes, she'd let the technology be her vision. The grainy image sharpened into a recognizable shape, a slender body with a pointed nose and, instead of traditional tail fins, a set of short swept wings mounted midway back. Natalie's eyes tracked the length of the missile, noting a compact turbofan engine mounted beneath its centerline for thrust. As the flight of 4 F-35s roared past the formation of unidentified aircraft and banked into a descending right turn, Rhino fired off another rapid burst of Hebrew to Weasel Main. Natalie didn't mind being left out of the conversation. Her focus was locked on the missile's airframe. Its peculiar profile made her hesitate. Maneuvering into position behind and 10,000 feet above the bogey flight, she enhanced the sensor image. Something felt off. She tapped a control, zooming in on the missile's forward section, and her breath caught. Now she knew why the enemy flight had left the concealment of the ocean's surface to climb to a higher, slower altitude. "Break, break," Natalie transmitted over the air-to-air frequency. "Rhino, Daisy, we have a serious situation over. Daisy, Rhino, stand by." She could hear the irritation in his voice at the interruption, but it didn't matter. Rhino, Daisy. Negative. Check the underside. Look at the bellies of the missile. Do you see the nozzles? Once Natalie realized what she was seeing, the row of fire hydrant-shaped nozzles lining the missile's belly stood out starkly, like bumps on a log. But Rhino was either struggling to shift from Hebrew to English mid-thought, or he hadn't yet connected the dots. Nozzles? Rhino responded.
Say again, Daisy. Daisy keyed her mic to explain, but the missiles resolved any confusion for her. In unison, the 4 telephone pole-sized munitions slid out of their staggered formation and lined up side by side. Then the nozzles activated, beginning to spray. The liquid misting from beneath the missiles billowed out into a grayish cloud.
Against the backdrop of the blue Mediterranean sky and sea, the expanding vapor almost looked peaceful, as if the 4 weapons were staging a serene aerial display for the coastline. But Natalie knew that harmless-looking cloud had to be delivering death in some form. Rhino knew it, too. A torrent of Hebrew filled the comms as Flight Lead began issuing commands. He didn't translate, but Natalie understood perfectly. The missiles would impact in under a minute, and the Iron Dome had failed to stop them. The alert fighters at Nevatim Air Force Base were likely scrambling right now, but even at maximum afterburner, they wouldn't arrive in time. Only 4 aircraft stood between the city and those toxic clouds, and following standard protocol for air-to-air training exercises, all 4 of those aircraft were completely unarmed. Standard procedure aimed to prevent a pilot from accidentally activating a live weapon during a simulated dogfight and killing a fellow aviator. A sensible rule that now meant they had no way to shoot the missiles down. If Natalie and her wingmen lacked the nerve for what had to happen next, the death toll could climb into the hundreds of thousands or even millions depending on the clouds. Potency her mind flashed to the 2 U.S. Air Force pilots who had taken off on September 11, 2001, on a suicide mission to intercept a Hydact airliner believed to be heading for the White House. In the end, the passengers of Flight 93 had taken action first. In one small mercy on a day of horrors, Lieutenant Heather Penny and Lieutenant Colonel Mark Sassville hadn't been forced to ram their F-16s into a plane full of civilians. Today, Natalie faced precisely the same terrible choice. Rhino, Daisy. Which one is mine? The radio stayed silent for several long seconds before Rhino's voice filled her headset. Daisy, Rhino. This is an Israeli matter. We will handle it. Sorry, boss, Natalie said, her voice steady, but that's not an option. The odds were stark. 4 targets against 3 of you. Maybe one pilot could manage a double takedown in a single pass, but I wasn't willing to gamble the lives of over 400,000 souls on a maybe. Pick one for me, or I'll choose my own, I transmitted. Silence answered, then Rhino's voice cut through. Leftmost target. We planned for a non-lethal disable, but the clock's run out. We go in together. Godspeed. I clicked my mic twice in reply. Flowery speeches were for infantry. I was a pilot, and my job was clear. Lining up the nose of my F-35 on the tail of the designated missile, I rested my hand on the throttle, visualizing the run, and waiting for Rhino's signal. A fighter jet is built tough, but it's not designed to survive a 400-knot impact. Both machines would turn to confetti. As my body braced for the necessary act, my mind wandered. I pictured my fiancée, the life we'd planned after my service. I saw my parents' faces and thought of all the quiet evenings on the porch I'd missed. But above all, I thought about obligation and what it truly means to serve. The core values hammered into us at the academy surfaced, without bidding: integrity first, service before self, excellence in all we do. I was moments from making the ultimate sacrifice for a city of strangers, a modern echo of the Battle of Britain pilots. Churchill's tribute to them suddenly felt intensely personal. Never was so much owed by so many to so few. Viper flight, Rhino. Execute, execute, execute. I pushed the nose over and slammed the throttle to the firewall. the Pratt Whitney engine unleashing a deep, visceral roar that shook me to my core as I dove. The slender missile grew in my canopy, its distinct double delta wings my aiming point. My gaze flickered for just an instant to the city of Tel Aviv below us, sprawling mosaic of lights, representing people utterly unaware their fate hung on our next seconds. Just like the Battle of Britain, the thought, unbidden and repetitive, gave me pause. And in that pause, clarity struck. All Viper elements, Daisy, aboard! I say again, abort! Every pilot trains to keep their radio voice cool, but I might have yelled it. I wrenched the stick left, my jet groaning in protest as I veered sharply away from the missile's vapor trail, praying my wingman had reacted in time. After a heart-stopping moment wrestling the controls, my radar display confirmed 4 friendly blips. Daisy Rhino. What the hell? Despite the sweat stinging my eyes, I grinned. I wasn't the only one whose professionalism had slipped a notch. Rhino, Daisy, stand by. I've got another play. Altan Fantpong Swaria Darian's brief sense of liberation upon leaving Husseini's room evaporated almost instantly. While he and Katerina were beyond the cult leader's immediate grasp, they were far from safe. He had escaped one man, but the world was still coming apart around them. A chain of deafening explosions erupted to their right, the concussions physically painful. Darian shoved Katerina against the nearest wall, covering her with his body. The blasts were so ferocious that the normally defiant Russian operative didn't protest his protective move. He could actually feel her shudder against him as secondary detonations ripped through the air, a brutal encore to the initial thunder. Darian stayed low until the last echoes of the shelling faded, then rose and pulled Katerina up beside him. "Was that the weapons cache?" she asked, her usually steady voice thin with tension. "That was part of it," Darian confirmed, "but the explosions had company. This whole place is taking artillery fire." "From who?" Katerina's eyes were wide with alarm. Darian could only shrug. "If I had to bet, the Americans. Why, them it sense." Husseini wanted their full attention, and he got it in the worst way. "Now they're returning the favor. So we're trapped inside a target," Katerina said, the reality settling in. "How do we get out of here?" A good question. His mind first jumped to their original vehicle, then landed on a different, desperate idea. "This way," he said, taking her hand and leading her into the swirling dust. Over the Mediterranean Sea in Italy, through her F-35 into a hard, corkscrewing turn, her body straining against the forces. Earlier, showing off for Rhino with that 8G turn might have been pure ego. Now this maneuver was pure necessity. Her missed pass had left her out of position, and time was bleeding away. For her wild idea to stand a chance, she needed to slot in slightly behind and level with her target. A historical parallel, one she had always found grimly fascinating, nagged at her thoughts. During the Battle of Britain, Londoners faced horrors beyond the waves of German bombers. These particular terrors couldn't be countered by the bravery of the Spitfire pilots dueling in the skies. Why? Because these weapons had no pilots at all. In a frantic bid to turn the war's tide, German scientists created the Vergeltungswaffen, the vengeance weapons. The V-1 buzz bomb was a crude early drone, its pulse jet engine droning like a monstrous bee as it flew toward its target at 400 miles per hour. British flyers were initially stumped. That is, until one reckless pilot devised an absurdly simple solution. He eased his wing tip under the drone's wing and flipped it. The V-1's guidance system couldn't cope, sending it tumbling harmlessly into the sea. Natalist's situation, of course, was utterly ridiculous by comparison. She wasn't dealing with a paltry speed difference of 50 knots. Her target was slowing dramatically, likely to spread its toxic payload more effectively, while she was screaming along in a jet built for speed. She needed to slow down, and fast. A grim, almost sarcastic smile touched her lips. Maybe it was time for a modern twist on an old trick. "Daisy, this is Reiner. I'm going to try something stupid. Rhino Daisy, hold position." With the coastline of Tel Aviv now filling her view, Natalie understood Rhino's patience was nearly spent. That was fine by her. If this gambit failed, she intended to slam the throttle into afterburner and charge straight through the incoming fire until her jet disintegrated. Let Rhino and the others sort through the wreckage. She kept that thought to herself, her focus entirely on employing every advanced maneuver she'd mastered leading the F-35 demonstration team. She pitched the nose upward sharply, increasing the angle of attack while pulling the throttle nearly to idle. The aircraft trembled, stall alarms screaming, but she needed to be slower still. She deployed the flaps and speed brake, deliberately making the jet aerodynamically dirty to shed every possible knot of speed. A glance at the airspeed indicator made her grimace still too fast. With a final switch, she lowered the landing gear. The jet shook violently as the three wheels, built to bear 35,000 pounds, met the punishing slipstream. The stall warnings escalated to a frantic klaxon chorus as the flight computer fought to correct her dangerous attitude and save the $100 million aircraft from catastrophe. Natalie answered by shaking the control stick twice, asserting her command and nudging the throttle forward. The engine growled in response, the jet clinging to the sky by a thread. This technological marvel was never designed for what she was asking of it. With her nose pointed almost straight up, she was balancing on thrust alone, a sensation akin to riding a motorcycle on a single rail. She had performed stunning aerial routines in her 3 years as demo-lead, but this reckless act was in another category entirely. Ignoring the sweat stinging her eyes, she worked the rudder pedals to keep the nose aligned, then scanned right for her target. She fought the fear that this entire desperate ballet would be pointless if she had overshot. The sight that greeted her twisted her gut, and the first profanity of the engagement escaped her lips. "Scheiße," she muttered, the German curse from her deployment days feeling apt. Her state-of-the-art canopy offered unparalleled visibility, but all she saw was empty blue sky and thin clouds. The missile formation was gone. "Daisy, Rhino, your target is beneath you." Calling herself an idiot, she activated the infrared display, using the fused sensor data to see literally through her aircraft's floor. There it wastes the unmistakable twin-winged shape hovering just below her belly. Her stomach tightened for a new reason. Another 10 feet and those wings would have speared her fuselage, making her daring piloting utterly irrelevant. "Daisy, Roger," Natalie said, her own voice sounding eerily calm to her. "I'm going to give this one a push. If it works, we'll be down 1 missile. If it doesn't, I'm taking it with me. Good luck with the remaining 3. This time, Rhino replied with 2 deliberate clicks over the radio, a silent acknowledgement meant to avoid distracting her. It was a considerate gesture, though unnecessary. Natalie had been a skilled pilot before taking the demo team helm. 3 years later, she was exceptional, and not merely because she could work the controls. Executing complex aerial maneuvers in tight formation with other jets demanded a level of focus akin to an Olympic gymnast poised to launch into a breathtaking tumbling pass. Natalie was locked in, her concentration so absolute that only a catastrophic engine failure could break it. This was fortunate, as she suspected that being shot down would have been a simpler fate than the gambit she was now committed to. Her initial plan had already unraveled. The idea had been to slip under the missile's left wing and climb with a hard bank, forcing the weapon to veer away. Being above it rendered that tactic useless. For a fleeting, almost comical moment, she entertained the notion of just dropping onto the thing's right wing and hoping for a miracle. She dismissed the thought as pure idiocy. If she was going to risk her aircraft, the payoff had to justify the danger. With a subtle dip of her right wing, she slid sideways, passing directly over the missile while constantly adjusting her throttle to hold the unstable position. Sweat poured down her spine, soaking into her flight suit. It didn't matter. Shed managed it, positioning herself above and to the right of the first missile and to the left of the second. Not the textbook approach, but there was no time for doubt. Clenching her jaw, she reduced power and rolled her aircraft left. A deafening metallic shriek like 100 forks scraping a chalkboard filled her ears as her jet made contact. Through her canopy, she saw the missile wobble violently to the right, its internal gyro fighting for control only to steer its wing directly into the spinning engine of its companion. This second impact wasn't just noise. It was a brilliant, expanding fireball of orange flame and thick, oily smoke, a spectacularly violent end for 2 instruments of destruction. 2 down, 2 remaining. Releasing a breath Shed held for too long, Natalie flexed her hands and tightened her grip on the control stick, ready to repeat the insane maneuver. That's when the trouble announced itself. It turned out that a multi-ton fighter jet wasn't designed for playing tag with missiles. The feedback through her controls was a violent, shuddering vibration she couldn't ignore. The collision had left its mark. Her Lightning was hurt, and hurt badly. The aircraft's computers were frantically trying to compensate for the sudden aerodynamic damage, but Natalie knew it was a futile effort. The stress on the compromised airframe was overwhelming. Eventually, the flight systems would reach their limits, and the control surfaces would fail to counteract the drag. The outcome would be instantaneous-like. Flipping a switch, one moment Shed be flying, the next Shed be a ballistic object with all the aerodynamic grace of a cinder block. That is, if the fatigued metal didn't simply tear itself apart first. The logical move was to eject. Immediately she pressed the transmit button, ready to make the call she dreaded, but the words that left her lips weren't the ones Shed rehearsed. Rhino, Daisy, engaging next target. 2 clicks acknowledged her transmission, but her focus was elsewhere. Choosing the safe option, the ejection seat, would guarantee her survival. Then again, if safety had ever been her priority, she would never have strapped herself into the cockpit of a fighter jet to begin with. A strange, almost defiant calm settled over her. They wanted a show? Shed give them one worth remembering. Jack took a steadying breath, his back pressed against the rough wall of the building. Peering around the corner into the compound's open space, he saw the fighter he'd just grappled with lying still on the ground, out of the fight for good. That close-quarters scuffle had been a near thing. One wrong move and he'd be the one lying there. A lifetime in the shadows had taught him that luck was a fickle partner, and those who banked on it usually cashed out early. His rifle felt clumsy in his single working hand, good for intimidation at close range, but practically useless for accurate fire beyond a few yards. He'd have swapped it for a sidearm without a second thought, but the locals here didn't seem to believe in backup plans. It was this Kalashnikov or nothing. Still, his quick search of the downed man hadn't been a total loss. Besides the cell phone now tucked away, Jack now wore the man's turban and a loose, dusty tunic. The getup wouldn't hide his fair complexion or his blue eyes from anyone up close, but it covered his matted hair and, more importantly, the blood-soaked sleeve of his injured arm. In the middle of this chaos, it might just be enough to let him blend into the background for a crucial few seconds. He ducked instinctively as another long rattle of automatic gunfire tore through the air. Most of the shooting was still concentrated beyond the high earthen walls surrounding the place. But that wouldn't last. He could see figures scrambling along the parapets, yanking camouflage netting off heavy weapons emplacements. Even without clear targets, at least 3 heavy machine guns were already hosing down the desert with sustained fire. It was only a matter of time before the American Special Ops team outside decided to answer that invitation with overwhelming force, likely calling in precise artillery strikes. When they did, these sturdy walls would become an oven, and everyone inside would be baked. He had to move, and now. The question was where. The compound was a large square with a mosque at its heart. To the left, a raging inferno and towering plumes of black smoke marked what had probably been an ammunition or fuel storage area. To the right lay the motor pool, and its contents were interesting. Beyond the expected collection of sedans and pickup trucks, Jack's eyes widened at the lineup.
Parked side by side were 3 Russian-made BRDM armored scouts and a small fleet of up-armored American Humvees. The Russian vehicles were a surprise, but not unexplainable given the region's history. The Humvees, however, sent a jolt through him.
If an American team had already breached the compound, his chances of finding the forger and the waitress, not to mention simply surviving this mess, just shot through the roof. Of course, that was a monumental if. But the idea of linking up with friendly forces was infinitely more appealing than cowering here, waiting for some jumpy militant to put a round in him first and check his ID later. From where he stood, the choice was pretty clear.
With a grimace that was part determination and part pain, he pushed off the wall and broke into a sprint toward the motor pool. An old military adage popped into his head. When in doubt, attack. A solid plan, he thought wryly, though its famous proponent had never found himself quite this cornered and alone.
Natalie wrestled with her fighter's controls, guiding the massive jet into a desperate evasion. It felt like steering a battleship compared to its usual grace. She always got a private chuckle from sports car enthusiasts bragging about their vehicles hugging the road like they were on rail. Her machine, while exponentially larger, could execute turns so violent they'd rupture a pilot's capillaries and drain the consciousness from her body long before the airframe protested. Pushing this bird to its absolute limits was a dance with unconsciousness, a game where blacking out was the penalty for a misstep. The aircraft Natalie was piloting now felt nothing like its usual agile self more, like comparing a high-performance sports car to a worn-out clunker. The vibrations through her control stick and pedals had intensified, becoming so severe that the flight computers were struggling to compensate for the airframe's violent shuddering. She'd likely damaged at least 1 aileron, if not more. In truth, the wing structure was probably fractured, which meant it was only a question of when, not if, the overstressed metal would give way completely. Once that happened, the wing would tear away in one direction, leaving Natalie and the fuselage to tumble separately through the sky. On the bright side, the violent roll would probably knock her out cold. The downside, she'd become a permanent fixture of her own wreckage. Not exactly comforting. Another jarring shake rattled the controls, this one stronger, lighting up caution indicators and triggering multiple audible alerts. Natalie tuned them out, choosing to believe the instability she felt wasn't something as ominous as flying through the turbulent wake left by the missile cutting through the damp ocean air. That thought, however, sparked an idea. As much as she hated to acknowledge it, Natalie knew she no longer had the fine control needed to nudge the remaining missile into its companion. Her fighter's responsiveness was gone. Fluttering surfaces could barely keep the jet steady, much less execute the precise formation Flying Shed managed earlier. Her lightning's days of graceful maneuvering were over, but it still possessed one undeniable advantage: pure thrust, raw, overwhelming power from one of the most potent fighter engines ever built. Easing the throttle to idle, Natalie let her jet drift down and behind the missiles, then keyed her mic. "Rhino, Daisy. I'm losing control of my aircraft. Attempting one last move. If it fails, the missiles are on you. Daisy out." Rhino's reply buzzed in her headset, but Natalie was already focused. Her jet's thrust-to-weight ratio exceeded on a meaning it could essentially stand up and fly like a rocket if pushed. And a rocket was precisely what she needed now. Watching the 2 missiles pull slightly ahead, Natalie visualized a firing solution as if she were aiming a rifle from the hip. When the angle felt right, she slammed the throttle forward, transforming her jet into a 17-ton projectile that churned the air around it into hurricane-force swirls. Predictably, attitude control vanished almost immediately as dynamic stress finished off the damaged wing. But with that monstrous engine blazing a trail of blue flame behind her, wings were suddenly optional. The jet whipped into a savage roll, but Natalie was braced for it. The former demo pilot worked the pedals, fighting to hold her heading. Brutal centrifugal force crushed her against the seat as G-forces skyrocketed. Natla's world tunneled, her small frame strained under pressures nature never meant a human to endure. It was a battle she couldn't win, but she didn't need to win it. This was about endurance, not domination. Natalie didn't have to overcome the forces trying to drain the blood from her brain. She just had to withstand them for a few critical seconds. Teeth clenched, she watched the spinning horizon as her fighter surged past the two remaining missiles, cutting from below to above and unleashing invisible shock waves in its wake. Those swirling vortices washed over the cruise missiles, hammering them together with the force of a tidal wave smashing against rocks. Where mist-like death had threatened to fall from the sky moments before, now only shattered aluminum rained down, scattering into the shallow surf just off the coast near Tel Aviv. The ocean's surface shattered into a geyser of white foam as an F-35 fighter jet tumbled from the sky and vanished beneath the waves. Al-Tan found Soria approaching the motor pool. Jack's instincts flared. The three Humvees parked ahead didn't fit the profile of an American Special Operations unit. Operators from that world had traded standard Humvees for lighter, faster tactical vehicles like the MRZ years ago. More telling was the vehicle's condition. American units, overseen by relentless sergeants, maintained their gear with near-religious fervor. These trucks were a mess. One had a headlight reduced to jagged glass. Another sported a radiator cobbled together with duct tape and a twisted mesh of wire. The third, while marginally better, showed rust blooming around its wheel wells and paint peeling away in sun-scorched patches. No American soldier would ever roll into a fight in such beat-up rigs. The realization hit him too late. He was already halfway across the open ground. The stolen hat and shirt offered scant disguise. Turning back now would draw more eyes than pressing forward, so he kept moving, weaving through scattered fighters all rushing in different directions. The motor pool was laid out in a rigid grid. At the far end stood a line of low, sand-colored buildings, with rows of vehicles stretching outward. Those parked closest to the structures were in the worst shape a collection of battered Kias and Hyundais, hoods gaping open, frames partially stripped. Their hollowed-out shells looked oddly menacing to Jack, like skeletons left in the sun, though he had no time to dwell on the feeling. Automatic gunfire still crackled in the distance, punctuated by the thump of explosions. The chaos had a peculiar rhythm. Everyone moved with urgent purpose, like a crew scrambling to battle stations aboard a ship. It dawned on him then. The defenders had drilled for this. They were executing a plan. In their frenzy, he was just another blur in the scramble, Iziver for the moment. As he neared the Humvees, his attention snagged on a cluster of men gathered near the derelict civilian cars. Unlike the others hustling past with rifles, these dozen or so figures stood unnervingly still. Jack altered his path, slipping behind the nearest Humvee to avoid the gathering. Then a door opened on one of the buildings. A man in a pristine white thobit and head cover stepped out, and the loose group snapped into orderly straight rows as if pulled by a single string. The man started to speak, and even from a distance, Jack could clearly see the gestures of the group gathered around him. They were praying. With artillery rounds impacting nearby and the rattle of automatic gunfire filling the air, a dozen men were deep in prayer. Why now? Jack's gaze shifted from the group to a row of neatly parked vehicles off to the side of the building. This section of the motor pool was separate, enclosed by a chain-link fence with a single controlled gate. As he watched, the men concluded their prayers and moved as one toward that fence. The man who had led the prayer used a key from around his neck to unlock the gate, offering a pat on the back or shoulder to each man as they filed through. Jack's eyes darted from the cars to the men, then back to the leader in his thobe, piecing it together. Then it clicked. Unlike everyone else in the compound, these men were clean-shaven. 12's beardless men had just prayed in the middle of a battle and were now entering a segregated vehicle area. Vehicles that sat suspiciously low on their axles. Son of a gun. Jack was looking at a squad of suicide bombers, moments from launching their final attack.
For once he wished he could just worry about one single adversary. Instead, he was consistently outnumbered and outgunned, watching a bad situation spiral into something catastrophic. In other words, just another typical day in this particular slice of paradise. The grim irony almost brought a smile to his lips, but smiling is tough when you feel the cold muzzle of a pistol pressed against your spine. In a bizarre sense, that hard, circular metal prodding into his back was almost a comfort. A knife fight meant keeping your distance to stay safe, but with a gunman, your odds of survival actually improved the closer they got. It wasn't that a bullet was less deadly up close, a 115-grain slug moving a 15-grain slug moving at over 1,000 feet per second would ruin your internal organs just as easily from 6 inches as from 6 feet.
No. The advantage of proximity was all about opportunity. The closer the armed person stood, the better your chance to disarm them. Jack's hand-to-hand instructors had a simple rule for judging the moment. If you could reach the shooter's elbow, you could take their pistol.
Through brutal practice, Jack had learned that a gunman standing close enough to shove a weapon into your back was practically handing you a chance, assuming, of course, you had 2 functional arms. Once again, Jack wasn't thrilled with the hand fate had dealt him, but long odds beat no odds every time. If the person behind him wanted him dead, he'd already be dead. That meant an order was coming. Drop the rifle. Jack planned to obey, using the distraction of the AK clattering to the ground to execute a one-handed disarm he'd drilled countless times. It wasn't perfect. Then again, neither was being dead. He steadied himself, visualizing how to pivot and compensate for his injured arm, while forcing the coiled tension from his back and shoulders. Here speed trumped strength, and you can't move fast when you're clenched tight. But the command he expected didn't arrive, at least, not in the way he imagined. After a final insistent jab to ensure his attention, the pressure vanished from his back, accompanied by the sound of boots scuffing backward on gravel. Apparently Jack wasn't the only one who paid attention in combatives training. Put the rifle on the ground. Slowly, Jack clenched his jaw, an American accent, which meant he probably looked about as threatening as a kid from a Kansas wheat field, the phony venture capital manager. So his Russian companion had to do it very slowly, or the next hole I put in you will be considerably larger. This second voice, unmistakably a woman's, came from behind Jack and slightly to his right. A cold drizzle had begun to fall, mixing with the dust and cordite in the air, as the reality of facing 2 armed opponents settled over him. Jack couldn't spot the waitress, but he'd wager she was keeping a safe distance. Even if she were closer, disarming 2 opponents was a tall order for anyone. Maybe even a challenge for an action star.
Doing it one-handed was borderline suicidal. As he carefully lowered the rifle to the dirt, his thoughts spun. On one hand, he'd finally located the 2 individuals he'd been hunting. On the other, they'd managed to find him first.
Reaper 7, Reaper 6, what's your status, over? Alec's voice crackled over the command channel again, and Carrie was thankful for the secure line. Reaper 6, this is Reaper 7, Carrie responded. At least 4 missiles are airborne, and IN still taking direct fire from the compound.
Right on cue. A heavy machine gun roared from a fortified position on the wall. Carrie ducked as armor-piercing rounds chewed into the earth around his hide, spraying him with dirt and debris. Copy all. Reaper 6 wants status on the American. He went back inside the compound, Carrie said, quickly checking Jad's bandage.
The bleeding had stopped, but Jad had slipped into unconsciousness. A very bad sign. I have no idea what that guy is doing, and right now I don't have the bandwidth to find out. Roger that, Reaper 7. Things are weird on my end, too. We had an outside push into our net, requesting we assist the American if we can. Rumors he's trying to locate more hostages inside those walls, over. Understood, Carrie said, but is on his own. I am currently pinned down and combat ineffective with 1 urgent wounded. Reaper 7 is formally requesting the quick reaction force, over. Thought you'd never ask, Reaper 7, Alex replied, a hint of relief in his tone. Hold tight. The cavalry is on the way.
Seconds later, Alec's voice came across the team net. "All Reaper elements, this is Reaper 6. I have control. QRF is launching now. We will be advancing up main supply route Whiskey to relieve Reaper 7 in position. Maintain accurate fire on enemy positions, but avoid Sector 5 if possible. When I call release point Tango, lay down continuous suppressing fire on all designated targets until I signal we've extracted Reaper 7. Acknowledge over." Carey listened as each team member checked in. His team leader was locked in. The guy would have made one hell of a sergeant. A new voice cut in, clear and calm. "Reaper 7, this is Skillful 2-3. We are a flight of 4 at release point Sierra 2 and inbound over." The distinctly female voice sliced through Carey's adrenaline-fueled focus. After decades of sustained combat, women were integrated into every corner of the military, yet the special operations world remained predominantly male. Pilots supporting ground teams had learned long ago that during high-stress moments, handing the comms to a female co-pilot could cut through the fog like nothing else. Speaking of fog, in the chaos of the firefight and caring for Jad, Carey had completely forgotten about the F-15s circling above, their bays loaded with precision-guided bombs. His finger moved to key the radio, ready to send the abort code when a reckless idea struck him. Maybe he could do one thing for that lunatic American after all. "Skillful 2-3, this is Reaper 7, Carey said, a new edge in his voice. "Mission change. I say again, mission change. Stand by for updated instructions, over." "This is Skillful. Send your traffic." Carey took a steadying breath, pressed the transmit button, and began to relay his plan. As the rifle left his grip, Jack was struck by a sudden, unfamiliar vulnerability. He didn't usually define his safety by the gun in his hands, but there was no denying the cold comfort of that AK's wooden stock. Now his fingers felt empty. "Turn around," a voice ordered from behind him. The satisfaction that washed over Jack was cold and sharp, the first real feeling he'd had since the ketamine sting in his thigh. Seeing his captors face to face was a revelation. The usually unflappable venture capitalist manager was a mess. His sleeves were stained with dark, wet patches, and his hands were caked in blood that was just beginning to dry. He hadn't been strung up on a cross, but the wild look in his eyes and his disheveled hair screamed that his day had taken a spectacularly bad turn. His partner, the waitress who'd traded trays for torture, seemed physically untouched but was utterly transformed. The sultry allure was gone, replaced by flushed cheeks and eyes glittering with a frenzied, unstable energy. While she wasn't smeared in gore like her companion, her blouse was speckled with telltale rust-colored dots. "I'm delighted you tracked me down," Jack announced, making sure his voice carried to the phone hidden in his shirt. It was almost funny in a grim sort of way. "Why?" the Russian woman spat. "Because it saved me the hassle of turning this entire compound upside down looking for you both," Jack replied, his tone deceptively calm. "Give me the location of the scientist and her boy, and you can walk out of here. No further trouble." The Russian let out a short, derisive laugh. "You'll let us. You're one-armed, unarmed, and utterly alone. Forgive me if I'm not trembling." "Then you're an idiot," Jack said, the calm evaporating. "Take my word for it, you do not want me as an enemy. This is your final opportunity. Tell me where they are." The waitress let out a guttural snarl, and Jack shifted his focus to her. That split second of distraction was all her partner needed. He moved with viperish speed, swinging his pistol in a brutal arc. The front sight ripped a trench across Jack's skull, tearing flesh from his ear to his temple. Pain exploded in his head as he snarled, turning to fight, but the man was already out of range. "Enough," the manager barked. "We're leaving, and you're driving. Your friends outside will think twice about shooting if you're behind the wheel. Get in the Humvee and start it, now." "Not a chance," Jack grunted, pressing his good hand against the throbbing wound. He could feel the hot, insistent trickle of blood already tracing a path down his cheek. "Head wounds never quit." "Just kill him," the waitress hissed. "I'll drive." And then the world tore itself apart. It wasn't the sky, of course, but to Jack's concussed and pounding head, that's exactly what it seemed like. One moment he was staring down two armed adversaries. The next he was flat on his back, blinking up at a pristine blue expanse. Well, almost pristine. Four sleek swept-wing shapes scarred the perfection, twin jets of fire blazing from their engines. The dual sonic booms hit him like physical blows, and his exhausted body decided that lying right there on the hard-packed earth was an excellent plan. But rest wasn't in the cards. He rolled away from the dazed forms of the Iranian and the Russian, his hand stretching for his rifle. His fingertips had just brushed the worn stock when bullets kicked up fountains of dirt inches from his face. Abandoning the weapon, he kept rolling, sliding under the chassis of a Humvee as rounds sparked and whined off its steel frame. Scrambling on hands and knees, he put the bulk of the 3-ton armored vehicle between himself and the gunfire. He hadn't specifically ordered a low-altitude flyby from a squadron of F-15 Eagles, but he'd been praying for some kind of diversion. Leaving the line open to Mr. C had been a calculated risk, and it seemed Gavin and the ever-reliable John Clark had pulled through once again. A random, almost giddy thought crossed his mind. When he finally got back to Virginia, he might actually accept Gavin's perennial invitation for a video game marathon. The guy had definitely earned a lifetime supply of caffeine and snack cakes. With fighter jets screaming overhead, a special operations team undoubtedly closing in, and two very pissed-off operatives still gunning for him, Jack decided it was well past time to check in with the outside world. Staying low in a crouch, he moved away from the Humvees and scurried toward the hulking silhouette of the Russian scout car, a new desperate plan forming in his mind even as the adrenaline sang in his veins. The BRDM armored vehicle was roughly twice the dimensions of a standard Humvee and built with significantly thicker plating. It offered a solid spot to take cover while he resumed his confrontation with Mr. C. But as Jack reached for his phone, his hand brushed against empty fabric. It must have slipped from his pocket during the earlier scramble. Even so, the situation wasn't entirely bleak. Judging by the bloodstains on their uniforms, the Iranian and Russian operatives clearly hadn't been on friendly terms with the people inside this compound either. With American forces outside and hostile Syrians within, his captors were now stuck in a classic no-win scenario. If he could just locate his phone, Jack would have them precisely where he wanted them. However, the sudden roar of a Humvee engine firing up suggested his window was closing fast. The diesel rumble deepened into a full-throated growl as the Hummer pulled away from the motor pool. His allies were exiting the scene, which meant his only connection to Becca and Tommy was vanishing in a cloud of exhaust. Jack was just considering backtracking to steal a Humvee for himself when a chorus of engines turned over behind him. He spun around and let out a low curse. The entire platoon of suicide bombers was now inside their vehicles. Apparently those low-flying jets had motivated more than just him into action. The prayer leader stood at the front gate, waving the first car forward. Jack had witnessed the aftermath of vehicle-borne IED explosions before. The victims were just as likely to be civilians, women, and children as they were soldiers. Letting a dozen rolling bombs escape would be like releasing a crate of rattlesnakes into a preschool playground. If there was any possible way to stop these human-guided missiles from delivering their intended carnage, Jack knew he had to try. He turned back toward the BRDM, scaling its metal frame as a desperate plan took shape. As plans went, it was far from elegant, but it would have to suffice. This particular BRDM-2, a four-wheeled armored carrier originally fielded by the Soviet Union, had undergone extensive modification. In a display of the same entrepreneurial ingenuity that led militants to mount heavy weapons onto pickup trucks, the vehicle's standard turret had been completely removed. In its place sat a fearsome piece of hardware. Jack didn't know the official designation for the quad-barreled anti-aircraft gun, and frankly he didn't care. What mattered was that the system used old-fashioned hand cranks for traverse and elevation, rather than powered hydraulics. Even better, the ammunition cans were already loaded and attached. While the anti-aircraft setup was unfamiliar, the core weapon was a variant of the Soviet-era KPV heavy machine gun, a design that had seen widespread use in various forms since World War II. Once you grasped the fundamentals, most machine guns weren't all that different from one another. After a quick inspection, Jack found and worked the charging handle. Then it was simply a matter of cranking the traverse and elevation wheels to line up the crude iron sights on a target, or it would have been simple with two hands. With only one functional arm, Jack was forced to crank the elevation wheel first, then awkwardly reach across his body to spin the traverse wheel. His herky-jerky adjustments didn't allow for a smooth tracking motion, but since his targets were stationary cars in a convoy, not fast-moving aircraft, this improvised method might just work. Might being the key word. After several clumsy switches between the wheels, he finally centered the sights on the lead vehicle waiting to exit the compound. Jack took a breath, then stepped down on the fire. Control pedal with his left foot. The guns didn't so much fire as violently detonate. Between the gushing flames and the jackhammer pounding that shook the entire vehicle, Jack half wondered if one of the ancient barrels had just blown apart. Jack released the firing pedal and leaned forward, his view clearing the dark cones of the machine gun's flash hiders. What he saw wasn't the precise destruction he'd intended. The quad mounts had fired low, and while several vehicles were now burning fiercely, they were merely the ones parked inconveniently between his position and the real targets. The cluster of vehicle-borne bombs remained untouched. He seized the elevation wheel, cranking it furiously just as the lead VBIEDIA compact Kia broke from the enclosure and accelerated. Jack settled his sight on the car's hood and stomped the pedal. This time he was ready for the blinding muzzle flash, his gaze fixed above the erupting fireballs as four distinct streams of glowing green tracers lanced toward the doomed vehicle. Armor-piercing rounds the size of golf balls hammered the Kia, tearing great chunks of metal from its frame and hurling them skyward. An instant later the car vanished in a concussive blast that shook Jack's teeth, one incendiary round having found the deadly cargo within. He ducked as shrapnel rained down, pinging off the BRDM's hull like angry hail. With no time to waste, he stomped the pedal again, working the elevation and traversing wheels to walk the torrent of bullets across the line of waiting cars. The resulting chain of explosions slammed him against the gun's hard metal frame, shockwaves rocking the armored vehicle. The enclosure that had held the suicide cars now looked like a portal to the underworld. Fire rolled out from behind the chain-link fence in great shimmering waves. A furnace-like heat washed over Jack, accompanied by thick black smoke that carried the stinging stench of burning fuel and melting rubber. The light sprinkle of fallen debris became a torrential shower. A jagged piece of metal as long as his arm clanged against the quad mount mere inches from his hand. Time to go, he thought. Oily black smoke from the inferno was now spilling over the Barra Diem, and he had undoubtedly become the center of attention for every hostile in the compound. The random pinging of debris was now joined by the sharper, more purposeful spang of bullets ricocheting off the armor. One round struck the ammunition box to his left, denting the metal before whining past his ear. Swearing, Jack glanced down into the relative safety of the crew compartment below, but fought the instinct to dive in. That armored space could stop small arms fire, but it was isolated from the driver's station. Taking a sharp breath, he launched himself from behind the guns. He half rolled, half slid over the flat turret ledge toward the sloped deck leading to the driver's hatch. His first attempt was too enthusiastic. He slid past his mark and ended up sprawled across the thick glass of the driver's viewport. As he rolled to his side to scramble back, a bullet smacked into the exact spot where he had just been lying. Shoved by the impact, he wriggled headfirst into the driver's compartment, his skull narrowly missing a heavy metal toolbox. He yanked his legs in, shoved the toolbox aside, and folded his lanky frame into the dusty canvas seat. He quickly scanned the instrument panel. As he probably should have anticipated, every gauge and switch was labeled in cryptic Cyrillic script. But this wasn't a deal-breaker. The BRDM was a simple armored truck with a gasoline engine, not some advanced piece of aerospace technology. Like most military vehicles, it didn't use an ignition key. The process was supposed to be straightforward. Activate battery power, find the starter. Simple. Outside, the relentless ping-ping-ping of bullets striking armor sounded like a morbid countdown. His eyes swept the console for the battery switch, and that's when he saw it. A heavy chain was looped through the steering wheel and secured with a stout padlock to the vehicle's frame, completely immobilizing it. So much for simple. For now, Jack pushed the chain problem aside and focused on what he could control. He located and flipped the battery switch, listening as the console hummed to life. The BRDM's cockpit felt like a relic from another world, a place Jack had only ever seen in grainy documentaries. Though the vehicle had been in service decades before he was born, the dashboard was a daunting puzzle. Dials labeled in Cyrillic script sat beside rows of darkened indicator lights and unmarked buttons. The steering wheel, gear shift, and pedals were familiar enough, but everything else was a complete mystery. His eyes scanned the confusing array, finally landing on a rubber-capped button that looked like the starter on his dad's old riding mower. He pressed it. Nothing. Power first, then ignition, he reminded himself. He began flipping switches at random as the sound of impacting metal grew louder outside. A second, more frantic survey of the controls yielded no better result. All the needles were dead, all the lights dark. A cold spike of fear made him wonder if the battery was even connected. But he shoved the thought aside. If that were true, he was finished. He needed to think differently. Western design put everything at the driver's fingertips. Russian engineering, he suspected, did not. Twisting in the seat, he looked behind him. More levers and knobs, but no master switch. In a final act of desperation, he turned completely around. There it was, a solitary, unassuming toggle mounted on the bulkhead. With a muttered plea, he grabbed the metal nub and pushed it up. A sharp click echoed in the compartment, followed by the welcome hum of electricity. Turning back, he was greeted by a dashboard suddenly alive with a flickering constellation of lights and gauges. Leaning forward, his hand reached for the starter button. That was the exact moment the RPG struck. For a disoriented second, Jack couldn't process the ear-splitting blast that hurled him against the side of the compartment. His first absurd thought was that he'd somehow caused it by activating the power. But the sheer force of the explosion dismissed that idea. An electrical short in a museum piece like this would have smoldered first. No, his pursuers had just decided to stop playing games. Coughing, he dragged himself back to the driver's seat and stabbed the ignition. The engine turned over weakly, but didn't catch. He ran through a series of curses that would have made his old man proud and his mother faint, pumping the gas pedal as acrid smoke began to seep into the cabin. On the fifth try, he hit the button again. This time the engine roared to life with a sound like tearing sheet metal. He slammed the transmission into drive and stomped on the accelerator. The armored vehicle shuddered violently before lurching forward with all the grace of a wounded bull. The silver lining was that the air rushing through the open hatches helped clear the smoke. The considerable downside was the distinct and growing warmth he could feel radiating from the metal behind his seat. And of course, the steering wheel was still chained to the frame. A line from some old country song popped into his head. "If you're going through hell, keep on going." Jack agreed with the philosophy, but felt the songwriter had glossed over a key detail, namely what to do. When hell was gaining on you and your only escape vehicle was actively trying to cook you from the inside out. Gagging on the thickening smoke, Jack hauled the steering wheel to the right, feeling the chain go taut. He briefly pondered the bizarre logic of locking vehicles inside a compound already secured by 15-foot walls, but focused on the more pressing issue of navigation. Ironically, he had a little more play than he'd expected. Whoever had last secured the padlock hadn't pulled the chain completely tight, allowing a few precious inches of movement in either direction before it snapped taut. It wasn't much, but in a situation this dire, he'd take any advantage he could get. His hands clenched the wheel, Jack hauled it left, fighting the chain's resistance as he braced for the coming crash. An instant later, the right front fender slammed into a Hesco barrier packed with sand. The jolt nearly flung him from his seat, his left shoulder smashing into the unyielding metal frame beside him. Yet as he settled back behind the fractured viewport, the throbbing pain in his arm felt like a reasonable trade. It was like some deranged life-or-death game of bumper cars. Jack was learning to use the vehicle's weight and momentum, letting the obstacles around him act as crude steering aids. Precision wasn't possible, but by working the wheel's limited range, he kept the armored car generally pointed where it needed to go. Generally. The compound's exit yawned ahead like the maw of some ancient predator. Waist-high anti-vehicle barriers jutted from the concrete like jagged teeth, with tangled coils of concertina wire hanging above like sinister seaweed. Jack stomped the accelerator, pushing the BRDM to ramming speed as he charged the entrance. The two guards on duty opted for self-preservation over heroism. Though they hosed the vehicle with automatic fire, they scrambled back into sandbagged bunkers on either side of the gate. Jack's path was open, except for those fire hydrant-like barriers that had just erupted from the ground. With the pedal flat to the floor and the engine screaming, Jack gave himself even odds of bulling through those intimidating posts. They'd probably been installed to keep trouble out, not to trap anyone inside. Logically, then, they'd be strongest against an assault from beyond the walls. In theory. But theory had a funny way of evaporating when bullets were flying and tires were screeching. As if to underline the point, a heavy-caliber round thumped into the driver's viewport, webbing the already cracked surface with new fractures. The armored glass held, but Jack instinctively jerked the wheel right. The chain kept that panic move from sending him completely offline, but the damage was done. Instead of lining up on a single barrier, the BRDM's brill was now centered perfectly between two of the stout metal posts. Just perfect. With less than 50 feet to go, he could try to correct and lose speed, or just hold on and hope. Neither appealed, so Jack chose a middle path. He kept the accelerator buried, but nudged the wheel a hair to the left, and sent up a silent, desperate prayer. Then steel met steel at 60 kilometers per hour. This impact didn't just rattle Jack, it felt like it was trying to shake his teeth loose. Even braced with his good arm against the wheel and his left leg jammed against the floor, his head snapped forward and connected with the metal frame with startling force. The frame, unsurprisingly, won. A supernova of pain burst across his skull, blurring his vision. He shook his head to clear the fog, spattering blood across the dusty dash. The new gash on his forehead was the least of his problems. What worried him more was the ear-splitting shriek of metal grinding on metal and the fact that they weren't moving anymore. A quick look through the viewport told the whole story. Had avoided the barrier on the right, but the one on the left was jammed tight under the BRDM's hull. Somewhere in the chaos of the crash, his foot had slipped off the accelerator. He hauled himself upright with one hand and stomped the pedal back down. The engine roared, the vehicle rocked forward, but the barrier held fast. He wasn't going anywhere. Jack eased off the gas, letting the armored vehicle settle before stomping the accelerator again, rocking the BRDM violently against the barrier. Each lurch was met with a piercing screech of tortured metal, but the gate held firm. The stream of profanity that followed would have made his old man, a hardened Marine, blush. He'd been crucified, pumped full of drugs, blasted by a rocket, and left for dead more times than he cared to count. His ride was on fire. A swarm of furious militants was hammering it with heavy weapons, and grenades were likely bouncing toward the open hatches. After all that, was a simple vehicle gate really going to be what finished him? Hell no. The BRDM shuddered violently, throwing Jack sideways. Fumbling for a handhold, his fingers closed around a stray lever and yanked. Hydronics groaned in protest as a section of the forward hull angled downward. Bullets smacked against the spiderwebbed glass, but Jack ignored them, leaning forward to see what had changed. The vehicle's silhouette was different now. The nose dipped low. A slow grin spread across his face. "Well, I'll be damned," Jack muttered. The Briardium was amphibious. That front section was a hydraulically adjustable splash guard, meant to stabilize the beast in choppy water. Talk about a lucky break. He grabbed the same lever, shoved it all the way down, and slammed the gas. For a heart-stopping second, the BRDM's nose lifted skyward as the gate resisted the new hydraulic pressure. Then, with a final deafening crunch of shearing steel, the barrier gave way. The heavy tires found pavement, and the armored car shot out of the compound entrance like a bullet. Freedom, however, looked like pure chaos. Tracer fire snaked through the air in glowing green ribbons, while artillery impacts churned the earth into clouds of dust. To his left, muzzle flashes sparked from a damaged hide site as 2 GMV trucks in Overwatch laid down, covering fire. But Jack's focus was locked on the familiar shape ahead. The Humvee. It had veered off the gravel path, skidded down an embankment, and was now fighting its way back up, kicking up a storm of dirt and rocks. Oddly, nobody seemed to be shooting at it. The American forces probably assumed it was friendly, and the compound's defenders likely thought the same. The Hummer wasn't unscathed, though. Its right rear tire was shredding, throwing large strips of tread. The core rubber held, but the loss of traction made the vehicle sway wildly as it crested the embankment, swerving across the road as the driver battled for control. Jack had no time for caution. He pushed the accelerator, the BRDM surging forward like an enraged bull. Thick, acrid smoke billowed from the compartment behind him. The RPG fire wasn't going out. It was a race against time, a gamble on whether the flames would reach the fuel cell before he closed the distance. He didn't let up. The BRDM seemed to coil like a predator, closing in on the wounded Humvee with terrifying purpose. The gap between the armored car and the Humvee was vanishing, and a cold, clear realization settled in Jack's mind. He was going to miss. He was guiding the heavy vehicle with a skill that felt almost unreal given the chaos, but precision was becoming everything. The chain linking the steering wheel had its own stubborn will, yanking taut with every attempt at a sharper turn, sabotaging his control. Matching the Hummer's wild, jerking path was impossible. The best he could manage was to aim down the road center line, hoping to slip through its sideways dances. This strategy closed the distance, but robbed him of the accuracy needed for a solid impact. One sudden swerve from the target, and he'd sail right past. Holding a straight course was feasible, but the finesse to strike a weaving vehicle eluded him. As the Hummer loomed larger, the concept of straight lines echoed in his thoughts, an insistent, nagging idea. Straight lines, then it clicked. Keeping the accelerator pinned, Jack let go of the wheel, letting the chain's tension hold it steady. He twisted in his seat, reaching for the toolbox he'd shoved aside earlier. He tried to stretch while still watching the road, his fingers just grazing the metal twice. With a frustrated sigh, he accepted. The truth at any chance he had to stop looking. Now was the time. Turning from the viewport, he leaned parallel to the floor, stretching until his muscles burned. His fingers found the handle just as the vehicle hit a bump, and the toolbox slipped away. Swearing, he tried again, this time easing off the gas to gain more reach. The BRDM slowed, but his hand finally closed on solid metal. Dragging the weighty box back was agony, a fire in his core he pushed aside. After a struggle filled with grunts and more curses, he had it positioned. Now for the real test. He grabbed the handle, trying to heave the awkward container onto his lap with one arm. It was a spectacular failure. The box thudded to the floor, scattering tools everywhere. Jack stared at the mess and decided maybe a lighter load was a hidden advantage. He hauled the box onto his legs and stole a glance outside. The Humvee was terrifyingly close, less than 20 feet away. It was do or die. With another heave, he slid the toolbox from his lap to his right knee, then bent forward to wedge it onto the gas pedal. It worked, kind of. The box held the pedal down, but not fully. Without his foot mashing it to the floor, the armored car began to lose speed. It didn't matter, so was he. Making one last tweak to the steering, Jack stood on the driver's seat and hauled himself onto the roof of the BRDM. What greeted him as he cleared the armor was a whole new level of trouble, like leaping from a bad situation into a catastrophic one. On the radio, the call crackled through. All Reaper elements, Reaper 6 is at Rally Point Tango. I say again, Reaper, 6 is at Barpi Tango, over. After a final check on Jad, Carey seized his rifle and rose from his position, feeling oddly like a prairie dog popping up with a predator in the sky. Thankfully, the rest of Triple Nickel was emerging too, and every weapon the team had began pouring a relentless stream of fire toward the target. Carey heard the distinctive, deep thump, thump, thump of MK-19 grenade launchers, blending with the powerful rhythmic hammering of 50 countering of Finkans the air, thickening with the smell of cordite and urgency. The air thrummed with the deep-throated cough of Bryan's mortars, their 120mm shells carving arcs overhead, while the frantic, sustained rattle of automatic rifles wove a constant, deadly tapestry of sound. The sheer volume of fire was staggering, hammering the compound's defenses into near silence as explosions walked the length of the fortress walls, geysers of earth and shattered masonry erupting in their wake. Yet, for Carey, this symphony of destruction was just background noise. His focus was locked on the two vehicles barreling toward his position. One was a Humvee, fishtailing wildly across the gravel road. The second was a spectacle that defied belief, a BRDM scout car, fully engulfed in flames, with the silhouette of a man standing defiantly atop its burning hull. Keying his radio, Carey's voice was tight. Reaper 6. Reaper 7. We have a developing situation. The BRDM wasn't just smoking. It was a rolling inferno of biblical proportions. This wasn't a few licks of flame. This was the kind of all-consuming fire that would make a revivalist preacher weep. Thick, oily black smoke poured from the crew compartment, framed by great sheets of orange fire that lashed at the sky. The only thing keeping Jack from being overcome right then was the pathetic headwind generated by the vehicle's desperate forward momentum. Surviving the smoke, however, just meant he was now presented with Phase 2 of his hastily conceived escape, the erratic Humvee, weaving in and out of view just a few yards away. It emerged from the BRDM's rolling smoke shroud like a ghost solidifying in the dawn mistone. Second, there was nothing but a blur of gravel road. The next, the Hummer's scarred, sand-colored flank was right beside him, so close he could almost reach out and touch it. Then, just as suddenly, it was gone, consumed again by the murk. Swearing viciously, Jack inched forward on the searing roof, his eyes streaming and his skin prickling with heat. He caught another glimpse of the vehicle's frame ahead. It was a turtleback model, its rear end a single sloped piece of angled armor that ran from the roof down to the bumper, forming a steep metal ramp. Without allowing himself a moment to consider the sheer lunacy of the act, Jack backed up for a running start, ignoring the blistering heat at his heels, and sprinted the length of the burning roof. He launched himself into open space, legs churning, his uninjured arm pinwheeling for balance. For a heart-stopping moment he was flying, the wind screaming past his ears, nothing but empty air beneath his boots. Then the Humvee's rear armor plate rushed up to meet him like a speeding wall of stained steel. He had just enough time to gasp before impact. He hit the sloped metal hard, instinctively throwing out his left arm to absorb the blow. It was a terrible mistake. A white-hot lance of pain shot from his wrist to his shoulder, and a raw, involuntary scream was torn from his lungs. Scrabbling for purchase as he began to slide down toward the spinning rear tires, his fingers closed around a flexible metal pole. He clung to it with a death grip. Looking up, he realized he'd grabbed the vehicle's whip antenna, which was supposed to be secured to the bumper. Keyword supposed. It became immediately clear that radio antennas are not engineered to support 220-pound men. The metal rod bent into a deep groaning curve, like a deep-sea fishing rod hooked onto a marlin. Jack slid lower with each shudder of the antenna, inching closer to the rushing road below. He tried to haul himself up with his left hand, but the injured arm buckled uselessly. He was stuck. He couldn't climb, and he couldn't hold on forever. The grim reality of his predicament settled over him. He was, for lack of a better term, completely and utterly screwed. Twisting his body, Jack spotted a small steel mesh storage basket welded to the Humvee's frame near his hip level. It looked like an afterthought, a spot-welded addition meant for an extra fuel can or some ammunition boxes. In that moment it looked like salvation. No matter what the engineers had envisioned, to Jack the steel framework looked like salvation. He hauled down on the antenna, attempting to swing his left leg up onto the platform. Another miscalculation. The antenna bent under his weight, dropping him until his right foot scraped the desert floor. He yelled as the rushing gravel tried to tear him from the speeding vehicle, pulling both knees tight to his chest. A sharp pop echoed from his shoulder. His right hand had slid down the antenna as he fell, his fingers now finding the aerial's thicker base. Clutching the wider mount, Jack hauled himself toward the Humvee with a surge of raw adrenaline, once more swinging his left foot toward the metal grating. This time his boot jammed inside the compartments. With a move a circus performer might envy, Jack twisted his body toward the vehicle, locking out his left leg while scrambling to find footing on the slanted surface with his right. For a terrifying second his right leg slapped uselessly against the Hummer's side as his strength faded. Then, in a final desperate heave, Jack pushed off with his left leg, lunging upward to seize the antenna by its unreliable middle. The metal bent again, but Jack was braced for it. The instant his torso was upright, he hooked his right leg onto the platform beside his left. Shaking from the strain, he forced himself vertical. With both feet finally under him, Jack had a shred of stability, but then the unpredictable whip antenna suddenly flexed outward, away from the Humvee. In a flash, Jack was tilting backward, with nothing to stop his fall but his aching shoulder and burning core muscles. He was wobbling like a clown on a unicycle. He made a frantic grab for the antenna's base. It wasn't enough. He was going over. Until the Briardium blew apart. The fireball slammed into Jack, scorching his clothes and searing his skin. Yet the accompanying shockwave made the agony almost welcome. One moment he was teetering at the Humvee's rear. The next he was slammed flat against its sloped metal frame like an insect on a car's windshield. Blotting out the protests of his body and the smell of his smoldering gear, Jack reached up, groping for the Hummer's gun turret. His hand caught a metal grip and he hauled himself flushed against the vehicle's angled side, jamming his feet into the wire mesh. For several long seconds he just held on, drawing one ragged breath after another. Then he widened his stance, wedging his boots into the platform's corner. As he stood braced on the back of a Humvee racing across the barren landscape, a single clear thought crystallized in his mind. This ends now. The people inside the Humvee were armed and, as far as Jack could tell, still had full control of their limbs. That was just fine. Jack wasn't known for subtlety, wasn't a master strategist, and had a habit of acting on pure impulse. All accurate. What was equally true was that Jack had something less easily defined, something primal. Jack was a sledgehammer, and this Hummer held a couple of nails that desperately needed driving. After a split-second mental rehearsal, Jack swung down through the turret's opening and entered the fray, leading with his right foot. Jack's boot connected with the waitress's head at the peak of its extension. The awful sound of impact was surpassed only by the dull thump of her face hitting the bulletproof window. From the way she crumpled bonelessly to the floor, she was done. Her companion, however, was a different story. Whether the man had spotted Jack in time to respond, or was already wrestling with the Humvee's erratic steering when Jack attacked, the outcome was identical. Had yanked the wheel hard left just as Jack dropped into the cabin, and the sudden inertia sent Jack sprawling into the back seats. No matter. Jack pivoted toward the driver, twisting his hips as he swung a meaty right hand. This wasn't some polite boxing match or a friendly roll on the mats. This was the kind of close-quarters brawl where Jack truly excelled, a cornered animal with nothing left to lose. Almost nobody did it better. His fist was a blur, aimed squarely for the driver's temple when the vehicle lurched to a violent halt. Jack was thrown forward, his already wounded head cracking against unyielding metal before he spilled onto the floor. As if his day needed more misery, he landed squarely on his injured arm, tearing the wound wider. A white-hot bolt of pain brought involuntary tears to his eyes. Shoving himself up with his good hand, he found himself staring down the barrel of a pistol. It was just out of reach, so Jack improvised. With a guttural roar, he drove his elbow like a piled river into the seat back, imagining the impact shattering the spine of the man on the other side. He didn't manage that, but he did spoil the man's aim, mostly. The deafening report was followed by a sledgehammer blow to Jack's shoulder as the bullet ricocheted into him. Arm going numb, Jack's good hand shot out, seizing the gunman's wrist and wrenching it down against the seat with brutal leverage. The pistol skittered away. The driver leaned over, throwing a wild punch. Jack met it with his forehead and was rewarded with the sickening crunch of breaking bones. Now they were both one-handed, but Jack had a deeper reservoir of sheer viciousness. Letting go of the wrist, he grabbed a fistful of the man's shirt, yanking him forward to meet a second, crushing headbutt. He'd been aiming for the nose, but found the mouth instead. The result was the same, a mess of blood and shattered teeth. Deciding he had enough, the driver flung his door open and scrambled out. Jack snatched the fallen pistol, shoved the rear door open, and tumbled out onto his back. Through the settling dust, he saw Salvation charging toward him. A convoy led by a nimble Emarzer, its machine gun already chattering, laying down suppressing fire on the compound behind him. The heavier GMVs in the train added their thunder to the chorus. The cavalry was here, which meant his time was up. Rolling onto his side, Jack leveled the pistol at the fleeing figure and squeezed off 2 rounds. The second shot exploded the man's knee, dropping him to the dirt in a heap. Ignoring the approaching vehicles, Jack limped over, placed the muzzle against the driver's forehead, and growled. "Where is the scientist? Talk now." "No," the man gasped. "You cannot." Jack shifted the pistol and fired into his shoulder. The man screamed, spittle flying. "Tell me, you're American," he choked out. "You won't." This time Jack aimed for the ruined knee. The man passed out from the agony. A hard slap across the face brought him back. "I've got 10 rounds left," Jack said, his voice iced. "I swear to God the next one takes off something you'll really miss." "Where is she?" The driver moaned, but he talked. They always did. In the end the bravado vanished, leaving only the raw, desperate truth. He gave up the location, his voice a broken whisper against the roar of the arriving gun. Jack's thoughts were a tangle of worry, stretching beyond Becca and Tommy. One of the Green Berets who had pulled them from danger was heading back into surgery. If there was ever a moment to pray for a miracle, it was here on this Israeli flight line, watching a sliver of moon climb above the dark sea. "Pilots only get reckless after a mission goes right," Dudu remarked, almost reading Jack's mind. "We'll see," Jack replied quietly. Still, if anyone could bring Becca and Tommy home alive, it was those 2 helicopters packed with hardened men who had left hours before. In a gesture of unity, the assault force had been made up of 22 Operator 7 from Sayeret Matgau and 11 from SEAL Team 6. The Quick Reaction Unit rushed in from the States. From what Jack saw during the briefing, neither group was thrilled about working with the other. But in the end, soldiers follow orders, and both Jack's father and the Israeli Prime Minister were determined to send a message. The president wanted it known that kidnapping Americans invites deadly retaliation. Israel wanted the Wagner mercenaries to understand that operating on their soil was a fatal mistake. Jack prayed both messages had been delivered, unmistakably and for good. The Black Hawks taxied to the tarmac's edge, their landing lights cutting bright paths through the night. "Let's go," Dudu said. Jack paused, recalling the stern warnings about crossing the double red line marking the flight line boundary, and the consequences promised if he did. Then he pushed the thought aside. Even with his arm in a sling from a gunshot wound during the failed insertion, Dudu carried an air of restrained danger. Air Force security was known for strict enforcement, but Jack would bet on the Shin Bet officer every time. He followed Duda's sturdy frame toward the helicopters as their rotors whined to a stop. Jack now wore a sling of his own, and he wondered what the arriving soldiers made of the two figures waiting in the shadows. A siren pierced the air. Jack turned and cursed under his breath at the flashing red and orange lights. "Ambulance," Dudu said, eyes tracking its approach. Not a good sign. It skidded to a halt just clear of the lead helicopter's rotor arc. Two paramedics burst from the back doors, pushing a gurney between them. So sometimes helicopters came in hot for reasons beyond urgency. Two men emerged from the Black Hawks, supporting a third. The medics rushed forward, lifting the wounded operator onto the gurney before the group of 5 hurried toward the ambulance at a run. Jack hung back, thinking. There might be more injured, but Dudu wasn't waiting. Squaring his shoulders, the Shin Bet officer moved toward the nearest helicopter, firing questions in Hebrew at anyone nearby. Jack began to follow, then shifted his focus to the second aircraft, where passengers were also disembarking. Though called a joint operation, the teams had flown in separate helicopters by nationality, partly for operational reasons, but also a symbol of the strained ties between the nations. Israel remained furious over the unsanctioned American mission on its soil, while the Americans were deeply unimpressed with Israel's security, especially Shin Bet's role. Early debriefs with the captured Iranian spy hadn't yielded much, but the growing belief now was that there had been no mole after all.
Yet again, a supposedly impenetrable Israeli security network had been breached, mirroring the earlier compromise of the Iron Dome's isolated systems. It served as a stark reminder that other nations possess their own formidable capabilities for audacious intelligence work. The collaborative rescue mission, while a positive step, was merely the beginning of a much longer road. However, Jack sensed a shift already taking place. News cycles were dominated by the story of an American F-35 pilot who had given her life to defend Tel Aviv from a barrage of missiles. Her sacrifice was being honored relentlessly across news channels, sparking a genuine grassroots wave of solidarity between everyday citizens in both countries online. When public sentiment bridges a divide so powerfully, political posturing often has no choice but to woe a reality far beyond Jack's own responsibility. His entire focus was locked on the shadows emerging from the idling Black Hawk. The first to exit were operators whose formidable builds, flowing hair, and thick beards marked them as either ancient Norse warriors or modern-day commandos from the legendary SEAL Team 6. After several more of their team had deployed onto the tarmac, 2 distinctly different figures appeared. Casting aside all protocol, Jack broke into a run just as they stepped into the helicopter's harsh landing light. "Becca," he called out. "Tommy." Hearing her name, Becca turned. A wave of relief washed over her face, and she immediately pulled Jack into a tight embrace. "You actually came for us," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion as she finally let go. "Not exactly my doing," Jack admitted with a wry smile, gesturing to his injured arm in its sling. "But I called in some favors from capable friends. Are you both all right?" Becca nodded slowly, her expression clouding. "They kept us physically unharmed, Jack, but the fear it was consuming. When the rescue team stormed in, I felt a surge of pure hatred. I wanted our captors gone forever, and yet witnessing that violence, even justified, leaves a stain. It's a terrible, complicated feeling." "I understand," Jack said softly. "More than you know. It won't always feel this raw." Gently extracting himself, Jack crouched down to Tommy's eye level. The boy's gaze remained fixed on the ground, but he shuffled a half-step closer at the familiar voice. "Hey, buddy," Jack said. "I brought you something." From his pocket he produced a new Captain America action figure and pressed it into Tommy's small hand. The child offered no words, but his grip on the toy was so fierce his knuckles blanched. "Dr. Schweigart, if you'd accompany me, please." A SEAL had appeared beside them, his tone respectful but firm. Becca shot a questioning look at Jack, who gave a reassuring nod.
It's procedure. They just need to debrief you." "Of course," Becca said. She turned back to Jack, her eyes glistening. "Thank you for not giving up on us." The brilliant unannounced phone in his pocket and once off fiercely before turning to follow the operator. Turning Soimer's pocket, he are errant. Pulling a new phone from his pocket, he be unheard. Jack watched until the night swallowed them whole. Fiercely, before turning to follow the operator, heard Sons intervklest re-interview the ring Deborah Beyonder.